Namaste and a very warm good morning, everyone. Welcome to HR Meet 2026 and today's theme, Tech-Enabled, People-Driven, Organized by Growth Seller. First question to all of you, how are you all this morning? Good. As you all know, HR Meet, an annual event that is organized by Growth Seller. It's a 2-day event. It's day one here today and a lot to look forward to, fruitful conversations. We have panelists from across Nepal and of course from internationally as well, who are here to give you insightful expertise and information. So are you all ready to take in and soak in all of that today? With that energy, another question for all of you. Did you hear about Growth Seller before? Or is this the first time you're attending an HR meet organized by Growth Seller? All right, so let me give you all an insight about Growth Seller and its ecosystem. Growth Sellers Private Limited is an independent HR consulting and management solutions firm established in 2008, dedicated to provide comprehensive human resource across Nepal's corporate development and institutional sector. As we all know, human resource is one sector that is so important, plays like a backbone for any organization. The organization, Growth Sellers, work across multiple domains including executive search and recruitment, HR consulting and policy development, organizational restructuring and performance management, training, research and professional development. They've been doing it for years and I'm very pleased to let you all know that this is the 10th edition of HR Meet as well. Over the years, Growth Sellers has positioned itself as the key contributor to the development of HR practices in human capital in Nepal, not only through consulting, but also through knowledge platforms, events, and publication. To give you all a little insight on the sister organization that Growth Seller has grown over the years, number one would be Growth Leadership Academy, which is focused in training, workshop, coaching, and capacity building for individuals and organizations. If you would want to be a part of such events in the future as well, you can always be a part of it. Corporate Club Nepal Private Limited is also a part of Growth Seller, which also looks after a large scale of corporate events. The HRM Nepal, which is an HRM magazine, a research-based publication and knowledge platform that contributes to the thought and leadership that HR and management emphasizes on. The flagship initiatives by Growth Sellers are HR Meet, which is an annual conference, HRM Corporate Excellence Awards, Sales Summit, Management Conclave, job fairs, and training programs. Together, ladies and gentlemen, these initiatives positioned by Growth Seller as more than consulting firm, it functions as a comprehensive HR ecosystem. Now to give you all a little information about HR Meet and its evolution over the years. This is the 18th edition, ladies and gentlemen, that we are attending. Today, as we celebrate and we're attending the 18th edition of HR Meet, Nepal's leading annual human resource conference, initiated in 2008 by Growth Sellers Private Limited. Over the years, it has evolved into one of the most anticipated professional gatherings in the HR and business landscape, bringing together national and international experts. Each edition of HR Meet has a theme. I would also like to share more information on that. In 2008, we started off with HR Today and Tomorrow. In 2010, HR Leadership, the Six Sigma Way. In 2017, HR for all for HR. In 2008, HR can change, HR can drive. In 2019, HR in the age of digitization. In 2021, create agile environment. These were the themes according to the year. 2022, we talked about embracing the change in the HR field. In 2023, restoring human aspects in HRM. 2024, roadmap for testing times. And ladies and gentlemen, here we are in 2026 with the theme tech-enabled, people-driven. As we all know, to attend and, of course, to organize and make all these influential personalities, HR individuals from across the organization, it takes a lot of planning and a lot of hardship as well. But the most important part also is played by our sponsors and supporters, without whom this event would not have been possible. I would like to take a moment to thank them. Today's event is organized by Growth Sellers Private Limited, Knowledge Partner, Growth Leadership Academy, Media Partner, Corporate Club Nepal, Event Partner, Vogue Events, Wellness Partner, Tranquility Spa, Platinum Sponsor, Unilever Nepal Limited, Gold Sponsor, Roto Mentholatum Nepal Private Limited, Internet Partner, World Link Limited, SMS Partner, Sparrow SMS, and Education Partner, TechSpire College. A big round of applause to entire supporters and sponsors, please. Now, may I request all of you to kindly rise from your respective seat for the national anthem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're also very pleased to welcome the chief guest of our event. We have the presence of the President of National Business Initiative, Mr. Kush Kumar Joshi, here with us. A big round of applause for him. He is a leading Nepalese industrialist and co-founder and managing director of Nepal Ikarat Engineering Company. Mr. Joshi has played a pivotal role in strengthening Nepal's domestic manufacturing capacity and promoting self-reliance in the energy sector. Under his leadership, the company has expanded beyond Nepal, exploring the regional markets such as Bhutan. He has also served as the 14th President of FNCCI, contributing significantly to Nepal's private sector development and policy dialogue. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence here today. I would also like to take a moment to introduce you all to the founder and managing director of Growth Sellers, the organizing committee behind the HR Meet, and a leading name in Nepal's human resource and management landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Mohan Raj Ojha. He is the immediate past president of the Management Association of Nepal and has also served as president of the HR Society Nepal, playing a very key role in advancing HR practices in the country. As the driving force behind HR Meet, he has been instrumental in creating a platform that brings together professionals to shape the future of workplace in Nepal. He also serves as the president of FOSIN and is the publisher of the HRM Nepal, which is a magazine that we talked about earlier, contributing actively to industry dialogue and thought leadership. Thank you, sir, for organizing such an amazing event annually. And lastly, our dynamic leader, chairperson of HR Meet Steering Committee, Mrs. Samjana Sharma. A big round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. Now, may I request all three of them to kindly step forward for the panel lighting ceremony as we officially inaugurate the session. May I request Kush Kumar Joshi, sir? May I request Mr. Ojha and Ms. Samjana to kindly step forward. Amazing HR Meet 2026 and your constant support. Thank you. Now, may I request Mr. Mohan Raj Ojha, sir, the founder and managing director of Growth Sellers, to kindly be on stage for the welcome remark.
Respected Chief Guest, Mr. Kush Kumar Joshi, President, Nepal Business Initiative, NBI, distinguished national and international speakers, valued participants, esteemed guests. Namaskar and very warm welcome to HR Meet 2026. It is an honor to stand before you as we embark on yet another remarkable edition of HR Meet, now its 18th year. This platform has grown to become Nepal's most influential HR gathering, bringing together HR professionals, business leaders, and industry experts to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and collectively shape the future of the people management. Since its inception in 2008, Growth Sellers has been decided to empowering and strengthening the HR fraternity by facilitating discussion that go to behind conventional HR practices. Over the years, HR has evolved from the purely administration role key strategic partner in driving business transformation. This year's theme, Tech-Enabled, People-Driven, perfectly captured this shift and its growing significance. In today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, HR leaders face the dual challenge integrating technology while nurturing the human capital that drives organization success. This theme, Tech-Enabled, People-Driven, reflect the balance HR must stick between leveraging digital tools and collectiving workforce that is engaged, skilled. We are grateful for the overwhelming participant and enthusiasm of HR professionals, line managers, entrepreneurs, and industry experts. This year, we have renowned national and international speakers who will provide insights into the changing HR dynamics and growing influential on business success. A special note of gratitude to our chief guest for gracing this occasion. Your presence today reinforces its significance of HR in both of the corporate and public sector. I'd also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our sponsor, wellness partner, Tranquility Spa, Platinum, Unilever, Gold, Raito, insurance partner, MetLife, internet partner, WorldLink, education partner, Texpire College, SMS partner, Sparrow SMS for their support. Over the next 2 days, we look forward to thought-provoking keynote sessions, engaging panel discussions, and valuable networking opportunity that will empower HR leaders and decision makers to navigating the future with confidence. Last but not least, यसमा सानो एक दुईवटा कुराहरू यहाँहरुलाई खाली मैले मेरो इमोसनली जोड्न चाहे. अलमोस्ट यो एडमिन जबबाट पछिल्लो मेरो आफ्नो एडभोकेसी टोटल 38 इयर्स फ्रम स्क्रैच टु टिल डेट, फ्रम एडमिनिस्ट्रेसन रोल टु पिपल म्यानेजमेन्ट रोल, पर्सनल डिपार्टमेन्ट, एन्ड देन तपाईको आजको मितिमा स्ट्र्याटेजिक एचआर रोलमा आइपुग्दाखेरि हामीले जुन यो 20 वर्षमा हामीले जुन प्र्याक्टिस गर्यौं इन्डस्ट्रीमा, अब एचआर चाहिँ एउटा स्ट्र्याटेजिक रोलमा आइपुग्यो. एचआर को भ्यालु त्यो ठाउँमा हामीले ल्याइपुर्याउँ हामी मिलाएर. अबको रोल भनेको हामीले फेस गरिरहेको, मैले यहाँ पर्सनल लेभलमा पनि धेरै लाइन म्यानेजरहरू पनि देखिरहेको छु, एचआर प्रोफेसनलहरु जो यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ र नभएकोहरु पनि मैले डे टु डे मा भेटिरहेको हुन्छु. अबको हाम्रो च्यालेन्जिङ पार्ट चाहिँ के छ भन्नुहुन्छ भने हामीले हाम्रो लाइन म्यानेजरहरुलाई पिपल म्यानेजर बनाउन सकेनौं भने हामीले डे टु डे मा जुन एचआर मा हामीले जुन रोलमा फेस गरिरहेछौं त्यो रोलबाट बाहिर निक्लिनका लागि इच लाइन म्यानेजरहरुलाई चाहिँ हामीले पिपल म्यानेजर बनाउन जरुरी छ. किनभने हामी फ्यासिलिटेटर हो, उले आफ्नो डिपार्टमेन्टको रोल चाहिँ उले प्ले गर्नुपर्ने भाव भएर उनीहरुले जबसम्म एचआर को फन्डामेन्टल नर्म्स बुझ्दैन तबसम्म चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ स्ट्रगल र च्यालेन्ज फेस गरिरहनु पर्यो. भएर यो पाला मैले धेरै एचआर प्रोफेसनलहरुलाई चाहिँ आफूसँग एक दुई जना लाइन म्यानेजर बोकेर आऊ भनेर भनेको रिजन त्यो हो. त्यसैले नेक्स्ट इयरबाट हामीले एचआर ले आफूसँगै दुई चार जना लाइन म्यानेजरलाई बोकेर ल्याउन सक्यो भने र उनीहरुले अब हामीले हाराहारी 40,000 एचआर प्रोफेसनलहरुसँग, यो मैले 40,000 इट मिन्स अहिले हामीसँग कोर एचआर फंक्सनमा 1500 एचआर प्रोफेसनल, त्यसपछि एडमिनिस्ट्रेसन सबै गरेर 12-15 हजार को जुन हाम्रो रोल छ एचआर भित्र भएको प्रोफेसनलहरुको, त्यो रोल भित्र बसेका मान्छेहरुले एभ्री इयर हामीले यो टाइपको कन्फरेन्सेसहरुमा 250-300 चाहिँ लाइन म्यानेजरलाई जोड्न सक्यौं भने कमिङ 5 इयर्समा चाहिँ हामीले एचआर को फन्डामेन्टल नर्म्स र पिलर कम्प्लिट गर्छौं. त्यसै बल्ल नेपालको एचआर ले एउटा स्टेप, एउटा वे फरवर्ड लिन सक्छ भन्ने मेरो विश्वास भएर आगामी दिनमा नेक्स्ट इयरबाट यहाँहरु आउँदा आफूसँग लाइन म्यानेजरलाई बोक्नुस् र आफ्नो डे टु डे रोलमा लाइन म्यानेजरलाई आफूसँग चाहिँ इन्टिग्रेट गरेर इन्टरलाइज गराउनुस् एचआर को इस्युहरुलाई. तपाईले जे सिक्नुहुन्छ, जे गर्नुहुन्छ, जे प्र्याक्टिस गर्नुहुन्छ त्यसलाई अलिअलि लाइन म्यानेजरलाई प्र्याक्टिस गराउन सुरु गर्नुस्. त्यसमा हामी पनि भूमिका निर्वाह गर्न सक्छौं भन्दै once again thank you all of being here. Let us make HR Meet 2026 a platform for meaningful discussion, collaboration and a step forward in shaping a more dynamic and people centric future. Wishing you all the fruitful conference. Dhanyavad, happy learning and Jai HR. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohan Raj Ojha sir, for those wonderful words. उहाँले भन्नुभए जस्तै HR प्रोफेसनल्सहरू हुनुहुन्छ यहाँहरू सबैजना, but at the same time you also play a very important role as architects of the workplace, right? तपाईहरुले कसरी शेप गर्ने कल्चर्सहरू जुन पहिल्यैदेखि आइरहेको कल्चरहरूलाई कसरी त्यसलाई छोडेर नयाँ विधिहरू अपनाएर वर्कप्लेसलाई सहज बनाउँदै लैजाने र ह्युमन पोटेन्शियललाई अनलक गर्दै अगाडि कसरी बढ्न सकिन्छ भनेर नै हामीले HR Meet यहाँ आयोजना गरेका छौं. Now, as we kickstart the HR Meet 2026, we have the very first keynote session for all of you, HR role in promoting business ethics, which is by our chief guest here today, Mr. Kush Kumar Joshi, President of National Business Initiative. A big round of applause and let's have him on stage, please.
Thank you, and very warm good morning to all of you. Today's session, the patron of the growth seller, Mr. Monoza, SR Meet Steering Committee Chairperson, and from all the HR community participants, and also our keynotes, our resource person from the international community also. I would like to have my keynote speech in my mother language, Nepali, so that it will be heart-to-heart touch, so that I can share my experience. धन्यवाद सबैजनालाई र सर्वप्रथम म मोहन ओझाजीलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु कि उहाँले आजको यो सेसनमा यो कार्यक्रममा मलाई एज अ किनोट स्पिकरको रूपमा बोलाउनु भयो. म अलिकति अचम्म किन मलाई किनोट स्पिकरमा बोलाउनु भयो भनेर. मोहन ओझाजी चाहिँ हाम्रो संस्था राष्ट्रिय व्यवसाय पहलको एउटा एक्टिभ मेम्बर हुनुहुन्छ र उहाँले यो संस्थाको बारेमा संस्थाले अभियान गरिरहेको यो व्यावसायिक आचार संहितादेखि लिएर र व्यावसायिक जिम्मेवारीदेखि लिएर एथिकल बिजनेस प्र्याक्टिसदेखि लिएर हरेक कुराहरूलाई उहाँले प्रत्यक्ष रूपमा जोडिनु भएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि पनि सायद आजको सेसनमा तपाईँ नै उपयुक्त हुनसक्छ भन्ने बारेमा उहाँले सोच्नुभयो. त्यसको लागि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद. पक्कै पनि आजको सेसनको थिम एकदमै इम्पोर्टेन्ट छ. HR मिटमा जुन आजको सेसन राख्नु भएको छ यो HR को बिजनेस इथिक्सको बारेमा, त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो राष्ट्रिय व्यवसाय पहलको थिमसँग एकदमै मिल्छ. हामीले सुरुदेखि नै नेपालमा व्यावसायिक आचार संहिताको बारेमा, व्यावसायिक जिम्मेवारीको बारेमा र एथिकल बिजनेस प्र्याक्टिस गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने बारेमा हाम्रो अभियान चलाइरहेको हो. त्यो चलाइरहेको अभियानमा यो आजको मिटमा HR कम्युनिटीका हाम्रा सदस्यहरूले कस्तो किसिमको नैतिकताको बारेमा कुरा गर्नुहुन्छ, कस्तो किसिमको क्यारी फरवर्ड गर्नुहुन्छ आफ्नो कम्पनीको बारेमा भन्ने कुरा जरुरी छ. किनभने हामीलाई हेर्ने नजर भनेको नेपालमा व्यवसाय कम्युनिटी भनेको चाहिँ नाफा मात्र खाने संस्था हो भनेर भनिन्छ भने अब एकदमै चेन्ज भइसकेको छ. अहिलेको जुन इलेक्सन पछिको आएको जुन बन्ने सरकार राष्ट्रिय स्वतन्त्र पार्टी ले जुन ओभरवेलमिङ रेस्पोन्स पाउनुभयो, उहाँले वास्तवमा भ्रष्टाचारको विरुद्धमा सुशासनको लागि र जनताको अपेक्षा काम गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने मूल्य र मान्यताको आधारमा जुन किसिमको एउटा ठुलो बहुमत ल्याउनु भयो, त्यसको पछाडि उहाँले वाचा गरेको वाचा पत्रको 21 नम्बरको बुँदामा सामाजिक न्याय सहितको अर्थतन्त्र, उदार अर्थतन्त्रमा विश्वास गर्छौ भनेको छ. सामाजिक न्याय भनेको के हो? सोशल जस्टिस भन्नाले हामीले गर्ने व्यवहार, व्यवसायले गर्ने व्यवहारले समाजमा कस्तो असर पर्छ भन्ने कुराको त्यसले महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाउँछ. जुन व्यवहार हामीले समाजमा गर्छौं, सामाजिक न्याय दिन्छौं कि दिँदैन भन्ने कुराहरू हामी खाली मुनाफाको लागि मात्रै व्यवसाय गर्ने हो या मुनाफा भित्र एउटा स्वच्छ व्यवसायको छवि बनाएर व्यवसाय गर्ने हो भन्ने बारेमा त्यसले उदाहरण दिन्छ. त्यसैले अहिलेको परिप्रेक्ष्यमा जुन यङ जेनेरेसन आउनु भएको छ र यहाँ देखिरहेको छु म सबै पार्टिसिपेन्टहरु सबै प्राय यङै हुनुहुन्छ. HR भनेको चाहिँ एउटा गेटकिपर जस्तै हो आफ्नो कम्पनीको. उहाँले कस्तो किसिमको ह्युमन रिसोर्सलाई डेभलप गर्ने, कस्तो किसिमको ह्युमन रिसोर्स ल्याउने र उहाँहरूको आचार संहिता कसरी बनाउने भन्ने कुराहरूको ट्रेनिङ र लेसन्स लर्न नै त्यो HR को हेडले गर्छ. सो कम्पनीको आस्थाको प्रति सबैले एउटा कुरा विचार गर्नु, कुनै पनि कम्पनीको ट्यागलाइन हुन्छ. त्यो ट्यागलाइनलाई कम्पनीको काम गर्ने कर्मचारीहरूले कतिको आत्मसात गर्छ. हरेक कम्पनीले आफ्नो ट्यागलाइन दिन्छ. भन्छ हैन भनौँ मेरो प्रोडक्टले चाहिँ यो सपोर्ट गर्छ भन्ने खालको ट्यागलाइन दिन्छ त्यो ट्यागलाइनमा तपाईँ कतिको सहमत हुनुहुन्छ त्यो ट्यागलाइन अनुसार तपाईँ काम गर्नुहुन्छ मेरो वस्तुको तौल सही छ म सही मूल्यमा सामान दिन्छु भन्छ कसैले म जिम्मेवार नेपाली समाजको एउटा चाहिँ अङ्ग हुँ भन्छ कसैले मेरो सेवा निरन्तर रहन्छ भन्छ हरेक कुराको ट्यागलाइनहरू छन् सबै कम्पनीको होला सायद त्यो ट्यागलाइन भित्र तपाईँको आफूले गर्ने काममा कतिको आत्मसात गर्नुहुन्छ ट्यागलाइनलाई मिट गर्नुको लागि तपाईँले के काम गर्नुहुन्छ भन्ने कुराको जिम्मेवारी पनि एचआरसँगै रहन्छ र अर्को कुरा तपाईँ जुन कम्पनीमा काम गर्नुहुन्छ त्यो कम्पनी प्रतिको आस्थालाई बजारमा समाजमा तपाईँले कसरी स्थापित गर्नुहुन्छ म ए भन्ने कम्पनीको काम गर्ने कर्मचारी हुँदाखेरि बजारमा जाँदाखेरि म ए भन्ने कम्पनी काम गर्ने कर्मचारी भन्दाखेरि तपाईँको आदर सम्मान हुन्छ कि हुँदैन त्यसको मतलब तपाईँले गरेको डेलिभरी तपाईँले गरेको सेवा तपाईँले गरेको सर्भिस तपाईँले गरेको प्रडक्टको आत्मसात हाम्रो उपभोक्ताले कसरी गरिरहेछ राम्रो गरिरहेछ भने तपाईँलाई ओ यो कम्पनीको मान्छे रहेछ राम्रो रहेछ भन्छ राम्रो गरिरहेको छैन भने यो कम्पनी त खतम रहेछ तपाईँको सामाजिक आस्था पनि त्यो तपाईँले गरेको डेलिभरीबाट मात्र रहन्छ कि त्यसले गर्दाखेरि सबैभन्दा इम्पोर्टेन्ट भूमिका भनेको चाहिँ एचआरको रहन्छ भन्ने कुरा लाग्छ र आजको यो थिम पनि एकदमै इम्पोर्टेन्ट छ त्यस्तै सबैभन्दा इम्पोर्टेन्ट कुरा यो अहिले उहाँले यो वर्षको थिम राख्नु भएको छ कि टेक इनेबल भनेर भन्नुभएको छ होइन अहिलेको सबभन्दा ठुलो समस्या भनेको पहिलाको समस्याहरू के थियो भने हाम्रो भौतिक समस्या हामीले बन्द हडताल चक्काजाम असुरक्षाहरूको धेरै ठुलो मारमा बसिरहेको थियो अहिलेको समस्या त्यो छैन अहिलेको समस्या पनि अदृश्य छ डिजिटल छ तपाईँले थाहै पाउनुहुन्न एआई छ आर्टिफिसियल इन्टेलिजेन्स छ अल्गोरिदम छ यो समस्याहरू बिचमा तपाईँ कसरी जुझ्नुहुन्छ भन्ने कुराहरू तपाईँमा निर्भर गर्छ यो हामीले भन्छौँ राइट म्यान एन्ड राइट प्लेस भन्छ नि राइट म्यान एन्ड राइट प्लेस मात्र राइट म्यान एन्ड राइट भ्याल्यु पनि हुनु पर्यो तपाईँले छान्दाखेरि मान्छेहरू राइट यो चाहिँ राइट म्यान राइट प्लेस रहेछ मात्रै भनेर होइन उसको एटिट्युड पनि कस्तो रहेछ राइट म्यान एन्ड राइट भ्याल्यु पनि हुनु जरुरी छ अनि मात्र तपाईँले सक्षम व्यक्ति छान्नुहुन्छ जो सक्षम व्यक्तिको अन्तर्गत तपाईँको कम्पनी चल्छ अब एचआरको कुराहरू गर्दाखेरि मैले दुईटा अलिकति मैले 1994मा जापानमा ट्रेनिङ लिनु गएको थिएँ एज अ इन्डस्ट्रियल ट्रेनिङ जस्तो त्यहाँ चाहिँ एउटा कम्पनीमा काम गर्ने मान्छेहरूलाई कम्पनीको ओनरले बाहिर ढोकामा बसेर सबैलाई नमस्कार गर्छ अनि उहाँले पठाउनुहुन्छ र 5 बजे फेरि त्यो कम्पनीको ओनर आउनुहुन्छ उहाँले फेरि त्यो काम गर्ने कामदार कर्मचारीहरूलाई फेरि नमस्कार गरेर जानुहुन्छ उहाँले के भन्नुहुन्छ तपाईँले काम गरेको आधारमा म बाँचिरहेको छु मेरो कम्पनीको इज्जत तपाईँसँग छ त्यसकारण तपाईँलाई मैले नमन गर्नु जसले गर्दा तपाईँले कम्पनीप्रति आस्था राख्नुहुन्छ भनेर भन्छ भने त्यो कतिको डेडिकेसन हामीले व्यवसायीहरूले अथवा चाहिँ ओनरहरूले गर्छन् भन्ने कुरा पनि त्यो ट्रान्सफर्मेसन जरुरी छ आजको बेलामा तपाईँ र हामी बेग्लै होइन तपाईँ तलमा माथि एउटा म्यानेजमेन्ट एउटा वर्कर्स भन्ने होइन सब हामीलाई सफ्टवेयरले डेटा त दिन्छ त्यो डेटामा खेलेर हामी काम पनि गर्न सक्छौँ हाम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स पनि राम्रो हुन सक्छ तर डेटा चलाउने व्यक्तिको मानसिकता र उसको नैतिकतामा भर पर्छ कसरी तपाईँ डेटा चलाउनुहुन्छ भन्ने कुराहरू त्यसैले डिजिटल सिस्टमले डिजिटल प्लेटफर्मले तपाईँलाई सपोर्ट सिस्टम दिन्छ छिटो काम हुन्छ पर्फर्मेन्स हुन सक्छ तर त्यो डेटालाई हाउ डु यु मोबिलाइज हाउ डु यु युज द डेटा इज एज पर योर मोरल तपाईँको मोरलसँग रेस्पोन्सिबल हुनसक्छ त्यसले गर्दाखेरि हामीले वास्तवमा अहिलेको एआई जेनेरेटेड जति पनि सिस्टमहरू छन् त्यो सिस्टमलाई हामीले इम्प्लिमेन्ट गर्दाखेरि तपाईँको मोरल चाहिँ त्यो इम्प्लिमेन्ट गर्ने त ह्युमन बिङ नै हो रोबोटले काम गर्छ त रोबोटलाई सफ्टवेयर राख्ने काम मान्छेले नै गर्ने हो त्यसै गरी त्यो सफ्टवेयर राख्ने काम तपाईँले गर्नुहुन्छ त्यो डेटालाई कसरी तपाईँले मोबिलाइज गर्ने हो त्यसलाई कसरी राइट ठाउँमा युज गर्ने भन्ने कुरा तपाईँले गर्नुहुन्छ त्यसले गर्दाखेरि जति पनि टेक इनेबल भएको छ त्यो टेक इनेबललाई एउटा मोरल रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटी साथमा काम गर्ने भनेको ह्युमन रिसोर्सेस नै हुन्छ हामी एनबिआई अघि पनि भने किनभने एनबिआईको माध्यमबाट म तपाईँलाई कुरा गरिरहेको छु कि हामीले एउटा प्लेटफर्म दिएका छौँ कि व्यावसायिक शुद्धता व्यवसाय आचार संहिता गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने बारेमा हामी लडिरहेका छौँ जिम्मेवार व्यवसाय गर्न लडिरहेका छौँ र हामीले सबै व्यवसायलाई एउटा त्यो प्लेटफर्म दिएका छौँ त्यो प्लेटफर्मभित्र हामीले अघि पनि भने कि राइट म्यान राइट प्लेस हुनुपर्छ भन्ने भन्दै पनि राइट पर्सन विथ राइट एटिट्युड राइट मोरल राइट भ्याल्युज पनि हुनुपर्छ भन्ने दृष्टिकोणले हामीले कुरा काम गर्न सक्यो भने मात्र तपाईँले त्यो पर्फर्मेन्स दिन सक्नुहुन्छ व्यावसायिक नैतिकताको मूल आधार भनेको विश्वास हो कर्मचारी र सङ्घ संस्था बीचको कर्मचारी नेतृत्व बीचको जब कर्मचारीहरूले आफूलाई सुरक्षित महसुस गर्छ तब मात्र उनीलाई थाहा हुन्छ कि गलत कुरा भनेर चुप लाएर बस्ने होइन गलत कुरा हो भनेर भन्न सक्नुपर्ने सामर्थ्य पनि उहाँले राख्नु किनभने त्यो उहाँको संस्थाप्रतिको उत्तरदायित्व पनि हो किनभने हामीले गलत छ भनेर भन्दाखेरि मलाई के अप्ठ्यारो पर्छ कि भने असुरक्षित महसुस गऱ्यो भने तपाईँले गलत कुरालाई गलतै भनेर गलत कुरालाई त्यतिकै नजर गर्नुहुन्छ तर त्यो गर्न मिल्दैन भन्ने आधारमा तपाईँले बस्नुभयो भने त्यो तपाईँको नैतिकता हो अहिले राष्ट्रिय व्यवसाय पहलले युएनले इनिसिएट गरेको ESG को मुभमेन्टलाई हामीले पनि त्यो प्रणालीलाई लागू गरिरहेछौँ आजको जमानामा ग्राहकले तपाईँले वस्तुको पहिचान वस्तुको मूल्य र वस्तुको प्रतिस्पर्धी क्षमता मात्रै हेरेर तपाईँ वस्तु किन्दैन त्यो वस्तु निर्माण गर्ने क्रममा तपाईँ इन्भाइरोमेन्टल इम्प्याक्ट कस्तो परेको छ तपाईँको भित्रको एचआर को फेसिलिटी कस्तो छ र तपाईँ ह्युमन राइट्स एचआर भन्नाले ह्युमन रिसोर्स मात्र होइन ह्युमन राइट्स कतिको छ र तपाईँको आफ्नो कर्मचारीहरूको सन्तुष्ट छ कि छैन भन्ने खालको पर्यवेक्षण पनि गर्छ त्यसले ESG को नर्म्स अनुसार काम गर्नको लागि पनि हाम्रो NBI ले काम गरिरहेको छ र यो सायद तपाईलाई सबैलाई थाहा पनि छ किनभने UN ले इनिसिएट गरेको यो प्रोग्राममा पहिला चाहिँ ग्लोबल कम्प्याक्टको 10 कमान्ड्समेन्ट भन्ने थियो भने अहिले ESG को 18 वटा बुँदाहरू छन् जुन बुँदाहरू भित्र इन्भाइरोन्मेन्ट सोसाइटी र गभर्नेन्स पर्छ सोसाइटी भनेको इन्टरनलाइज पनि हो र एक्सटर्नल पनि हो त्यसले गर्दा तपाईको आफ्नो कम्पनीको मूल्याङ्कन गर्ने क्रममा तपाईको वस्तुलाई उत्पादन गर्दाखेरि सस्तो मात्र बनाउने भन्ने पनि प्रतिस्पर्धी मात्र बनाउने नि तपाईको कम्पनी भित्रको जो सोशल जस्टिस पनि हेर्छ उहाँले त्यसले गर्दा त्यसमा खरो उतर्नु पर्ने पनि आजको टड्का र हाम्रो आवश्यकता छ र चुनौती पनि हो प्रविधि मैले अघि पनि भने प्रविधिले विकास गर्यो टेक इनेबल आजको तपाईको यो नारा पनि एकदम राम्रो छ टेक इनेबल पिपल ड्रिभन भन्ने कुरा यसमा डेटा प्राइभेसीको कुराहरू आउँछ अल्गोरिदम कुराहरू आउँछ एआई बेस्ड डिजिटल हायरिङको कुराहरू आउँछ डिजिटल सर्भिलेन्सको कुराहरू आउँछ त यस्ता कुराहरूमा तपाईको नैतिकता चाहिँ मुख्य नै हो किनभने थीम नै त्यसैमा छ अहिले हैन यो थीममा तपाई खरो उत्रिन सक्नुभयो भने तपाई जिम्मेवारी तपाई निभाउनु भयो भने मात्र तपाईले आफ्नो पहिचान आफ्नो कम्पनीको पहिचान र त्यसले राज्यलाई दिने समाजलाई दिने योगदानको कदर हुन सक्छ हैन भने हामीहरु मुनाफा मात्र खाने भन्ने कुराहरू गर्दैन मुनाफा खानुपर्छ मुनाफा हुनुपर्छ मुनाफा भनेको हाम्रो व्यवसाय धर्म हो तर मुनाफा कमाउने तरिका कस्तो हो भन्नेले त्यो कम्पनीलाई दिगो राख्छ मुनाफा कसरी कमाएको छ भन्ने कुरा मूल्याङ्कन गर्ने क्रममा मात्र कम्पनीको स्टेटस रहन्छ कम्पनी दिगो पनि जान्छ सस्टेनेबल हुन्छ हैन भने मुनाफा मात्र खाने भने कम्पनीको दिगो पनि रहँदैन त्यसले गर्दाखेरि पनि मुनाफाको परिभाषा हामीले भन्यौं कि मुनाफा भएर नै देश के रे तपाईको कम्पनी चल्यो तर मुनाफा कसरी कमाउनु भएको छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ जनताले उपभोक्ताले राज्यले अथवा समाजले अथवा विश्वले नै हेर्ने हो यो कुरामा त्यसको रेखदेख गर्ने त्यसको जिम्मेवारी भनेको एचआर नै छ त्यसले गर्दा एचआर को बहुत एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट रहन्छ एउटा मैले यो जापानको चाहिँ एचआर को पोलिसीमा चाहिँ लङ टर्म रिलेसनशिप भनेर भन्छ हैन सुसिन कोयो भन्छ त्यो सुसिन कोयोको परिभाषा भनेको चाहिँ तपाईले एकचोटी तपाईको कम्पनीमा काम गर्दै लङ टर्म प्लानिङ लङ टर्म लाइफ टाइम उसको चाहिँ इन्गेजमेन्ट हुन्छ भन्छ तर त्यो परिभाषालाई अहिले स्क्यान्डिनेभियन कन्ट्रीहरुले अलिकति चेन्ज गरेका छन् उसको चाहिँ लाइफ टाइम अचिभमेन्ट लाइफ टाइम इन्गेजमेन्ट तर लाइफ उसको कतिको राम्रो छ त उसको लाइफ तपाईले कसरी बनाउनु भएको छ बर्डन बनाउनु भएको छ कि पर्दा इन्गेज गरेर रहनु भएको छ कि उसको आफ्नो लाइफको सेटिस्फ्याक्सन छ कि छैन भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ स्क्यान्डिनेभियन कन्ट्रीहरुको हायरिङ प्रोसेसमा जान्छ यो दुईटाको बीचमा द्वन्द अलिकति अझ पनि छ जापानीहरुलाई देख्छु म देशमा देख्दै मैले भनिहाले एउटा मान्छेले काम गरेको छोरा नाति पनाति त्यो कम्पनीमा काम गरोस् भन्ने खालको मेन्टालिटी छैन तर त्यसलाई यति धेरै बोझ लादिएको हुन्छ त्यो बोझबाट जहिले पनि निराश सबभन्दा बढ्ता सुसाइड केस जापानमा हुन्छ कारण बोझले लादिएको हुन्छ तर त्यसलाई चाहिँ स्क्यान्डिनेभियन कन्ट्रीहरुले हैन लाइफस्टाइलसँग इन्जोयमेन्टसँग र तपाईको आफ्नो सेल्फ एनर्जीसँग तपाई काम गर्नुभयो भने तपाईले राम्रो प्रोडक्टिभिटी दिनुहुन्छ र तपाईको लाइफस्टाइल राम्रो हुन्छ अनि बल्ल तपाई चाहिँ त्यो कम्पनीसँग आबद्ध हुनुहुन्छ भनेर भनिन्छ त्यसले गर्दा यो दुईटाको बीचमा एउटा हाइब्रिड मेकानिजम ल्याउनु जरुरी हुन्छ अहिलेको हाम्रो नेपालको समाजमा अहिले हामी सानो देश छ सानो इकोनोमी छ तर हामी संसारमा हाम्रो आफ्नो प्रोडक्टलाई जिनाउन सक्छौं यदि हामीले इनोभेसनमा ध्यान दियौं भने अहिलेको जमाना भनेको मास प्रोडक्सन मात्र गरेर होइन इनोभेसन हो अहिले हाम्रो देशको सबैभन्दा ठुलो खाँचो नै हामी जति ठुलो ट्रेड डेफिसिटलाई घटाउनलाई यदि हाम्रो प्रोडक्टमा इनोभेसन गर्यौं भने त्यो इनोभेसन गर्ने जिम्मेवारी पनि एचआरकै हुन्छ त्यसले गर्दा एचआर भनेको एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट रोल रहन्छ त्यसले गर्दा आज यो 2 दिनको सेसनमा तपाईं जति पनि रिसर्च पर्सनले यहाँ सुनाउनुहुन्छ कुरा सुन्नुहुन्छ सुन्ने मात्र होइन सुन्ने कारणबाट राख्ने यहाँबाट बाहिर गएपछि बिर्सिनु भयो भने यो 2 दिनको सेसनले केही मतलब राख्दैन मैले जापानमा 1994 मा 5 इयर्सको ट्रेनिङ लिएको थिएँ 1.5 मन्थ जतिको थियो त्यो ट्रेनिङले मेरो आफ्नो कम्पनीको कायापलट गरेको छ चेन्ज ल्याएको छु मैले किनभने त्यो आत्मसात गरेको हुनाले यो त जरुरी रहेछ मलाई 5 इयर्स भनेको एउटा सिम्पल हाउसकिपिङ हो त हाउसकिपिङले धेरै प्रोडक्टिभिटी एनहान्समेन्ट गर्छ र तपाईको आफ्नो कम्पनीको डिसिप्लिन मेन्टेन गर्छ सिम्पल टुल्स हो तर त्यस टुल्स तपाईले आत्मसात गरेर चलाउनु भयो भने त्यसलाई सञ्चालन गर्नु भयो भने अनि बल्ल त्यसको रिजल्ट आउन सक्छ त्यसैले 2 दिनको सेसनमा जति तपाईले सिक्नुहुन्छ त्यसलाई आत्मसात गरेर राम्रो कुरालाई तपाईले इम्प्लिमेन्ट गर्नुभयो भने तपाईको कम्पनीको ग्रोथ यसपछिको धेरै ठुलो हुन सक्छ भन्ने मलाई विश्वास लाग्दै फेरि पनि म कम्पनीका ग्रोथ सेलरका अध्यक्षज्यू लगायत सबै टिमलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिन्छु र मलाई आजको यो सेसनमा एज अ किनोट स्पिकर रूपमा बोलाउनु मैले कति मैले तपाईलाई भन्न सकिन आफ्नो ठाउँमा छ तर चाहिँ उदाहरण भनेको आफूले देखाउने हो अरूको उदाहरण सिक्ने हो तर आफूले व्यवहारमा उतार्ने हो धन्यवाद थ्यांक यू
Thank you so much, our respected chief guest, Mr. Kushkumar Joshi, for that insightful presentation. While he's on stage, we would like to take this opportunity to also thank our sponsors, and we would like to do the honors from our respected chief guest himself. To join him along, I would like to call upon Ms. Samjana Sharma, ma'am, on stage, please. To thank our sponsor, let me begin with our wellness partner of HR Meet 2026, Tranquility Spa. Can we have the representative on stage to please take the token of appreciation on behalf of Growth Sellers and HR Meet 2026 team? Thank you so much, Tranquility Spa. A big round of applause, please. If you've not taken their service, you can definitely do it. It's summertime now. We all need a photo opportunity. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to call upon the platinum sponsor, Unilever Nepal Limited, to kindly be on stage to receive the token of appreciation. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. जोरदार ताली बजाइदिनु होला. अलि धेरै बिहान भएर हो, अलि एनर्जी कम भएको महसुस गरिरहेको छु मेरो अडियन्सबाट. Next, I would like to call upon our gold sponsor, Roto Mentholatum Nepal Private Limited. Representative, I request you to please be on stage. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Rotho team, for your constant support. Now, we are also very delighted to acknowledge our advisory committee with all of you. We would like to take this opportunity to thank them for their tremendous contribution with a token of appreciation. To begin with, we have Head HR IR Asian Paints Nepal Private Limited, Mr. Sudeep Patro here with us. A big round of applause. Let's have him on stage. Next, let me invite Ms. Ramila Shrestha, Head HR, Sanima Bank Limited. Ms. Upashana Rai, Specialist International HR Management, GIZ. Mr. Sudhir Dungel, Head Corporate HR. Mr. Piyush Paudel, Group Head, People and Culture, F1 Soft International Private Limited. Mr. Rajendra Ghishing, Executive Director, NIST Foundation. A big round of applause for him, please. Likewise, may I invite HR professional, Ms. Noyo Singh on stage, please. And being a part of the advisory committee. Next, may I invite Ms. Abita Karki, Head HR and Operation, Jagadamba Motors Private Limited. A big round of applause. I would like to request our advisory committee members, as you step on stage, please stay on stage for a photo opportunity, group photo opportunity at the end. Thank you, Ms. Abita. Next, may I invite Mr. Hem Hari Shrestha, HR Manager, Sun Nepal Life Insurance. A big round of applause. Now, may I request for a group photo opportunity? Two of the members, I request you to go towards Samjana ma'am so that we balance out for a good photo. Thank you. Mohan sir, would you like to join for the photo, please? Thank you to our advisory committee members. A big round of applause. And now for our respected chief guest, we have a token of appreciation for you on behalf of HR Meet and Growth Seller. Mohan sir, we would want to have you on stage one more time. Mohan sir, can we have you on stage one more time as we honor our respected chief guest here on stage? It's amazing to see Mr. Kush Kumar Joshi wearing several hats and being here today at HR Meet 2026 to inspire and educate all of us with his expertise. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for session 2 of the day. For the same, may I invite the keynote speaker, HR consultant, a professor of practice, SJIM Bangalore, Dr. Sridhar R. A big round of applause as he is stepping on stage. He has over 37 years of experience, including a distinguished career at ITC. Dr. Sridhar specializes in HR strategy, employee relations, and organization Computational Development, an FPP graduate from XLRI. He bridges industry and academia. His session topic here today is Tech-Enabled, People-Driven. I hope you'll enjoy this. Over to you, sir. While Mr. Sridhar, our next speaker, is prepping for his presentation, we have a quiz session, a surprise quiz session, which we will be conducting throughout the day. So, यहाँलाई हामी केही प्रश्नहरू गर्नेछौँ, त्यो प्रश्नको सही उत्तर दिनुभयो भने, as you know, we have so many of our supportive sponsors and supporters. We will be giving away some gift hampers as well. So, are you all ready? All right, a little icebreaker for all of you, and then Damdar presentation will be followed by. Everybody's eyes on the screen. The very first question, what is the name and full form of the AI model behind ChatGPT? Please raise your hands if you know the answer. All right. OpenAI. Is that the correct answer? Anybody else? Anyone who knows the correct answer for this one? All right, so right there. Can you be a little louder, please? Artificial intelligence. Is that the correct answer? It's not. All right, over to you. It's not. Is that the correct answer?
Hello? Generative Pre-trained Transformer, GPT.
All right, can we have you on stage, please? We have a special hamper for you from Tranquility Spa. A big round of applause for him. Gentleman who just answered, can we have you on stage? Can you say that again in the mic? Actually, feri bhandinuhoस् na.
It's GPT, Generative Pre-trained Transformer.
Absolutely correct. Please, can we have you on stage? Samjana ma'am, please help us do the honors to give away the hamper to our winner here today. Tranquility Spa को तर्फबाट यहाँले जित्नु भएको छ एउटा hamper. Congratulations. Weekend आइसकेको छ. Enjoy your massage. I hope it's a good massage session for you. All right, with that said, over to you, Dr. Sridhar.
Thank you very much. They were tech enabling me so that I could share with you my thoughts on this topic. Thank you very much, Growth Sellers, Mr. Oja, Ms. Samjana Sharma, and I must also thank my good friend Dipesh Shrestha, who sort of linked me to Growth Sellers. Thank you, Mr. Joshi, for being here and setting the stage for the two-day conference. And thank you, Ms. Sagarika Ghoshal, for being here. She remembered that we met some 14, 15 years ago in Calcutta. So fantastic memory. And thank you all for being here this morning. And it's wonderful to see that such a large gathering is happening. And being the 18th edition, it speaks volumes of the kind of organizing and quality of the programs that Growth Sellers brings to you. Really a proud occasion for Nepal, for Growth Sellers, and for all of you. So congratulations and thank you very much. So let me begin my discussion by being positive. Though we are going through not so brilliant times, there are many things that are not happening as we would like them to. But In the past, we found that we can overcome any challenge provided we have clarity about what we are wanting to achieve. We have good leadership, responsible leadership, a game plan to go by, and democracy. So these elements have always come together to help us overcome any challenge. Today, if you see the latest conflict that is happening, which is causing misery to all of us all over the world, I would say all these four elements are missing. And therefore, we are all, without being in any way involved in the conflict, we are all being made to suffer enormously. So my own hope and optimism is that if we bring these four elements together, we will certainly overcome whatever challenge that the fourth industrial revolution is bringing across. And I am confident that the human ingenuity, determination, judgment, will, etc., will overcome this challenge too, and we will come out successfully. But if you look at the predictions, they are not so optimistic. When robotization happened in the beginning, there was talk that all factory work would disappear. There would be no one to work in the factory, only machines will be running. I would say that it has partially come true. Now the prediction is about AI wiping away all white-collar jobs, and consumption will collapse. So this is the kind of prediction that a research outfit is making, and this is evoking or invoking a lot of fear and apprehension in the minds of everyone around. Similarly, there is another research, a blog, which has had over 80 million hits, which is also predicting something ominous. But my own take on this is that we must keep this at the back of our mind. Probably they are going to one extreme to caution us, to alert us, but we should not be immobilized by these ominous predictions. I would rather go by what helped us overcome challenges in the past. Now, just like you have the World Economic Forum discussing business and economics, I happened to come across this report where governments come together and discuss what they should be doing. And the latest meet that happened, they discussed a survey that was done by Gallup for the meet. And the topmost problem that most of the nations are perceiving is the economy. People are saying, people are worried, people are complaining about the state of economy in their country, whether it is standard of living, whether it is high prices, low wages, etc. And now this, with the war, this is becoming even more serious, even more important. The second big concern is about work. Take any country, especially the countries that we are familiar with, like India, Nepal, or any other country in this part of the world. We are worried about employment, we are worried about working conditions and so on. The third big concern is, of course, politics and government, where there's overspending, corruption, and all the other things that we are familiar with. And fourth is safety and security, which talks about crime, violence, drugs, and so on. So why I put this slide up is because any country that you look at, the single biggest problem that they list as their concern is the economy. Standard of living, wages, etc., etc. And here, if you look at how the economists have been looking at countries' economic situation, initially they talked about in the 90s that human capital and physical capital formation at a national level did a lot or contributed significantly to a country's economic growth. So how good were the human skills and capabilities, and how good was the capital formation in terms of asset creation, etc., were considered to be the most important causal factors when it came to a country's economic growth. But that did not fully answer the question, why does a country grow economically? So then they started looking at villages and households. So they said that country which had prosperous villages, prosperous households, more of those things happening in a country, that country posted higher economic growth. So combined with human capital formation itself, and how prosperous villages are, how prosperous households are, they said we can determine how well the country's economy is growing. But that again has not, or they found, the economists found, is not fully answering the question of a country's growth. So recently, they have started looking at companies and firms. And most of us here belong to this category. We are working for this category. We are working for companies and so on and so forth. So companies play a very big, a major role in a country's economic growth. Therefore, it is very important that the companies in the country do very well. But if you look at why companies are not as productive and growing as much as those that you find in some other Western countries, is because we have several barriers. The barriers could come from the government in terms of the kind of regulations that you have, the kind of tax structure that you have, or it could come from the financial infrastructure that is present in the country. You may not have a sound financial infrastructure to lend money or to structure deals, etc. Or it could be because management skills are lacking. In fact, if you take a country like India, most of the companies in India are in the MSME sector, which is the medium, small, and micro enterprise sector. And most of them are very, very unproductive. And most of them are not growing at all. And when you look at why, of course, government regulation and financial infrastructure are reasons, but research shows that the most important reason why this MSME sector in India is not growing is because there is very poor management skills of those people who are managing the small companies. Now, it is very important, of course, government will have to play its policy, the finance industry will have to play its role, but companies also have a role to play. And the role is to up the management skills, whether it be goal setting, whether it be training, whether it be performance management or reward management, they need to step up. And 90% of, or 80% of the population in India who are working, other than agriculture and so on, are working in MSME sector. So you can imagine the number of people who are dependent on the MSME sector for their livelihoods. And if that sector is not doing well, their livelihoods are impacted. And that leads to enormous social upheaval and crime and violence and all kinds of things. In fact, if you look at any country where there is plenty of problems, it is, I would say, starts with economics, where people are not able to lead a decent life. They don't have employment opportunities, or they don't have means to earn a livelihood. That's where problem starts. Now, the latest example is, of course, Iran. But that said, you can trace back any country which has had problems. It is because people are not able to live a reasonable life. And I think there, companies can step forward and take on a bigger role, whichever country it be it India or Nepal, and play an important role in the country's economic growth, which will lead to other benefits for that country. So now, this was, sorry, how can I go back? Sorry? Please go back to that slide. I don't know how to go back. Go back. So this one is a report which came out in March of this year. But year before last year, there was an article as to why Nordic countries like Sweden, Denmark, Northern, why are they so successful? And if you look at why are they so successful, you will find several factors. One is the businessmen there they want to go out, they want to explore, they want to, go and do business in many parts of the world. So they are natural adventurers. The second point is very, very important. They are very enthusiastic adopters of technology. In fact, that has been identified as one of the most important drivers for those companies in those countries for being very successful. And economic freedom index. Now, this is an index that is compiled and published every year by this foundation called the Heritage Foundation. So they say ease of doing business, getting license, permissions, etc., the tax structure, etc., are so business friendly in these countries that you can thrive. Whereas if you take a country like India, one, of course, to get land, it's a huge issue. Second is to get finances. Third is to get permissions, licenses, permits, etc. So the whole thing is working against you, trying to set up a business and run the business. Whereas in these countries, that is, the ease of doing business is considered a priority objective of the government. And of course, shareholders are patient. They are willing to give companies time to grow and succeed. They spend more on R&D. But the most important thing that they talk about when you discuss why they are so successful, they say, it is not that we are very strong, but we are very flexible, we are very adaptable. And as we have known from Darwin's time, it is not the strongest who survive. It is the ones who are adaptable, who are flexible. They are the ones who survive. So therefore, we talk about dinosaurs going away, so-and-so going away, etc., not because they were not strong, but because they were not willing to be flexible, adaptable, they were not willing to learn. Now, why we are coming to all this is to take off from this second point here, that the question that we need to ask is our company, are we very enthusiastic about adopting technology, whatever it may be? Now, if we are not, then we have a problem. We will not be able to contribute to the company's growth, and the company will not be able to contribute to the country's economic well-being and growth, which will lead to all kinds of problems. Now, if you look at the revolutions that have gone by, we are all familiar with this. We had steam coming in, and that was called the first industrial revolution. Then came electricity. The third one was, of course, electronics, with computers and so on, digitization. In those days, companies, because it was a single issue that was affecting them, the question that they asked was, how will this new technology impact my business? And how do I change my business model and strategy to harness that technology? So these were the questions at the highest level that the company was asking. How should I make use of steam? How should I make use of electricity? Or how should I make use of electronics? So what should I change inside my company to bring this technology in and make that technology help us become more productive, more profitable, and so on and so forth. But the fourth industrial revolution is not so simple as the three that have gone by. Why? Because it is not a single element. It is actually three things. It is a fusion of biological, digital, and physical. So it doesn't have a name yet. We are giving it various names. The two terms that are being used quite often to describe this revolution is AI agent and robos. But it is probably, these are not very good descriptors, but those are the words that we are using, terms that we are using to describe the fourth industrial revolution. Because it's more complex, it is a fusion. And if you look at what this is doing, it is giving rise to 5 issues that we have to consider. One, of course, is technology. The second is how it is impacting work, people, etc. The connectivity that it is bringing forth. Networks and clouds are happening. And of course, the cross-cutting across these 4, there are some concerns that arise. We are not discussing that. And I'm also not going to spend time here. I'm just going to show you the slide. I'm sure growth sellers will make these slides available to you. All I want to impress on you with this slide is to show that this list is endless. So you're talking about nanotechnology, bioengineering, wearables, robotics, quantum computing, and there are several dots. Similarly, when you look at what is getting transformed, it starts with, earlier we saw Internet of People, driverless cars. Now we are seeing smart factories, smart home, etc. Everything is getting smarter. And of course, here you have got transportation getting integrated, telecom services, energy, and so on and so forth. And here many things are arising. And I think Mr. Joshi spoke about ethics and so on, but cybersecurity and ethics are also part of these concerns. So the purpose of these slides are not for you to get familiar now. You have to get familiar later, but for you to understand that it is an enormous change that it is happening. And it is not 1 or 2. It is going to impact everything that happens in our lives, whether it is at home, whether it is when we are moving around, when we are shopping, when we are working, when we are looking at, when we are wanting to get entertained, and so on and so forth. So it's going to impact every aspect of our life. And therefore, this is a huge revolution. And it is just sort of rolling out. So that is why all these doomsayers saying that it's going to wipe out jobs, it's going to wipe out this, it's going to wipe out that, and so on and so forth. But we need to be cautious, we need to be careful, but we also need to be optimistic, and we need to be hopeful that we will be able to master this age and come out successfully as we have done in the past. So now the question, there is one more question that we have to ask, because there is so much happening. Earlier, it was just one, steam, electricity, and so on. Now, with so much happening, you have to decide which technology you need to choose. So there is one more question that is coming right in the beginning, saying, which one do I choose? I can't choose everything, because so many things are happening. So I need to make a wise choice as to which technology would be most appropriate for my business at this point in time, and then go on to the earlier questions. You also need to ask a number of questions. And Are you reimagining your business? So people are saying, don't do tinkering, don't do marginal improvements with this technology, reimagine your business. So reimagine the way you're doing business and think of what the technology can do. So are you leading AI as a core business transformation, building a culture of experimentation and learning, and so on and so forth? And the other important question is, are you preparing your employees for new skills and roles? There are also questions for governments and educational institutions and institutions like growth sellers. Okay, how can education and training keep pace? What we find, of course, when you look at, since I do some work in management institutes, now the most popular courses in the management institutes is analytics, whether it is marketing analytics, finance analytics, or supply chain or HR. And people are learning all kinds of languages like R and Python and so on. And people are also learning AI. So, but is that enough? They do 30 hours of learning and in the classroom and probably 30, 40 hours outside the classroom, but is that enough? So do they have to do something more? And what are educational institutions doing? In fact, online programs, the most popular and most revenue-generating online programs today, at least in India, are analytics programs. Whether it is ISB or XLRI or IIMs, they all offer one-year certificate programs in machine learning, analytics, and AI, and so on and so forth. So those are the most popular programs. Now the question is that enough? Or the question that we need to ask is, do we need to start looking at this learning from school onwards? From, if not primary, at least from secondary school onwards. So what are governments doing? What are educational institutions? What are the infrastructure that is put in place to reskill people? For example, in Germany, if you look at why are they so successful, it's because of the apprenticeship program that they have. So if you're an engineer or a technical person, it's not enough just having the qualification. You have to work. And everybody starts off as an apprentice. So that is a very well-established system in Germany. So how can local economies and communities respond? So these are questions that are there for governments, for educational institutions, and other training institutes. The discussion that is going to follow, I have grouped them under three heads, basically. At a company level, what should we be doing? What are the implications for work activities and skills? And lastly, for people and culture. So let's look at a company level. What I want to leave you with is that we no longer should say that companies like Apple, Amazon, and Google and Meta, they are the tech companies, or NVIDIA. I would like to embrace the view or the goal that every company is a tech company. And one fine example is this company called Walmart, which you're all familiar with. It's a very big, everyday store, everyday everything store. And just like we saw the factors that contribute to companies in Denmark and so on succeeding, if you ask the question, how come Walmart is still standing? It is because they were early adopters of technology. Right in the early days when they opened, they brought in computers. They invested in private satellites in those days to ensure that communication proceeded unhampered and proprietary. So there are so many stores. There were so many stores in the US also, but all of them have gone by the wayside. Even the new ones are struggling, but Walmart is standing tall. And today, this is 2024, it's 680 billion in revenue. It is the largest private sector employer in the world is what they claim. They have 2.1 million employees worldwide. And they have a market cap. At that time, they had a market cap of 750 and a PE of 40, which is even higher than the tech companies at that point in time. And if you look at why is it a tech company? Because their warehouses are very, very futuristic looking. Very few people, mostly robots and technology. They ensure AI tools are used in various ways, whether it is to interact with customers or to their own merchandisers and so on. So when economists spoke about this company, they called it a tech giant, and they said how Walmart became a tech giant and took over the world. So today, the new businesses that have come in, for example, e-commerce, it's a 100 billion revenue company. So they're able to give Amazon a big run for their money. Walmart Plus is doing well. At that point in time, 3-point-something billion. Advertising, because they run an e-commerce company, they're able to generate revenue from advertising. So they were able to do everything that a tech company was doing, whether it is Google or Meta or Amazon. Better goods for premium groceries and so on and so forth. And the most important thing is, in the year 2024, they invested about 24 billion in technology, which is 2/3 of their operating profits. Now the question that you need to ask is, how much is your company investing in technology? Because in the earlier days, technology was one of several contextual factors. You had to look at political, economic, social, environmental, legal, and so on, and then came technology. Today, all of these and more cannot match the impact that technology is having on your business. Of course, there will be geopolitical issues, and what we are going through is something that is not technology related, strictly speaking. But, once things become a little normal, technology would surpass any other factor all combined. So you need to put technology right up front. And therefore the question is, it's not just by saying technology is important and so on and so forth, but how much are you backing that statement with investments in people and in capital? So that is going to be the mark. For example, the biggest question about NVIDIA today is, how much is it investing? They have got about 75 billion reserve. But how much are they investing in technology? The latest report says that they're not investing much because they are very happy with whatever their GPUs are doing. But that's a mistake, because somebody else will come in. Like Intel is now history. At one point in time, Intel was everything as far as chips is concerned. So technology is something that is going to be a major differentiator, and therefore investments in technology will determine how serious you are. Okay, so now let's move on to the slide. This is a big slide, but what I want to ask you to look at here is basically today, from the time when we had agricultural and artisan production, where we looked at local bread makers, tailored clothes, and so on. Today we have come to a situation where we were using the internet for all kinds of shopping and acquisition of goods and services. Today, AI, the view is that AI is going to become your personal concierge. So we were used to Siri and others helping us, but now it's going to be much, much more. Somebody says that there's going to be real-time personalization and innovation. Therefore, companies which are able to read your intent as a consumer, what your intents are, and interact accordingly with you, will create an identity in your mind. For example, an Apple phone user believes that having an Apple phone says something about him or her. So Apple phone as a product gives the person identity. Now, every company is not Apple. The futurists are predicting that those companies which will be able to read your mind, what you want, those companies which then will be able to interact with you in a meaningful way, will be able to create an inseparable identity. So you will identify more and more with that company. For example, today, if you ask which is the most popular, pop group in the world, which had the biggest or the largest number of hits, you will be surprised there's a group that we have never heard of before, Stray Kids from Korea. Because they were able to, they understood the intent of their consumers, their listeners. They were able to interact with them. So their music is very, very with the consumers. And people, the listeners identify more with Stray Kids than with Taylor Swift or Bad Bunny or whoever. So that's the way the world is going. So the most important thing that you need to remember in this mind is those companies, whether they are in banking or whether they are in beer or whether they are wherever, they need to get into real-time personalization and innovation. Now, when it comes to tasks, there were always superhuman tasks which human beings could not do. That is why we started admiring people like Wonder Woman and Superman and so on, because they seemed to do things which we ordinary mortals couldn't do. Then we started using technology to help us augment what we are doing. That's how various things came into being, whether it is aircraft or whether it is a motorboat or whatever. Then new jobs, every time when there was a revolution, a new technology coming in, you had more scientists, engineers, advisors, designers, and so on. And some jobs got eliminated. For example, today we no longer want somebody who is able to drive or help us move in a horse-drawn carriage. So it's more a tourist attraction than a everyday necessity. Now, this is US data. In the US, only 35% of the jobs that people do involve physical labor only. And 65% of the jobs don't require human physical labor. Now, out of these, 57% of the jobs, this is not going to happen today, but it is being predicted, 57% of the jobs, that is 13% in physical and 44% in non-physical, are going to be automated. That's what. So the combination of agents and robots are going to displace human effort in about 57% of the jobs. This is, of course, US. Countries like India and Nepal, etc., may not be there at that 65-35, but it's a direction that we have to look at, not so much the percentages. So more and more white-collar jobs, more and more physical jobs are going to get automated. So that's the direction that the world is going to move. So the question that we need to ask is, how are we preparing us? So this is we all get confused because there's so many definitions going on, so I'm not going to go through this. You can read this later. Yeah, the only thing about AI agent is earlier computers could not learn. They worked as you programmed them. Today, AI agents can learn. They can not only learn and therefore improve, just like human beings, they can also decide. Earlier, only human beings could do. So this learning and deciding, two human traits are now getting done by AI agent. And that is both exciting and frightening. Now, when you look at work activities, this is a graph that you may want to see. To look at, there are going to be different. Earlier we talked about, when we looked at employment, we were all told to look at employment as forms of employment. Permanent employment, contractual employment, casual employment, temporary employment, etc., etc. Today, there is another way of looking at employment or tasks, which are very people-centric. For example, a nursing task, even today, is very people-centric, or a psychologist. People and AI, a job, HR job, they are saying, you will have to, all HR people need to learn to work with AI agents. So it is going to be a combination of you and AI. Agent-centric, for example, they are saying jobs of clerks, accountants, lawyers, especially the junior lawyers, they are all going to be done by AI. So they are going to become agent-centric. Of course, people and robots work very small. Robo-centric, many jobs, including cooking, they are saying is going to be done by robots. And agents and robots, of course, that is AI agents and robots working together. That is already happening in some of the Western factories, and where all three come together. So if you look at this, the takeaway from this slide is that are you comfortable working with an AI agent? So have you trained yourself to work with an AI agent? So those are the questions that you need to, because that is the way the future is going to unfold. Okay, here the most important thing is that we are used to working in a functional hierarchy, vice president, senior vice president, down to management trainee. Now they are saying it's going to become flat. I'll come to this workforce, which is the T-shaped specialists and M-shaped generalists. I'll come to that. But this is the important thing. Why I put this in a crowded slide is because then you can trace the evolution from the machine era, from the agricultural era, industrial era, digital era, and so on. Now, in the earlier days, we held up companies like Ford, General Electric, GE, and Toyota as the examples that we had to emulate as companies. Then came companies like Google, Spotify, Facebook, and so on. We don't know. Some people are saying follow OpenAI. Some people are saying follow NVIDIA. People are saying follow Meta, and so on. Or Chinese companies, there are many, DeepSeek and Huawei and so on and so forth. So we don't know who's going to be the leader, till open. But the point is, we always looked at these companies as examples, role models to follow. I'll discuss this more between when I go forward. So this is just a summary slide. Now, what about skills? Most human skills will endure, which is a good news, but they will be applied. So that is where we need to get trained, retrained, and so on. Demand for AI fluency will increase. Like earlier, when computers or personal computers came into the offices, we were all told, can you do Word? Can you do PowerPoint? Can you do Excel, MS Excel? Then we had to undergo courses. We had to know how to do Excel, we had to know how to do Word, and so on and so forth. MS Office was the fluency. The more you knew how to do them, the bigger your reputation was, and probably even helped your career growth. Today, probably AI fluency will help your career growth. Now, this is just a quick thing. See, when spinning jenny came, factories came in, mass market exploded, because earlier individuals were spinning cloth. Then mechanized tools, assembly lines came in. So when Ford came with the assembly line, they said anybody and everybody could purchase a car. Then came digital databases. Paper moved out a bit, was being used for other things. When ATM came, people said banking will collapse. When e-banking came, banking will collapse. But what happened really was that more bank branches opened. Today, every street has a branch of a good bank. E-commerce came, people said stores will go away. They've reduced, or probably they've changed, and so on and so forth. So the point here is, when technology comes, in whatever form, it compresses routine work, which is a good thing. It lowers unit costs. Earlier, when craftsmen were making things, they were all costing very high. When machines started making the same things, the cost came down, so more people could buy. So total demand expands. And labor moves up. They start giving up menial jobs, boring jobs, etc., and move up the ladder, and creates new jobs. So you have new jobs now. So cheaper cloth means more clothing, faster accounting means more analysis, easier communication means more communication, which is also dangerous. For example, in the earlier days when we were only having landlines, life was much better for us. So when we went home, you can always say, I was not at home. There was no way the office could contact you. Today there is no such thing. You are linked to the office 24/7. So more communication is also not good. That is one of the evils of technology. Easier code, more software. Now here again, just spend a minute. It's a busy slide, but don't worry. The point that is being made is digital skills, information skills, these skills are going to be automated. Skills like assisting and caring will not be so much impacted by the fourth industrial. Management skills is going to get impacted. But what this says is skills which are used to doing routine jobs are going to go away. So we need to include a lot more non-routine elements into our jobs. And that is going to become the new routine. Now, if you look at, we do all these things in our jobs, whether it is communication or problem solving and so on. In terms of relevance, 99% of the jobs that we do, the jobs that are there in the world, involve communication. Now, agents and robots will do certain things. People, agents, and robots will do certain things. So people will do only things which are, not doable by agents and robots, or which they are not doing well. For example, if you take communication, storytelling is something that human beings can do better. So you need to cultivate your storytelling skill, storytelling ability. Or in problem solving, how do you interpret, how do you draw insights and make judgment? Or if it is writing, again storytelling. Because AI cannot write a story yet. And if you look at what the aspects of management are, if you look at decision making, many things will be done by robots and AI, but what will be left to us is applying judgment. So long back, there was a management writer, forget his name, he said there are 4 skills which human beings will have and no machine will take those skills away. One is imagination. The second is creativity. The third is judgment. Okay. And the fourth is relationship. Of course, people today are wanting AI and robots to be their companions. Like Japan, Mr. Joshi was talking about Japan. They had the robo dog Aibo long back because you don't have to take it out for a walk and so on and so forth. So people were very happy with Aibo. But Aibo is not the same as having a real dog. So therefore, relationships. And in fact, if you look at what makes people happy, and every year countries are rated, people are rated, time and again, irrespective of the age, and irrespective of the country they are in, it is one thing that they say, that is quality of relation. For example, you may have read Elon Musk, who is probably the world's richest person, saying that I am very unhappy. Why? Because I don't have good relationship. Now, HR, I'm not saying only HR, but HR certainly. Now, what are you doing at the workplace? Because relationship is not only family. It starts with the family, of course, your parents, siblings, extended family. Of course, when you get married, your immediate family, your spouse, your children. But work is also an important element of your life. So what is the quality of relationships at work? Because that is something AI or robo will not, it can worsen, but it will not better. And how good are your relationships with your friends? So if you want to make a resolution in this conference, of course, you will have resolutions like I will learn AI, this, that, and the other. Those are all very, I would say, normal and not so great resolutions. But please make this resolution that I will strive to cultivate good relationships at home, at work, with friends. So it's not the quantity, but it's the quality of relationships. And if you can claim that you have made some progress every day with relationships, that is the magic, that is the, the mantra that will help you lead a wonderful life. So imagination, creativity, judgment, and relationships are things which will remain with us. All of us may not be very imaginative people, all of us may not be creative people or good problem solvers, but we can be good people when it comes to relations. And that is going to make you very, very happy. So M-shaped general manager basically here is that have socio-emotional skills, but also be multi-skilled. So the M stands for multi-skill. And T stands for the technical depth that you have in one area. So you can choose between being a T person or an M person. You want to become a specialist? Go T way. You want to become a generalist? Go the M way. And that is what they are saying is going to happen when it comes to, not sure something has happened to the slides. Okay, so the most important point that you have to keep in mind is, apart from those 4 things that we spoke of, is in this context, digital dexterity, and therefore people are saying data, data, data. So how comfortable are you with data? My experience with students is, not in the IIMs, but certainly in second-tier institutes, is they are not comfortable with numbers. They are not comfortable with maths. They are not comfortable with statistics. Okay, but they are not interesting subjects. You can't get excited about learning central tendency and, regression and so on and so forth. It won't excite you that much. But we have to do it. It's more like having medicine, bitter medicine, You don't like bitter medicine, but you have to have. So it's something like that. Maths and statistics, many people don't like, but have it like bitter medicine, it'll do you good. So don't shun them, because that is the foundation for data, that is the foundation for analytics, and that is the foundation for many things that we will do from now onward. Learning, of course, earlier we used to say after I leave college and join work, I'll close all the books, I'll close all the learning material and go away. Now, not so. The more in touch, the more learning you do, the better it is for you, for your career and for your own well-being. And so we are all techies now. We started off by saying that, every company is a tech company. So we are not HR, we are tech HR. We are not marketing, we are tech marketing. So we are all techies now. And I want you to remember these 4-5 things in closing, that every company, irrespective of the business that you are in, is a tech company. So what kind of investments, what kind of choices you make when it comes to technology, especially important in the fourth industrial revolution era. Second is you have to learn to work with robots. You have to learn to work with certainly AI agents. So learning what is AI, what is an AI agent, how do they work, how can we work with them is an important thing. You have to have digital dexterity, be comfortable with statistics, maths, numbers. Learning is lifelong. Whether you are in a job or out of a job, you have to keep learning. Because, for example, today, I may not be working, but if I can't do e-banking, many things are happening on the internet. Even passport renewal is happening on the internet. If I have to board a flight, I have to do web check-in. Okay. So there is no way I can carry on with my life. If I have to make a doctor's appointment, I have to do it on the net. So I cannot operate without knowing technology, without knowing how to operate it. So we are all, in that sense, learning, and we are all techies, whether we are working in a formal job or whether we are not. So I want you to remember these 5 things as the important things to manage and come out successfully in this era which has biological, digital, and physical coming together, and the fourth industry. So thank you very much for listening to me patiently. I'm open for questions, anything that you have. Some of the slides were heavy, but I'm sure growth sellers, the organizers, will leave them with you. You can go through them, and they are not complicated slides. They look complicated because they trace the evolution. It's good to know how things have evolved. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for questions. If you have any queries, if you would want to discuss something with Dr. here himself, you can please put forward your questions.
Hi, this side. Thank you for the session. My name is Reshma, and I'm from Unilever. Since the topic was more on tech and AI, I just have one thing in my mind, that we have been listening about AI from quite a long time, and the buzz will increase more as we move forward. So there's a big noise that with AI, there will be a lot of job cuts. People will be losing jobs, not specific to a function, but then yes. But what me and the other part of the world, I also fall in that other part of the world, feel that AI is creating more of other opportunities. Maybe today, like in our organization, AI is one of our team members. So it performs like a team member. So what's your view on this? Like, more than as obstruction, what are the opportunities in terms of career it is creating for people around the field?
See, as I was mentioning, I'll just go back, and when computers came in India, certainly in the 70s and 80s, many people were opposing computerization, saying that computerization will take away jobs, which it did. But what it brought in was some different kinds of jobs, higher quality jobs and so on. And those people who did not get comfortable with computers lost out. In fact, even in the company where I worked, there were managers who would say, please print the emails for me, and I will dictate my answers, and you then key in. So it appeared as if you were using the computer, but actually you were using pen and paper or dictation. So I think we need to adapt ourselves, flexible, but what is not going to go away is you have to acquire newer skills, higher order skills, and you have to make learning lifelong. So there will be a job for those people who are willing to adapt, learn, acquire higher order skills. But if you are going to say no to these 3 things, then you will be out of a job. So AI, I'm looking at it more that way. So I'm equating, maybe it is more powerful than computers, but I'm equating it to the internet and computers. So it did a lot of changes to our lives. So AI is going to make even more bigger changes probably, certainly at the workplace, because there are 2 things that AI does which computers don't do, which is learning and deciding. So you have to learn more than AI, better than AI, and you have to decide better than AI. So you have to be one up on AI. If you're not, you're out. So why should I employ you? when I have AI to do whatever you are doing, and probably not as good. So you have to, that's how I would respond to it.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhar. Any more questions from the audience?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Sridhar, for sharing us your insight about the Industrial Revolution with a very well-explained presentation. I feel our entire audience enjoyed it. A big round of applause. Can we have Dr. Sridhar on stage again as we honor him with a token of appreciation on behalf of Growth Sellers and HR Meet 2026. Let's have Ms. Samjana Sharma ma'am on stage again. Thank you so much, Dr. Sridhar R, for taking out time from your busy schedule and coming all the way from Bangalore here in Nepal to be a part of this HR Meet 2026 and making it such a grand success with your presence, with your insights. We loved your company right here and we hope to see you in future as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for helping us do the honors. Like Dr. Sridhar R mentioned, we are definitely living in a time where technology has taken so many aspects of our work. AI has made our life easier. केही चाहिहाल्यो भने सट्ट गुगल गरिहाल्यो इन्फर्मेसन टक्क आउँछ हैन we talk about it's made our life so much easier, but having said that, no algorithm or no system will match the empathy we human have and the tendency of doing better and trying to be better every single time with that human touch. Nothing I feel inspire like human does. So at the end of the day, I feel we should take the advantage of AI rather than them taking advantage of us as humans, because we have so much potential and we're here to discuss more on that. Now it's time for the third session of the day. And for the same, may I invite the keynote speaker, Managing Director of Matchboard LLP, Dr. Sagarika Ghoshal. With over 28 years of experience, she is the leading voice in HR strategy, DEI, and organizational transformation. She also serves as a non-executive Director of Fusion CX and is the convener of the Global Inclusion Summit with the session topic, Humanity in a Digital Era, Centering Diversity, Equity and Inclusion in HR Transformation. A big round of applause. Let's welcome Dr. Sagarika Ghoshal on stage.
So we are just short of afternoon. And so why so much of silence? Tapai kasto huna hunsa. I want an answer. I really made an effort to say this. Tapai kasto huna hunsa. Thank you. And I think I'm also feeling great to be here with all of you. You know, it's a subject. I think like we have rewritten, we are going to rewrite. All of you here are going to rewrite the history after industrial relations going on. But the only problem is the author is now the algorithms. The author has changed. It's no more human beings. It's the algorithms, it's the HR analytics, or it's the tech platforms. So all of you here who are the HR professionals and the leaders and who are going to make decisions on the people matters are responsible, are going to be the architects of what Nepal is, how Nepal is going to become a modern Nepal, or we are going to carry on with the same prejudices, same kind of issues what we did. As I understand, so is it in India as well, that people are not finding really a place to grow in the same country. Why? Because while we are wanting to grow as individuals, but we are not looking at keeping everybody together. We have stopped being sensitive. You know, we have stopped looking at the human side of everything. We need AI, we need chat boxes, we need chat box recruiters, we need employee interactions to be done by some robo. So everything to be fast, quick. I see the new generation having a span of attention less than 3 seconds. So if the video is less than 3 seconds, then they have lost. And I don't know how are we going to manage the full 1 hour session with less of understanding and attention. But still, I'm going to try to make an effort. But I have, you know, I'm here, but I have a big, in Hindi we say shart. What do you say in Nepalese? Shart. Shart means I have a, no, condition is English. What do you say in Nepali? Shart? Shart. What do you say in condition? Okay. That if you like something, you all have to clap. You all can't be just sitting and browsing your phones. That's not acceptable for me. Is it okay? All right. So I like something, I do this. I don't like something, I do this. So if I don't like the claps, then I do this. Done? So my name is Sagarika and I am coming all the way from Bombay. I travel the world. I am on the boards of different companies, one in Amsterdam, one in Ohio. And what I see is many youths, not only from Nepal, India, Pakistan, Vietnam, not only part of Asia, but also see the international people whom we really, all of us, Nepalese, Indian, we kind of vie for being in US, being in Australia. So I have interacted with those youth as well. And see, the difference is, the basic problem is the same. Whether it is Nepal, whether it is Australia, whether it is US, everywhere it's the same. So we are not, it's not that this country is only having an issue or India is only having an issue. It's a universal issue. Like women, no matter what, are not heard anywhere. Women don't have a problem to speak, right? Women can speak. But women don't get heard universally. Now men will not agree. Clap. Women clap, yeah, not men. Yes. So, but leave aside, today we are moving to with DEI, being a DEI enthusiast, I don't only stand for gender. I don't only stand for the woman I am here on the stage, but I stand for equity and inclusion. And inclusion would mean that adding people who are not from the same background, not from the same color, not from the same ecosystem, not from the same kind of privileges we come from. So inclusion doesn't mean that you only hire this percentage of women or this percentage of men. I think the time is going to come when men are going to ask for quota. Because nowadays we talk of too much of superwoman, super... Yeah, louder. Men should support this, yeah. The women are supporting me. I'm talking for you men, gentlemen. Why are you guys sleeping? Men should ask for a quota now soon, because almost some of the jobs, I don't know about Nepal, but in India, HR jobs are all for women. Yes or no? Mostly, because I'm myself called diversity candidate. I hate that about myself, but when the recruiters call, they say, this company is looking for a diversity candidate. What does diversity candidate mean? Do I have some kind of a handicap? No, you are a lady. So most of the HR jobs are now for the women, because they think women are multitaskers, women are, they can do lots of things together. All that is bullshit. You know why they are looking for a woman? Because there's a mandate from the government that you should have one person on the board. And what is that non-strategic role? Is HR, marketing, PR, communication. That is where they all need women. But what happens is, men who are actually good in HR, men who are actually good in marketing and PR and communication are getting barred because of this diversity candidate issue. Yes or no? Yeah, I love this. Now men have woken up. So with that, now I can start my presentation. So why are we here in this room? 1 hour, you are going to see an elderly lady coming and talking to all of you. Why? Why would you spend that 60 minutes with me? Because I think that you are the architects of future of work in Nepal. And how, I will tell you. Your decisions will shape on who gets hired, who gets promoted, and who gets out of the workforce. And digital HR is accelerating that power. However, what's the next big job coming up? Anyone? Any guess? Wild guess. Guess to maro. Wild guess. What is the next big job? Google. Okay, what's the next big job? AI? We are talking about AI. Tech analyst. What else? Okay, you are right. Who's that? A big clap. The prompt managers are going to make it big. Why? Because prompt managers are the one who will expertise the language of talking with the computer. So the human intervention is going to be done by these prompt managers. So they will learn what's the best language to get the best out of that computer. So you tell the AI, any chat GPT or whoever you are dealing with, you are say, I want so and so for this person. It will give you a generic thing, but you actually specifically say, I want a black color woman, I want this color sari, I want this color bindi. It will give you exactly what they want. So prompting is going to, and what is prompting? Prompting is what? Mr. Sridhar just now told all of you that 4 things are going to be very important. Imagination and I'm borrowing it from you, sir, that imagination, that means this AI bot or the AI chat box can't imagine. You have to imagine and tell that. Second, what was the second one? Right. And last but not the least is he spoke about thinking. Thinking is what you have to do. This. Till now, although there must be time after 10, 15 years that even the brain will start reading the algorithms and kind of manage things, but till now it has not happened. The thinking part is still done by the human beings. And I think that's why we are here in this room to spend this 1 hour to actually ask each one of you to ask yourself that where are we? Aren't we most responsible? Because you can say that, yes, I'm an HR person, what can I do in an organization? The CEO takes a call or this one takes a call. But the fact is that you should get out of this room empowered, asking those 3-4 questions back in your organization. That what should we do with this new element called AI and digitization. Clear? So what's the big idea? Our real upgrade is in the software. So all of you are now, we all have gone through this, that we are going through the software upgradations. We are changing, we are doing a lot of things to handle. So without DEI, we digitize old hierarchies. And how is that? I will tell you that how, without keeping in mind the inclusion, what we are doing is we are going to expand. We are going to only manifest what has already been happening in all our countries. So that's very important. So what do you take away when you get out of this room? What are those 4 things what you will take away? See HR systems as engines of equity and or exclusion. So either you decide to include, make not only your company, but Nepal modernized. Are you there? Are you there? Do you think you can do that? No? Yes? Kuch to bolo, say no or yes. Have a simple DEI checklist on what you should do in making sure when you are handling an HR tech project in your company. Gain the language and the courage to say. So it is, we all have a way of saying, but how do you say it to your management? How do you say it when we are taking a call? That's what you are going to take away from this session. And yes to technology, but not at cost of humanity. So technology, yes, for the speed, for the agility, for the scale, but not at the cost of what human beings are from different areas. So why am I saying we are not a blank slate? We, India and Nepal, we don't have a blank slate like lot of foreign countries. And why I'm saying India and Nepal are the same breath? Because I see that we are similar in our culture, in the way we behave, in the way we dress, in the way we are in terms of our geographies, in terms of our histories, in terms of our caste ethnicities. So we definitely bring into work ourself. Unlike I have been to a German office because I have been on the board of a German company, I know that when they are completely switched off from everywhere. They're just at the work when they are there. For 4 hours, they're just there. But at least I can talk for myself. When you get inside the office gate, you cannot avoid the phone call which your daughter is going to make or your mother-in-law has called. Do you dare, let me ask all of you, do you dare to not pick up your in-law phone? No. Yes. What? How many no's? How many yes? And what is this in between? Because I saw 10 hands on yes. I saw 5 hands on no. So what is this in between? What do you do? Head or tail? Decide. What do? You wait. How serious is the mother-in-law? See, men are really not very worried about mother-in-laws. Women are. I'm shit scared of my mother-in-law. So, jokes aside, I think what is important is that we don't leave our identity at the office gate, right? We bring our whole self to work. If there is an emergency, we have to attend to it. If there is a possibility of doing something, we'll have to do. If we have to work from home, we have reached home after the full day of work, and if there is an emergency, a boss calls up that there's a project, you sit and do that work in the night. Do you or don't? You do, right? So, we don't leave our personalities at the gate. We come with our caste and ethnic hierarchies. We come with our gender norms and unpaid care work. And why I say unpaid care work? Because this caring for aging parents, aging in-laws, aging, parents, or children, or anything, or even the husbands or the wives, so even the spouses. I think we do that unpaid care work as human being or as people. It's not that we ask money from our spouse, right? That I have, or some of you do. It's a good idea actually, you know, कि मैंने तुम्हारा सर दबाया, कल तुम मेरा पैर दबाओ. Do you all understand Hindi? So it's a good thing to do, that today you have a headache and I press your head, and tomorrow I have a leg ache, so you press my legs, which will not happen, but still, what's there to take a chance? You should always take a chance. So city privilege prejudice, I think in India as well as Nepal, I see that, and I have come here many a times, and I see how tough it is, how tough terrain it is from walking down the mountain for a lot of people to come to work, just to do a 9-to-5 job. Language and education privilege. So we are ethnic. Only, I think, city people have the privilege to learn English as a language, but still, I think 60% of our population is still struggling to learn the international languages. It is tough, so we still want to speak in our own language. And that is what we bring in. We don't leave that. So I'm getting into office now, I'll only speak in English and no Nepalese. Does that happen? It doesn't. So I remember a very nice story, and I want to share with you. I don't want to take the CEO's name, but this is the CEO. So you all want to hear a story or not? Okay. So where is the clap? See, all of you are sleeping. All right. So there was this very big CEO, very good-looking guy, you know. And not only, why I mention this, because see, like men look at women and say she's very good looking, we also do that without any harm, you know, with no harm. Just that he was a good looking guy. So I was listening to him very, very carefully. And he told me, aap digital banao, world class HR. So now that's what is the project. So HR is aligned, everybody is done, and fantastic. So whole team has gotten onto making world class digital HR. So the next is the shiny new HR system is hired by US. I will not name that company also. They're amongst the big four. So they are hired to do this HR transformation for scale, for agility, for speed, and target is world class HR. All right, it's all done, implemented, and CEO comes, and what do you do when something new starts? Lamp the light. What do you do in Nepal? Or cut the ribbon? Whatever. Don't break the computer, yeah, but you do cut the ribbon, right? so yeah, you press the line. So to go live. Okay, so he went live. Fantastic it was going till we got to know. So who had configured that whole system? A little background of it. The head office team, which was English speaking, like all of you, good tip-top. Tech comfortable, they knew what is technology and how to handle it. Similar backgrounds, similar assumptions, similar genders, similar college, similar workplaces. You know, mostly that's what happened. No, I was just sharing with him that there's a very big college in India, and almost all the HR jobs are only for them, because one person comes and they take the whole alumni of that college, and the whole HR system is built around that. World-class college, but that is what it is. That's the reality. So that's what we do, right? Similar background, similar assumptions, and rolled out fast, very, very modern. So the whole team, the task force team which was there, all bright people like you know, who have rolled out this going button live. There was a big, the overall enthusiasm in the company was very, very high, and I was there to witness it. I saw that was what happening. But at the same time, I had warned them of something which they didn't listen. They didn't want to listen. And I will tell you what happened. When the system misses the context, a lady supervisor, extremely hardworking, you know, I still remember her face. She was extremely hardworking, very good very performance oriented. You give a task. In fact, I heard one of her bosses saying that you give her the impossible and she is the person who will do it, you know. Great performer, but poor score in the system. So when the performance management came out, she was in the last of the bell curve. And you know what? What was the main drawback in that? Why did she come to the last corner? Is because of her online availability. So that was one of the parameters. For the supervisors, work, this, that was there, and online availability was a big criteria that, okay, you are in a remote, she was in Biratnagar, so naturally Biratnagar is far away from Kathmandu, they needed to be online available. What they didn't realize that this lady supervisor was also going back and cooking for 10 people, managing home, managing next day's tiffins, and everything else, along with being the top performer. So system completely missed out. System missed out many. A young man from Rolpa was rejected by AI for promotion. Why? The college was not in the top institutions. So all of you together had put the criteria as education qualification, and you had put institutions which was good. So that fellow didn't, nobody saw his struggle of helping his father in the farm, completing his college education, and coming to work. The grit, the kind of knowledge that fellow, that young man would have is no match to going to MBA school for 2 years. No match. Because that fellow has actually the real life Nepal reality, the situation. Grit and resilience was invisible to the system. Because grit and resilience was never captured. So it was not. So he was always getting rejected for promotions. And I will tell you what happened to that. When distance becomes poor performance, biometric and punctuality rating. All of you have biometric in your organizations? Yeah, someday you will have. So all of us have it. So when you go to biometric and punctuality rating, you forget the fact that people coming from mountains will be there and stay on for longer. Biometric is not the only thing of weather, of natural calamities, what we have in this part of the universe. Staff from remote districts were penalized because, of course, they didn't reach, 9 means they didn't reach at 9. Probably sometimes they were 9:30 because there was a big earthquake somewhere there, or the mountain had some kind of a calamity. It didn't consider, and that person worked that much time. It didn't look at the end time. It just looked at what was happening. So roads, weather, load shedding was completely unseen by the. So what HR had done is, so I had told them that, you know what, when you make a team, when you make a working team, you have to make it more inclusive. You have to have people who are not only men, women, from different ethnicity, also people who are working in the remote corners, say, where there are mountains, where they have to, come from rivers and this and that. Why don't you take those people who are absolutely at the lower end of the hierarchy? So what HR did was, in this company, of course they went for a transition, and they kind of made an amend, and today they are great places to work. But what they missed out was that they transformed inequalities and into codes. So whatever was there, they managed the same thing. Again, we all, Indians, Nepalis, we like to say, blame the system, right? But whom do you blame here? HR is a system. So when HR is a system, whom do you blame? Whom do you go back and say that system made a mistake? You made a mistake. You didn't take care of these things, and you didn't make sure that all these things are already in the policy or in the technology what you are designing for the future. So biases which was already there, which is not from good college, not available online, was already now put in the system. So you have basically, what you have done is you have legalized what was already existing in terms of exclusion. So the intent of company is to include as many people who are from your same country, rather than you have already excluded with the Western terms. While I say this slide is very clear, what do you all think that what is the new identity of HR? Any one of you, take the mic and say, what do you think is a new identity? HR as a, can somebody? Yeah, there's a mic, take.
HR as a business partner.
HR as a business partner, okay. Anyone else? Nothing? You guys are not HR professionals. Are you? Are you? Yes, bhi जोर से नहीं बोल रहे. Are you HR professionals, guys? In front, nobody is an HR professional. So what are you? Leaders? HR leaders? Communication? Okay. So yeah. What are you? You said?
Communication bridge between management and employee.
Communication bridge between management and team members. Yes. You're right. Both business HR as well communication bridge. I think you are the gatekeepers of opportunity. Now the opportunity is to carry on with the legacy of biases which you already had in the organization, or making sure that you do some change. not only to your company, but also modernize the country. Stewards of dignity. So while it's very easy to say that that person is from village, not from good college, so let's reduce it, to saying that no, the person is talented and it doesn't matter where he or she comes from. So you have to be that voice, and you have to be the human rights custodians inside the organization. So the role now is not only to make sure that you are an HR professional who's a business partner. You of course look at scaling up the business, but not at the cost of people, because tomorrow nobody will ask anybody else. They will ask you that what were you doing in the HR seat? You know, if your boss doesn't do it, so what? You ask this question. At least in your heart, you will know that I had asked these right questions to say that when we are moving to technology, let's plug this in. All you have to do is say that let's ask this question instead of moving ahead in HR in terms of speed. Say that how fast can we do it? Just pause and ask, can we do it fair, safe, and equitable? Can we do it for everybody? Can we include everybody? Just this question will make your organization more inclusive. You will see better results in your business HR partnering as well. You can show the ROI of what you have done in terms of managing your technology in an inclusive manner. So where does biases live in digital HR? And I think that is what you all should click a picture to this saying, that historical data gives you historical discrimination. So it's very important. Look at, I'm not saying historical data doesn't matter. Look at historical data and evaluate whether it works for you or not. Are you discriminating anybody? Is there everybody included? So ask this. Matrix that ignore care and context. You know, because like I said, we bring the whole self to work. We don't leave ourselves at the office gate. That I am Sagarika Ghoshal outside the gate, now inside I'm a world-class HR manager. It doesn't work like that in our side of the country, right? English only, urban-centric design. Making sure that you are not working on a central, urban-centric mentality. You are working for your country. You are looking at your whole population. Culture fit and potential scores. You're asking the questions that if my company has a culture of exclusivity, then why should I'll tell you, I was called by a cement company to tell them that how can they increase their women, because they had very few women in the organization, less than 2% in the organization. So they said, we want to reach 30% of women in the organization. You know, for first thing what I told them, I said, close this thing, because when I went to the loo, there was only men loo. There was no loos there was no bathrooms, washrooms made for women. So why would a lady come? I was wondering how that one person was also staying in that organization. The men only talk with cuss words. So they had no environment for getting a third alien called women in the organization. So how will you hire a woman? So I think that is what is very important, that you should understand which company are you hiring for. Do you bring someone and make sure that that person fails in that place? Or you hire another male in that, who will run the business. Why do you want to get diversity into it? Because you know that diversity is going to fail. Diversity means a gender will fail in this kind of an environment. So it's very important that you as HR custodians ask these questions. Talking about men, women, or a gender specific, it is about managing what is there in your organization and including them. So who is the most likely to be left out? You know, women, Dalit means caste, remote workers, low digital access. So first ask this question whenever you're going for any kind of a technology shift, that are these questions answered? How do we bring them into design and testing? Which means that when you make a project group, are you keeping a voice from a remote person? Are you keeping this thing from a woman's side? Are you keeping someone from a lower caste who will probably have different kind of point of view to the whole thing? So are you including all that? And what audits, checkups, and appeals protect them? So technology is fine, but are you making it sacrosanct that nobody can actually reach it? Or you think you have a place to listen. And I think that is very important. With that, I have, before I go further, I think I have a video to show all of you. I like this gentleman a lot. I don't know how many of you have heard him. This gentleman is a monk. Monk means at a very young age he had left home, and I think he speaks about all of us very well in terms of as human beings as well. So let me come and join you guys in the audience and see this, and also check out if how many of you are asleep.
Have any of you ever set up your alarm clock to wake up in the morning? I'm sure you have. Of course, I'm not asking you how many of you were successful in waking up after the alarm goes. Just asking you how many of you set up your alarms to wake up in the morning. It's quite amazing to see the different reactions of different individuals when the alarm goes. Some guys, when the alarm rings, they're so deep in their sleep, practically in a state of slumber, that everyone around them wakes up. But these guys are fast asleep. In our monastery, we had one monk who had a huge big alarm clock with equally bigger or probably a bigger sound. And we had a rule in our monastery that no one would set an alarm before 4 in the morning. And this guy would set up his alarm at 1:30 in the morning, and the alarm would keep ringing and he would never wake up. Most of our monks would be so dead tired that they wouldn't even bother, and they would just continue sleeping although disturbed. One day, one of our monks was so disturbed with the ringing alarm, he got up in a state of fury, picked up this large ringing alarm clock and went to the balcony. Our monastery is on the 2nd floor, and threw the alarm clock across our courtyard on the street just facing our monastery. The alarm clock hit the street, broke open into 2 pieces, yet continued ringing aloud. The whole neighborhood got up, but the guy who set the alarm clock was still fast asleep in a state of slumber. I call these guys the sleepers. The second type are those who, when the alarm rings, say, let me sleep for 5 minutes more. These guys profusely express their gratitude to God for having inspired that gentleman who invented the snooze button. I'm sure some of you are nodding. When people keep just snoozing, 5 more minutes, another 5 minutes, another 5 minutes. But at least these guys, at the 4th or the 5th snooze, wake up. I call these guys the snoozers. The third category is of those guys who at the first ring of the alarm wake up. They continue sitting in their bed though, completely confused, lost, asking themselves, who am I? What is the purpose of my life? Why did I set the alarm in the first place? And then conveniently they turn the alarm off and go back to sleep again. I call these guys the fallers. Not the fallers in the North American sense as in the guys who fell trees, but fallers as in the guys who wake up and fall back to sleep. And then the fourth guys are those who, when they hear the alarm, the first ring, actually wake up, get out of bed and hit the floor to start with their day-to-day activities. Ladies and gentlemen, my question to all of you is, which one of these 4 are you? In terms of actually waking up when the alarm rings, let's start going to level 4. I call them the wakers, who actually wake up as soon as the alarm rings. Spiritual wisdom is like an alarm. The alarm of spiritual wisdom is meant to awaken us internally so that we can make proper choices. We can think right, do right, and live right. And when the spiritual wisdom alarm clock rings, there are 4 types of reactions again. The first are the sleepers. They keep hearing the alarm, but they're in such a state of deep slumber and ignorance that they don't hear at all. In fact, they just continue with their old ways. They continue making wrong choices. They don't even bother about transforming themselves or the inner awakening. Type 2 are the snoozers. Those who, when they hear the alarm clock, spiritual wisdom, they say, yes, we will change. We must change. We want to change. We have to change. Not today though, tomorrow. Snooze, snooze. They keep postponing the snoozers. The third type are the fallers. When spiritual wisdom and awakening comes to them, they actually wake up. They start changing. They start living right. They start doing right. But then, for some reason, they go back to their old ways, wrong ways, complacent ways, lethargic ways, not so right ways, the fallers. And the last type is the wakers. These are those people who, when spiritual wisdom is heard by them, they'll wake up, awaken, and start the process of transformation and change by the earliest. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, all of us have to be wakers. We don't want to be sleepers, snoozers, or fallers. We want to be wakers. When the alarm of spiritual wisdom rings, let us all take that awakening very seriously. Think right, speak right, do right, and live right. Thank you.
Thank you, and please change by time. So yeah, honestly say how many of you are followers now in daily habits? Oh, honest guys, huh? Give them a big hand. I'm also one of them. Snoozers? Oh, not bad. Okay, give them a big hand too. ये क्या तुम लोग hand मतलब it's you all have had breakfast, right? या नेपाल में ही दम नहीं है? क्या बोलते हैं नेपाल में दम नहीं है को? हाँ?
दम छैन.
हाँ, दम छैन. So show some dum. Okay, louder. You know, they say that you wake up with your senses going up here also. So when your hands clap, you also wake up. Wake up to say that while we have completed this, your role with the HR tech. So when any one of your companies is getting into, or you are being part of any of the technology events, you are being part of taking charge of something which is going to make a transformation in your company, I think you should move from a passive tech consumer to say that I am handling HR technology, you know. Let technology not drive you, let you be the driver, let you be the guardian of that technology and say, hey technology, you need to work like this. You become that smart prompt manager who gives the right prompt at the right time, also making sure that you have heard everybody's voices as HR guys, because you are the one who's not only going to make a difference to your own company, but also to Nepal as a whole. You will see more youth staying back. I was coming, there was a driver who was driving me to the hotel last afternoon, and he said, my son has gone to Australia. I said, why? Nepal, there is no opportunities. No? And it's sad to hear. It's not only Nepal, it is everywhere. It is everywhere. So you are the guys who are going to, who are the silent architects who are going to make tomorrow your generations, coming generations are going to say, you are the one who said the right guys are hired. The Nepalis are given more emphasis, even if they don't speak very, spanky English. They have the right knowledge. So being an active guardian of humanity, you can question the vendors, the metrics, the demand inclusive data. Ask how many people are there. Are we including everybody? Or are we excluding someone? Ask these right questions. Design fair appeals to the process. Like I said that, instead of saying, the moment the person comes and say, Abe banao, digital HR, world class, ask him, are we making fair, safe, inclusive digital HR is what I think all of you should ask. Yes or no? I haven't heard any clap. Will you all do it? Have you become the wakers or still the snoozers? Have you become the wakers yet? Are you going to think? Are you going to make something for yourself as an agenda or not? Are you guys going to listen? You can choose to attend workshop, go back home, think, "Acha, wo madam thoda acha tha, hamare sath interact kiya." Or sit down and think what I said and make that change in yourself. You will become a better professional. I think now the from snoozers and followers and all that, I think your responsibility is to wake up, become the wakers and make sure that you change your work life around you and make sure that you are the one who's helping others who are not there as of now. Start wearing that new lens and working. DEI is just not a fashion word. Today DEI is used and it is DIE, because it doesn't make sense. Diversity, equity, inclusion is not a word for fashion. It is to make sure that you include everybody. See, you can amplify exclusion. You can say that whatever was there, you can keep doing that. Or you can manifest inclusion saying that no, there will be fairness, there will be safety, there will be inclusiveness in our system. And I think if you ask only these three things when you are driving a new innovation or technology innovation, I think you are home. I will not read this. I think all of you can take a look and see what run. This is what, again, you can keep it in your mind, in your as a photograph. That co-design with frontline and marginalized staff. And with marginalized, I mean is to the lower end of the hierarchy. To see what offer tools in Nepali and key local languages. And I know in Nepal also, like India, you have many other co-languages. Adjust metrics for the role, region and constraints. Train managers on the algorithmic fairness. So while the algorithm says, like the same guy from Rolpa, that he's not been from the best college, make sure that you have the ability to transform it. Have you guys ever faced something like that? Any one of you? Have you yourself ever faced that exclusion? Is anyone who has faced that exclusion from the organization? No? You always felt, hello? Have you always felt very wanted, very fair, this thing in the organization? Only one gentleman is true. Thank you. Give him a big hand. Please stand up. What's your name? Padme? Robin. Well, Robin, I give you an applause because I'm sure all of us, including me, have faced unfairness in the organization because of many things, but I think a lot of us don't want to admit it. So the inner shift is there. How can tech make HR efficient? To asking how can tech expand opportunity and respect? I think that is what is important. While you say that not for the speed and the efficiency, but all of you start asking that how can tech expand my opportunity? So every decision is equal to the moral choice me and you make. And I always say humanity first, technology second. Future of work in Nepal is being coded now. So no transformation success if it doesn't keep everybody together, is not inclusive. And you can modernize. You are the one, the HR guys are the one who are the silent architects, on understanding who's getting hired, who's getting fired, and who's not getting justice. Like Robin mentioned that I have felt sometime in my life not being fair. I think you are the one who's responsible for every individual, every employee to not feel fair. Yes or no? Thank you. I love that. Thanks for the energy. So with that, thank you so much. I think being a diversity person, I do teach inclusion in the organizations, but I also have many stories that why inclusions have made or exclusions have made organization extinct. So please, it is not a fashion statement. Please, for heaven's sake, it is not about hiring how many women or how many men or how many LGBTQIA plus category or, it is about making sure that every individual in the organizations feel included, whether it is a man, whether it is a woman, whether it is an LGBTQIA plus, whether it's an elderly person, whether it's a new age. I have heard I remember when I was younger, people used to say, "Tum ye abhi leke aaya HR head hai, ghutne ke age ka hai." Do you all also use this? Ghutne ke age ka means you're way too young. My knee is also much older than you, is what they would tell me. So even that is a bias. So removing bias is what is inclusion, and I think that is what all of us learn with. With that, thank you so much. It was lovely to be here. I always love to come back. And with that, stay blessed, stay happy, and stay inclusive. So I'm here to take questions. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Chandni Kaistho and
Hi.
I am from Nepal Administrative Staff College. Most of you who don't know about our office is a training academy that provides training and capacity building programs to bureaucrats. So you have a Lavashna in India, we are exactly same in Nepal.
Oh, lovely.
Okay, now my query...
Next time you should invite me there.
Sure, ma'am, I'll do
Come
that.
and visit your college. Yeah.
My question might not be related to the session itself, but it's definitely going to relate with the DEI and its limitlessness. What is my query here is that last year in our office, we were trying to organize a reception dinner party in the celebration of Dasai, which is our national festival. So we were planning that reception dinner party, and one of our colleague or one of our team members said that, how could we say the reception dinner party for Dasai? Because this party was not only for the officers or the colleague, but it was also for all the trainees that were in our organization. So what my colleague meant to say that, how could we say it is for the Dasai, because we have so many trainees and who might not celebrate Dasai. So we can't just say Dasai. Somebody said that, let's say Dasai and Deepavali. And then the other one said that, how could we just say Dasai and Deepavali? We also need to incorporate Chhat, which is coming soon. So then the person said, yes, we need to incorporate Chhat as well. And then another person said that, then Chhat is followed by Christmas, which is almost on the verge. It's November, and in other countries, they start having sales and everything from November. So, and it keeps going and going and going, and we were all confused. And at the end, what we do is, we say that invitation for the reception dinner party, and we take out everything. So my query here is it okay to do that? Because Dasai was our national festival. So in name of DEI, will there be any limitation, or will it be limitlessness? So how are we going to figure this out? I'm confused on this.
See, my take on this is that when you are talking about Dashara is what we say in India, right? Dashara. So when you are in Nepal, if Dasai is the main festival, and everybody who's in Nepal, whether it is he or she is from India or from US or from Australia, needs to understand that, because so if I were you, I would have insisted that no, this is a Dasai festival, because I mean, see, there is no point on hiding behind DEI. DEI is more action. So if in the Dasai festival you would have said Christians are not allowed, Muslims are not allowed, this one is not allowed, then it would have been bad. But calling it a festival and including everybody, I don't see a reason. It's a national festival. You know, I would have not said it's a celebration. I would have said, no, we will do Dasai only and let everybody come and enjoy. Like I will go and do it in Christian. But this is a Nepali company, let's enjoy. My take is that, but of course, depending on what your management and how it feels, what do you think? Of course, the discussions is always a good thing to happen. But my take is this. Anybody, did you all like my take or not?
Very much.
See, there was a, you see, there was a condition. You have to clap and clap loudly, in which your guys are not doing. So, yes, if somebody is coming to Nepal, I mean, hello, do you guys know that Halloween is big in US? And what is that? That's a Bhoot Chaturdashi. But all Indians have pumpkins outside their house, yeah? What rubbish. When you are in US, you behave like that. That's what you say, no? When wherever, Jaisa desh, vaisa bhesh. So you are, I think are you purposely muting me? So Jaisa des, vaisa bes. And DEI is not a hiding place. It is a place to include everybody. Include everybody in a celebration of joy at Nepal's national festival. Look at it like that. Any more questions? Yes, please. So all the girls asking questions, huh?
Hello. So my question is, as many young people are stepping corporate ladder, they have faced many problems as they prioritize their mental health and mental peace more than anything. So what's one misconception organizations have about young professionals in the workplace that HR need to fix immediately, so that, you know, young people will feel more happy about it?
How old are you?
I'm 23.
So you consider yourself old or young?
I'm young one, so it's a question for myself too.
Yeah. So you know what? How many are in 40s here in this room? Very, very good. Very few. So you know, we in our time, this mental health wellness was not in fashion. Yes or no? Mental health is a new thing, no? मेरा माँ को मैंने बोला मुझे बहुत depression. I am feeling very thing because she would give me 2 on my this thing and say study well. You know, this mental health wellness thing is very new term. I don't understand. But what you asked was a very pertinent question. You know, I'm not saying how to keep mental wellness is what? Mind. So anything, you know, all of us human beings had tails. How many of you have heard this story? We all were born with tails, right? Our forefathers and forefathers. Then what happened to that tail? It disappeared because we stopped using the tail. And my fear is, with this generation, if you stop using this more and more, and only AI, I don't know what will happen. How will we look? No one clapped, see? No one liked it. So how are we going to look? You know, mental, it says mental is mind, right? And how do you take care of who else? Anybody else from outside can take care of your mind? No. Mind is yours. The control of the mind is yours. So as an organization, like I said, all you can do is create safety net, create a safe workplace, make sure that it is fairness so that your mind is at peace. But at the same time, you'll always feel unfair someday or the other. You'll always feel unsafe someday or other. So who's responsible for me? Myself. No third person. You have to be the waker. You cannot be a follower because of the third party influence. So mental wellness is here with me. I have to make sure that if my health is not good, I need to improve my diet, I need to start my exercise, I need to make sure that I speak to right kind of people, I'm away from the toxic people, and I'm away from phones. I'm away from digitizations. I am not looking at only, my Facebook has 3 million followers. But what happens when you fall sick? How many of them come and give you medicine? None. I have 34,000 LinkedIn followers. What happens when I need help professionally? Nobody comes. You have to set boundaries. You have to make sure that you are, what you are doing and you are looking after yourself. So no third person is going to do it. So to you, my friend, that I'm always there, you know, and by saying I am always there means people like me who are willing to coach, who are willing to help, who are willing to love you, who are willing to guide you, they'll always be there, but they will give you an advice. This of yours has to work. My left brain and right brain, no matter how active it is, will not be able to activate your left brain and right brain. You know, so to keep young guys motivated in an organization can only do their bit of keeping it fair. And that's it, in my mind. Yes, please. Finally, I can see a man asking a question.
Thank you. Not really a question. I would like to thank you for your answers.
Brave answers, you should say. See, I have been muted.
No, very... Yeah, very practical answers, I think. Because including someone in my celebration is also inclusiveness. And it's very important for us to understand that also. And publicly, I want to thank Mohan sir and his team for bringing you.
Thank you so much.
A special thank you
Where
for
is
not
Mohan sir?
preaching.
Mohan sir is not here.
Yeah, a special thank you for not preaching DEI, but discussing it and I think clarifying on the concept.
Thank you so much.
All of us who have experienced DEI, I think I'm 99% true here. All of them have been preaching the concept and really not speaking about it. So thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. And clap from my side.
Hello, namaste everyone. My name is Gokul Bandari. I am from Nepal Tourism Board, National Tourism Organization of Nepal. I have one question for ma'am. You just mentioned exclusion, which means unfairness. And we just saw one hand raised, but actually everyone like sometimes
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, in certain time frame, or everyone have experienced that unfairness in the organization. But also, you also mentioned that you support for inclusion, or you work for inclusion. So, in your view, what framework or techniques should we follow to ensure true inclusion in the organization, and why it is important to the organization? Thank you.
I spoke about it. The 3 questions, if you always ask yourself and whenever you are doing something. One is that who is it for? If you are doing some project, who is it for? So if it is for a particular level of people, then make sure that everybody in that level is included. And who are you excluding? I mean, is it that if you are doing some project, are you excluding some people? जैसे आप बोलोगे ये ना ये बहुत lower level का है. This is very normal. You know, when the CEOs, you never want a floor manager or somebody to sit with the CEOs or the vice presidents, right? For their views. So their views are always somewhere down there. So you have to find a way in an organization to capture their views on that particular subject. So you'll have to see who's getting excluded. If you ask yourself that, then probably you'll include their thought process or include their points. And last but not the least, making sure that it is safe. Like, and safety is very inner thing, you know. Making rules about that you should speak to women like this. So women had become to and I'm sharing this a very live example, you know, with me. I had a very senior CEO. He had to do one posh case. Posh case in the sense this girl had made some remark on one of the senior executives, and the CEO calls me and says, Sagarika, will you come inside the room? So what happened? This posh case is there, so we have to talk. So why I have to talk? You have to talk. So no, she's a lady, so you also need. So a man needs an alibi. If it was against the man, a man will not get another man there. But you know, for a lady to talk, he said, you also come as an alibi, because you never know, the lady might say that I have misbehaved with him. So, you know, you have to create an environment as a manager that there is no fear. And that's why when I said that there will be a time, it is so much of woman, that I just hate to hear that. I don't go for any award functions where it says super achiever woman. I am not a bloody super achiever woman. Yeah? I have I have to look after home. I have to do so many things as much as a man does. And I say a very nice thing about women and men. You know, I'm sorry if I'm taking more time. Am I? Caregiving and breadwinning. You understand what is it? Caregiving is still associated with like pink. It's born, it is pink, right? So the pink and the caregiving is women. The blue and the breadwinning is men. So men ko koi, a woman is working or not working, it doesn't matter. But a man not working is a big stigma, which we should applaud to all the men, that they take this burden throughout their lives. From the time they kind of grow up, they take responsibilities of the family. So I think you cannot marginalize it by saying that I have kept this place for a diversity candidate. Give it to a person who is fair. Give it to a person who needs it the most. Why do all this, you know? And I think that is what is very important. And that will only come when these quota systems move out of our dictionaries. That, you know, so many women and so many men and so many. What we need to start looking at, that we should have fresh ideas. We should have younger workforce and we should have experience. Because we are now, I mean, the day has come when we're talking about 14-year-old CEOs. So if there is a 14-year-old CEO, he might be very, very, very brainy and would bring a big creative idea. But experience has to come from somebody who has worked through the old system and knows what the system is. So you have to bring in balance. So what I'm saying is, inclusion is bringing the balance in the organization, not getting men, women, LGBT, this, that, alana, falana, what are the Western terms. We don't work like that. We want to make sure that Nepalis, from the remote of, Jorat is the place, Jolpa and from there they're doing well. Take a responsibility to say that I will, as a project, will do a volunteer work in that place to make sure that men, women get good jobs, stay. That is what is going to be the success for all of you sitting in this room of talking DEI. DEI is not about writing quotas in the books. It is about making sure that everybody, including your absolute interior, those people are rising with Nepal, they stay with Nepal, and you are making the modern Nepal, not only modern in Kathmandu, but also in Biratnagar, in Rolpa, and everywhere, wherever it is important. So I think that is what, with that, okay, one more.
To add on something on what you have told, quickly for 30 seconds, to address his queries, like when we talk about diversity, we just think about gender, ethnicity, or somewhere near to that, but we forgot that the diversity comes from the personality of a person, how the person things, perceive. And when you ask the question that have you faced biasness or inequality in your office, as a woman, I have never. As a Newar, I have never. As a Hindu, I have never. But when I speak something from my perception or as my personality tell me to, I have certain values and speak upon that, then definitely I face that inequality.
Hello. You must not have, can I? You must not have kept your sensories active. It is not possible as a human being you have not faced biasness. You will at one point of time or the other. You just have to be sensitive enough to know that this is what is happening and I would not do that to another person. I think that is what is more important. And with that, I think she is already stood there. So thank you so much. Thank you for and thank you for the generous appreciation. Thank you so much. Please connect me on LinkedIn, spelled as SAAGARIK. And of course, if any time, feel free. Mohanji has my details. Please understand that we are here as human beings first, humanity first, technology second. So I think that with that, thank you so much, and really grateful for this opportunity, Mohanji and Samjana, and love being with all of you. I love the claps. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sagarika Ghoshal, for highlighting about the inclusive HR, diversity, equity, and human emotions, emphasizing in humanity first and technology second. Additionally, you also talked about what actually feminist mean in a workspace, giving equal opportunity and appreciation for both, all the genders, I would say, and bringing a balance in each individual. We also really enjoyed the video that you showcased right here. That was really informative. I feel everyone here enjoyed your presentation. Thank you again for coming all the way from Mumbai and gracing this event with your presence. We would also like to give you a token of appreciation. I request you to please be on the center stage. To do the honors, Ms. Samjana ma'am, please be on the stage, please. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Samjana ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've finished the first half of HR Meet 2026 Day 1. It was incredible so far. I hope you all feel the same. You do? It's time for lunch break, which will happen for 45 minutes. Please make sure that you have your QRs that you got during the registration. यहाँहरु सबैले जुन registrationमा use गर्नुभएको QR चाहिँ तयार राख्नु होला lunchको लागि त्यो चाहिने हुन्छ. And after the lunch, we have a practical session followed by a presentation session by all of you. I hope you are aware of that as well. For the practical session, we will be joining 5 tables together for us to be a group. So make sure that you keep your belongings, your stuff safe. And yes, please enjoy your lunch. We will be back shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all our participants present here, if you're done with your lunch, I would like to request all of you to kindly come and be seated in your respective seats. हामीले allocate गरेको 45 minutes को lunch time सकिसकेको जानकारी दिन चाहन्छु यहाँहरु सबैलाई र आफ्नो स्थानमा आएर कृपया बसिदिनु होला. We're about to start the remaining sessions of the day. To our participants, if your friends are in the lunch area, I request you to please help us and bring them back on the seats so we can be on time and start the sessions. To all my dear participants, I request you all to please be kindly seated on your respective seats. Friends who are still in the lunch area, I request you to hurry up a little so we can be exact on time as we kickstart our remaining sessions. Do we have everybody around? One more time, please, I request all of you to please be seated as your allocated time for the lunch is over. I request you all to please join in your respective seats so we can kickstart with the session. Time, welcome back to the HR Meet 2026. We're here at day 1 and I'm your host Subeksha Kharka. Did you all fuel yourself enough to move forward with the remaining sessions of the day? I enjoyed my lunch and thank you to Yakineti team for providing such a fantastic lunch for all our participants and all of us. Yes, we have an amazing lineup for all of you. We also have a practical session right now as you're well informed of it. So yaharu sabaile dekhna सक्नुहुन्छ. We are divided into like 8 rows. हामीले group discussion को लागि भनेर हरेक रो को व्यक्तिलाई भनेर दुईटा टेबल छुटाएका छौं. फर्स्ट रो को पार्टिसिपेन्ट्स हरुको लागि यहाँ तपाईले देख्न सक्नुहुन्छ. स्टेज को लेफ्ट ह्यान्ड साइडमा we have joined 2 tables right here. Likewise zigzag गरेर हामीले सेकेन्ड रो को यता दुईटा टेबल जोडेका छौं. थर्ड रो को त्यो साइडमा टेबल जोडेका छौं. So we have 5 tables joined in the same way, so it's easier for you all to sit for the discussion that we've planned. And the remaining rows, 6th, 7th and 8th row, don't worry, you can choose your group yourself. So तपाईले आफुलाई first group मा पनि राख्न सक्नुहुन्छ, second group मा पनि राख्न सक्नुहुन्छ. You just have to pick yourself and balance out yourself. HR professionals you all are. So त्यसरी यहाँहरुले आफुलाई balance out गरेर 5 वटा group मा divide गर्नु होला. यहाँहरु सबैले 20 मिनेटको समय पाउनु हुनेछ for discussion. र 5 मिनेटको समय पाउनुहुन्छ for presentation. You will have to pick one person who will be representing your group to come in front and present yourself. Are we clear? All right. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, I would also like to kickstart with the session 4, that is a practical session. This session theme is winning the new age workforce. This session focuses on engaging today's workforce, one that values purpose, flexibility, and continuous growth through a throughout and thoughtful blend of technology and human-centered leadership. And to moderate this very session, we're very pleased to have Deputy Manager of Siddhartha Bank Limited, Mr. Pankaj Panta here with us. A big round of applause for him. I request him to kindly be seated. He is a seasoned banking professional with extensive experience in HR and operations. Mr. Panta has led key functions including human resource management and remittance operations. His work focuses on strengthening people practices, improving operational effectiveness, and building organizational capability within the financial services sector. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. We also have some amazing experts who will be the commentators for this very session. We have Chief Executive Officer of Norvik International Hospital, Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra, here with us. A big round of applause, everybody, as we welcome him. A seasoned leader with over 3 decades of experience across government, media, banking, and healthcare. Mr. Mishra brings strong expertise in organizational leadership and strategic transformation. He is currently leading Norvik International Hospital through a phase of expansion and institutional growth. Thank you, sir, for being here today. And last but not the least, we have leadership, people, and culture development consultant, Ms. Yudin Koirala. A big round of applause for her, please. She is a respected HR professional with leadership experience across the banking and development sectors. Ms. Koirala has led operations, service, excellence, and CSR initiatives. Her work focuses on building inclusive workplace cultures, strengthening leadership capabilities, and advancing people-centered organizational development. Thank you to our amazing panel right here, along with our moderator. Now, with that, as we are divided, are we all divided in 5 groups? May I request you all to do so, please? यहाँहरु सबैजना आफ्नो ग्रुपमा बसिदिनु होला. Also, यहाँहरु बस्दाखेरि चाहिँ सीट नभए पनि, since it's a 20 minutes discussion, let's make it fun, interactive. उभिनु भए पनि हुन्छ. सीटको आवश्यकता त्यति नपर्ला यहाँहरुलाई. So can we have you all separated in these 5 groups, please? All right, looks like group 2 is all set. You all are prepared? So every group will be given 1 question each. It'll be a different question for each group. All right, with that said, over to you, Mr. Pankaj.
Thank you very much, indeed, Subeksha, for your introduction about the panelists. I'm Pankaj Pant, the Assistant General Manager, Chief Human Resource Officer, Siddhartha Bank. So post-lunch session is quite challenging. So this is going to be quite interactive. So we form a group. So let's see, all the people forming the group, please be seated in your group. It's indeed my pleasure to be the moderator of a very insightful sessions on winning the new age workforce as a part of HR Meet 2026. In the context, the session focus on understanding the changing expectation and aspirations of today's workforce, particularly new generation talents in reshaping the rules of engagement in the HR practices amongst various corporate. The new talents are not just looking for a job, they're indeed looking for a meaningful purpose, flexibility, growth, and they are valued. They want to be valued. They want to be recognized for their contribution. And of course, they want a sense of belongingness as well. They expect organization to not only leverage technology, which is in fact very much important for the efficiency of an organization. In addition to that, they also want to have an environment that are deeply human-rooted, inclusive, and empathetic. This shift have challenged all of us, all the HR professionals, business professionals, to rethink how we can attract, engage, and retain talents. It calls for a very delicate balance between where the digital innovation, whether the digital innovation meets human connection and empathy, where data-driven insights are complemented by emotional intelligence, and where performance is aligned with the purpose. Navigate this evolving landscape will reflect on the role of the technology, the importance of people-centered leadership, and of course, the strategies that are required for an organization to build a workforce where the individuals feel valued, empowered, and inspired to grow. I am joined by a very esteemed panel of experts who bring diverse perspective and rich experience. We look forward as a panelist to a thoughtful, provoking discussions and meaningful insights from this group discussion. As we want to make this session interactive, as earlier informed, we have formed 5 groups. So each groups will be given a topic that is relevant to this content of winning the new age workforce. You'll be assigned 20 minutes to discuss, and as informed earlier, one of you, either one of, if you want some 2 or 3 members to volunteer and lead the group, they can come and have the presentation done. Are you all ready? So can we share you today's topic? Okay, give me a moment. Just a moment, please. Okay, group 1. The topic is understanding the new age workforce, expectations, motivation, and behavior shift. I'll repeat it again. Understanding the new age workforce, expectations, motivations, and behavior shift. Are you clear? Can I go to the next topic? Group 2. Leveraging technology to attract, engage, and retain talent. I'll repeat it again. Leveraging technology to attract, engage, and retain talent. 3. Group 3. People-centered leadership in a tech-enabled workplace. I'll repeat it again. People-centered leadership in a tech-enabled workplace. Group 4, building an ethical, inclusive, and psychologically safe workplace. Building an ethical, inclusive, and psychologically safe workplace. And the last group, group 5, future-ready workforce strategies. What organization must do differently? Future-ready workforce strategies. What organizations must do differently? I'm pretty sure you are clear about the topics. Now you have 20 minutes to discuss with your group and have your inputs and insights. Thank you.
Everybody, you just have 20 seconds left before we end the discussion. I hope you are ready with one teammate who will be coming up on stage for the presentation. We will be giving you only 5 minutes to present yourself. Time's up. Thank you, everyone. Can we settle down? Would you want to take over?
Okay, time up. Group 1. Who's going to lead? You can come in a group. You can represent either one or a couple of people. It's your call.
Yeah, you can bring your friend who can help you carry the chart paper. Center stage, please.
Okay, hello everyone, namaste. We are representing group 1. Okay, having said that, my name is Nirmala and I have here.
Hi, it's me, Thomas.
So our topic was understanding new age workforce, expectations, motivation and behavioral shift. So we have come up with a few points and we have separated in 3 categories: expectations of the new workforce and motivation and behavioral shift of the new age workforce. हामीले चाहिँ न्यू एज वर्कफोर्स भनेर चाहिँ लेट मिलेनियल प्लस जेन जीलाई पनि राख्यौँ. We do not want to exclude late millennials. We are still considering millennials as a new workforce as well. So we come up with in expectations flexibility भनेर अब अहिलेको न्यू एज वर्कफोर्सले चाहिँ पहिला जस्तो गरेर ट्रेडिसनल वेमा हैन whatever company or company personals says they don't want to stick in that, they want flexibility. Flexibility भनेर चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ उहाँहरूको autonomy कुनै कुरा आउँछ हैन म कसरी काम गर्ने कुन आवरमा प्रोडक्टिभिटी नै हो भनेदेखि 10 to 5 अथवा यस्तो एकदमै रिजिड वर्क आवर हुनु पर्दैन. हामीलाई चाहिँ फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी भयो भनेदेखि हामी अझै बेटर परफर्म गर्थ्यौँ र हाम्रो प्रोडक्टिभिटी अझै बेटर हुन्थ्यो भन्ने खालको एक्सपेक्टेसन हुन सक्छ उहाँहरूको. अनि इन्क्लुसिभनेस भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ डिसिजन मेकिङदेखि लिएर हैन हरेक कुरामा चाहिँ उहाँहरूलाई आफ्नो पार्टिसिपेसन भयो भनेदेखि चाहिँ अझै पनि प्रोडक्टिभिटी र उहाँहरूको पर्फर्मेन्स बेटर हुन्थ्यो भन्ने एक्सपेक्टेसन. And next is emotional intelligence. I know this word, I mean this term itself sounds very broad and it is किनभनेदेखि अहिले हामी मेन्टल हेल्थलाई एकदमै फोकस गर्ने इरामा छौँ हैन. सो इमोसनल इन्टेलिजेन्स भएर बिइङ इमोसनली इन्टेलिजेन्ट भएर काम गर्न पायौँ भनेदेखि चाहिँ दे क्यान पर्फर्म बेटर. सो त्यो सेन्समा पनि हामीले इमोसनल इन्टेलिजेन्स राख्यौँ उहाँहरूको इमोसनलाई बुझेर हैन. त्यसपछि हामीले वर्क क्लाइमेटलाई त्यो अनुसारको डिजाइन गर्न सक्यौँ भनेदेखि चाहिँ वी वुड बी एबल टु गेट better performance and achievement from there. And then transparency and clarity. This point includes like मेरो contribution चाहिँ within a company के छ त मैले गरेको मेरो work मेरो hard work मेरो contribution ले चाहिँ कहाँ companyमा impact गरिरहेछ त. Is it really recognizable? Am I really being recognized and then appreciated in the company भनेर new age workforce really want to know. So त्यसमा चाहिँ transparency र clarity को उहाँहरूको expectation हुन्छ. Thank you. And then next topic, motivation. What motivates them? Definitely, regardless of new age or previous age generation, you know, salary and growth. The benefits, आफ्नो career growth within the company, you know, त्यसले पनि उहाँहरूलाई motivate गर्छ भने. अर्को चाहिँ feedbacks or recognitions. New age workforce are really open to the feedback, you know, whether it's favorable or unfavorable for the growth, for the improvement, and then recognition. It doesn't always have to be a tangible benefit only. Recognition is also a sort of benefit that they look forward to improve the development. Okay. Oh, good. And त्यसपछि आएर वर्क इन्भाइरोमेन्ट मैले त्यो अघि न एक्सपेक्टेसनमा नै कुरा गरेँ. त्यो मोटिभेसनमा पनि यो चाहिँ इट फल्स इन वर्क मोटिभेसन एज वेल. त्यो वर्क क्लाइमेट कस्तो छ त उहाँहरूलाई सुटेबल छ कि छैन हैन त्यसले पनि उहाँहरूको मोटिभेसनमा इम्प्याक्ट गर्छ भने. लर्निङ एन्ड डेभलपमेन्ट डेफिनेटली वी लुक फरवर्ड for our development, career growth, हैन opportunityहरु. So learning and development को कस्तो खालको facility छ कम्पनीमा, that also determine for their motivation भने opportunities-हरु. It goes in the same category, learning and development. So last point मा behavioral shift भनेर राखेका छौं. Behavioral shift चाहिँ हामीले मैले अघि नै भने new age workforce मा चाहिँ कसलाई पार्ने त भन्ने कुरा त्यसैले आएको हो कि उहाँहरुको behavioral shift चाहिँ previous को हेरिकन कस्तो हुन्छ त भन्ने कुरामा टाइममा हो होइन. I can see 36 minutes left. I'll try to finish. Looking for quick growth भन्नाले चाहिँ अलिकति पेसेन्स कम भयो कि होइन, एउटा त्यो छ भने. अनि टेक इन्टिग्रेसन, दे लुक फर टेक इन्टिग्रेसन. उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ रिपिटेड रिअकरिङ वर्कहरूलाई चाहिँ टेक्नोलोजी इन्टिग्रेट गरेर यसलाई क्विकर गर्न पायो भनेदेखि होइन फ्रुटफुल हुन्थ्यो भन्ने खालको खोज्नुहुन्छ भने. अर्को अफेन्डेन्स अफ माइक्रो म्यानेजमेन्ट छ. अनि क्विक टेम्पर, त्यो चाहिँ मैले अघि पनि भने उहाँहरूमा अलिकति पेसेन्स लेभल चाहिँ कम्पेरिङ द प्रिभियस जेनेरेसन्स अलिकति ल्याक भए जस्तो. अनि आउटकम फोकस्ड हुनुहुन्छ भने अर्को चाहिँ स्ट्रेट फरवर्ड. द्याट्स अ गुड पोइन्ट एक्चुली, दे आर भेरी स्ट्रेट फरवर्ड. थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच. हस्, थ्याङ्क यू. केही छ यसमा कसैको सोध्नुपर्ने अर मे वी लिभ?
Group 2, if you're ready, I request you to come with one individual who will be explaining and your teammates can help with the charts. Before Group 2 starts with the presentation, I request everyone to please maintain silence while your participants, your friends will be presenting.
नमस्कार, म ग्रुप 2 लाई रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्दैछु. हामीले ग्रुप 2 लाई रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्दैछौँ र हाम्रो टपिक चाहिँ लेभरेजिङ टेक्नोलोजी टु अट्र्याक्ट, इन्गेज एन्ड रिटेन दि ट्यालेन्ट्स भन्ने थियो. अब अट्र्याक्टको पार्टमा चाहिँ आइ एम गोइङ टु सेयर समथिङ विथ यु. अट्र्याक्सन चाहिँ जहिले पनि ब्रान्डिङबाटै हुन्छ. जसरी हामीले प्रडक्ट अथवा हाम्रो अर्गनाइजेसनलाई ब्रान्डिङ गर्छौँ त्यसरी नै अर्गनाइजेसन कल्चरलाई पनि ब्रान्डिङ गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ. त्यसले गर्दा चाहिँ मान्छेहरू एकदम अट्र्याक्ट हुन्छ हाम्रो अफिसमा जोइन गर्नुपर्छ भनेर. अनि यसको लागि चाहिँ ठुलो सिस्टम्सहरू चाहिन्छ जस्तो लाग्दैन. वी हेभ अ ह्यान्डफुल अफ सोसियल मिडिया प्लेटफर्म जसलाई युज गरेर इभन टिकटक्स, इभन लिङ्क्डइन जस्ता कुराहरूमा सरको अफिसबाट थोरै पिकनिक गरेको फोटो राख्दाखेरि क्या खतरा अफिस, यस्तो अफिसमा काम गर्न पाए पो हुन्थ्यो नि भनेर मान्छेहरू अट्र्याक्ट हुँदो रहेछ. सो आई थिङ्क ब्रान्डिङ एनीवे तपाईँले जसरी सक्नुहुन्छ आफ्नो एप बनाएर हुन्छ कि सिस्टम बनाएर हुन्छ अथवा मेबी युजिङ द सोसियल मिडिया प्लेटफर्म. अनि ब्रान्डिङ सँगसँगै हामीले टेक्नोलोजी एम्बेडेड एप्लिकेसन पनि गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ. फर इक्जाम्पल अब लोकसेवामै कतिजनालाई अर्बन युथ्सहरूलाई इन्ट्रेस्टै छैन कि नेपाल सरकारको जागिर गर्न, किनभने दे फिल इट कि एकदमै गाह्रो छ त्यो प्रोसेस भनेर होइन. तर सिस्टम इम्बेड भयो भने र त्यसलाई ब्रान्डिङ गर्यो भने चाहिँ मान्छे वुड माइट बी इन्ट्रेस्टेड टु होइन अप्लाई. सो त्यसरी पनि हामीले अट्र्याक्ट गर्न सक्छौँ भने. र अट्र्याक्सनकै फेजमा, रिक्रुटमेन्टकै फेजमा होइन, रादर देन गिभिङ पेपर बेस्ड एक्जाम्स अर ओपन एन्डेड सब्जेक्टिभ अब्जेक्टिभ एक्जाम, साइकोमेट्रिक टेस्टहरू गरेर सो द्याट राइट म्यान इन राइट प्लेस होस् भन्नको लागि चाहिँ यी कुराहरू पनि प्रयोग गरेर चाहिँ हामीले वी क्यान अट्र्याक्ट न्यू ट्यालेन्ट्स एन्ड दि इन्गेजमेन्ट पार्ट विल बी एक्सप्लेन बाई म्याम.
नमस्कार. जब हामी अर्गनाइजेसनमा बस्छौँ तब अब हामी त्यहाँ मेम्बर भएर काम गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ इङ्गेजमेन्ट एउटा एचआरले गर्नुपर्ने इङ्गेजमेन्ट चाहिँ इक्वली इम्पोर्टेन्ट हुन्छ. र हामीलाई इङ्गेजमेन्ट गर्दाखेरि हाम्रो पर्सनल लाइफ र प्रोफेसनल लाइफ दुइटै ब्यालेन्स गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ. र यसमा चाहिँ फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, वर्क फ्रम होम या वर्क फ्रम होम एक्सेसहरू हामीलाई एचआरले उपलब्ध गरायौँ जुन चाहिँ टेक्नोलोजीले मात्र इनेबल गर्न सकिन्छ. त्यो गऱ्यो भने चाहिँ हामीलाई अलिकति मोर मोटिभेसन हुन्छ त्यसमा इङ्गेज भएर बस्नको लागि. र सेकेन्डली चाहिँ हामी अर्गनाइजेसनको लागि काम गर्दा गर्दै पनि आफ्नो लागि पनि काम गर्न खोज्छौँ. सो कुनै अर्गनाइजेसनमा अलरेडी लर्निङ सिस्टम इम्बेडेड छ भने त्यस मार्फत हामीले डिफ्रेन्ट आफ्नो ग्रोथ लर्निङ अपर्च्युनिटिजहरू एक्सप्लोर गर्न सक्छौँ. त्यसपछि हामीलाई नलेज सेयरिङ प्लेटफर्म पनि यदि अर्गनाइजेसनले टेक्नोलोजी इम्बेड गरेर गर्न सक्यो भने चाहिँ हामीले आफ्नो पियर टु पियरबाट पनि केही कुराहरू सिक्न सेयर गर्न सक्छौँ. र प्रिभियस एक्सपिरियन्सेस रिफरेन्सेसहरू पनि अनलाइनमा इम्बेड भयो भने हामीले त्यहाँबाट हेर्न सक्छौँ. र टेक्नोलोजीको युज गरेर भ्यारियस अटोमेसन त हाम्रो अहिले सबै संस्थामा छ होला, तर पनि टेक्नोलोजीको युज गरेर भ्यारियस काइन्ड अफ म्यानुअल जुन थिङ्किङ कामहरूलाई चाहिँ अनबर्डन गर्ने खालको सिस्टमहरू पनि अपग्रेड गर्यो भने इङ्गेजमेन्ट चाहिँ अलिकति बढ्छ. र हाम्रो अर्को पार्ट भनेको चाहिँ रिटेन गर्ने हो इम्प्लोइलाई. सो यसको लागि चाहिँ हाम्रो अर्को सरले एक्सप्लेन गर्नुहुन्छ. थ्याङ्क यू.
थ्याङ्क यू. सो अब रिटेनको कुरा आउँदाखेरि हामीले अट्र्याक्ट गऱ्यौँ, त्यसपछि हायर गऱ्यौँ, बेस्ट ट्यालेन्ट लिएर आयौँ, तर उहाँहरू टिक्दिनु भएन, बर्बाद हुन्छ होइन. यसै पनि म्यान पावर नेपालमा कम हुँदैछ. 5-6 लाख मान्छे बाहिर गइरहेको हुन्छ. अनि त्यस पछाडि मैले जहिले पनि भन्ने गर्छु, तपाईँको कम्पनीमा कसैले छोड्यो एउटा टेन्सन, तपाईँको कम्पिटिटरलाई जोइन गरिदियो अर्को टेन्सन होइन. सो रिटेन गराउन पनि हामीले एकदमै सोच्नुपर्ने हुन्छ. अब यो रिटेन गर्नका लागि पनि टेक्नोलोजीलाई युज गर्ने उपायहरू भनेको एउटा चाहिँ फेयरनेस नै हो होइन. टेक्नोलोजी प्रयोग गरेर एकदम फेयर वेबाट सबअर्डिनेट्सबाट, सुपरभाइजरबाट, म्यानेजर्सबाट प्रपरली 360 डिग्री चाहिँ अप्रेजल गर्न सक्यौँ भने पनि हेल्प गर्ला एउटा चाहिँ. अर्को कुरा चाहिँ इन्गेजमेन्टमा हेल्प गर्ने लर्निङ अपर्च्युनिटी जुन छ त्यो लर्निङ अपर्च्युनिटी, ग्रोथको अपर्च्युनिटी चाहिँ हामीले यदि एम्प्लोइलाई दिइराख्यौँ भने लेट्स से लर्निङ म्यानेजमेन्ट सिस्टमहरूबाट होइन विभिन्न कोर्सेसहरू दिएर त्यस पछाडि इन्टरनल नलेज सेयरिङ गरेर नलेज ट्रान्सफर गरेर पनि हामीले चाहिँ एउटा ट्रेन बसाउन सक्छौँ कि वी आर लर्निङ इन्स्टिल्ड अर्गनाइजेसन सो यु क्यान कम हियर यु क्यान ग्रो हियर वी डोन्ट माइन्ड इफ यु लर्न हियर एन्ड गो एल्सवेयर टु अप्लाई इट होइन त्यसरी पनि हामीले चाहिँ प्रेज गर्न सक्छौँ टेक्नोलोजी प्रयोग गरेर अब अहिले एआई प्रयोग गरेर त लर्निङ अझ बेटर हुनसक्छ होइन कोर्स बनाउनेदेखि लिएर कसको के निड छ एकुरेटली हामीले त्यो पनि पत्ता लगाउन सक्छौँ होइन र अर्को मेजर कुरा चाहिँ अट्र्याक्ट इन्गेज र रिटेन तिनटै केसमा चाहिँ हामीले गर्न सक्ने भनेको चाहिँ प्रपर डाटा एनालिटिक्सको युज आज हाम्रो स्पिकरहरूले पनि एकदमै जोड दिनुभयो डेटामा लेटेस्ट कटिङ एज टेक्नोलोजीमा होइन एआइएमएल प्रयोग गरेर कसको के निड छ कसलाई के चाहिरहेको छ कसलाई के सिकायो भने बेटर हुन्छ त्यो कुरा एकदमै अप्रोप्रिएटली हामीले मेजर गर्न सक्यौँ ट्र्याक गर्न सक्यौँ र अप्लाई गर्न सक्यौँ भने बोथ अल अट्र्याक्ट इन्गेज र रिटेन तिनटैमा चाहिँ हेल्प हुन्छ भन्ने चाहिँ हाम्रो टिमको फाइन्डिङ रह्यो थ्याङ्क यू सो मच केही क्वेसनहरू हजुरलाई छ म्याम
Group 3, you're up next.
Thank you so much. So our topic, the topic of Group 3 was people-centric leadership in a tech-enabled workplace, and we have divided it into 3 buckets. That is people, culture, and technology. Because at the end of the day, we run the organization by the people, to the people, and through the people. So people here is like who is the people, how we are going to do will be culture, and technology is our enabler. Why people? Because people should remain at the heart of the organization and at the site of the organization. The reason why I am saying so is like, if you see when the technology comes, there are a lot of attrition that we see in the workplace is on the IT sides. Because it is very fatigue, because it's a monotonous thing, because they are making life easy of the other organization, but their organization, their self-well-being is at some kind of deterioration. But at the same time, there are organizations like Google's who are making people-centric decision leadership, and hence they are thriving. Because we should first identify that people should have purpose in the organization. Because if people have purpose, they will thrive in the organization and hence grow. The people should have a growth mindset, and if they have a growth mindset, they will definitely accept and adapt whatever is changing in the organization, because after all, it is happening for the benefit of them. Technology, we should make people realize by saying that technology will only help you staying 3 steps ahead and hence taking meaningful decisions. And definitely when technology comes, there will be a lot of things that we will have to learn, lot of things that we will have to unlearn, and lot of things that we will have to relearn. So we will have to focus on these parts of the people. And for the culture part, I would like to request my colleague to take it forward.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, moving forward with culture part. Actually, the culture should be inclusive, right? So it might be like there might be older age generation kind of workforce. They might be good for data entries as well. So we can include that, including women. Every older generation should be included. The future fit. For future fit, as the technology is evolving day by day rapidly, so it should be future fit, because every employee should be trained well. So that should be a part of culture. So next part is care deeply. So we need to care, in fact, because we tend to moving forward with technology, we tend to invest heavily on technology, ignoring emotion of people, emotion of staff. So that shouldn't be done. It should be like caring, including to technology as well as to staff or officials as well. So focus on what counts. Actually, we need to set priorities. So unless and until we don't set priorities, we can't move or do anything on track. So psychological safety as well. There are numerous sessions before, there is psychological threatening related with AI and all that should be avoided because technology is driven by creativity and technology is driven by human mindset. So that's the part. Next part is technology is not a threat, it's an opportunity. So we need to embrace that. Thank you. I'll move forward to our colleague for technology.
Yeah. So with our people in a very good, with the good culture, definitely supported by technology, we will be very people-centric and definitely will thrive. So we should consider technology as part of the family and not a threat because it will only speed up my work. It will remove operational execution thing and I can hence prioritize my strategical activity. So we should consider that. And the other point is, with all of this, then we will definitely deliver with excellence. Tech can be more human because tech operates with the knowledge articles, with the input that a human provides. So we can make it more human. And tech, with a sensitivity towards the information that we hold, will definitely enable all the people in our organization, and collectively the organization will thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Group 4, it's your turn now, but make sure as you come in on stage, you introduce yourself and let us know which organization you come from as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dipti Basgai, and I'm representing High Life Foods.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Somi Mishra, and I'm representing Kumari Bank Limited.
Okay, so our topic was building ethical, inclusive, and psychologically safe workplace. And well, I would like to begin just going over the topic. म नेपाली पनि mix गर्छु, please excuse this. So पहिले चाहिँ कस्तो हुन्थ्यो भने हाम्रो ग्रेट ग्रान्डफादर दे अर्न फर फाइनेन्शियल स्टेबिलिटी. त्यसपछिको जेनेरेसनले चाहिँ सोसल सिक्योरिटी, हाम्रो फादर होइन हाम्रो बुवाहरूले चाहिँ सोसल सिक्योरिटिजको लागि घर बनाउनुपर्छ छोराछोरीको लागि भन्ने त्यो इन्टेन्सनले काम गर्नुहुन्थ्यो. एन्ड जतिसुकै अन्याय भए पनि जे भए पनि काममा नो म्याटर हाउ दे वर ट्रिटेड एट वर्क प्लेस दे कन्टिन्यू टु वर्क. र त्यति भन्दा भन्दै आजको जेनेरेसन चाहिँ दे हेभ सिफ्टेड. आजको जेनेरेसन दे आर वर्किङ बियोन्ड फाइनेन्सियल स्टेबिलिटी अर सोसल सिक्योरिटी. उहाँहरूले खोजिराख्नु भएको कुरा चाहिँ अलिक भिन्न छ. सो बिल्डिङ एथिकल, इन्क्लुसिभ एन्ड साइकोलोजिकल सेफ वर्क प्लेस चाहिँ एकदमै म्याटर गर्छ वेन वी टक अबाउट न्यू जेनेरेसन. फर इक्जाम्पल, हाउ क्यान वी एम्बडी दिस इन दि अर्गनाइजेसन भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ फेयर पोलिसिज हामीले अर्गनाइजेसनमा टु मेक एभ्रिथिङ फेयर, अनबायस, इक्वल होइन, ट्रान्सपेरेन्ट पोलिसिजहरू चाहिँ फेयर हुन एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट हुन्छ. एन्ड सिमिलरली अनदर वान इज ट्रान्सपेरेन्सिज प्रपर डिसिजन मेकिङ. डिसिजन मेकिङ गर्ने बेलामा इट्स इम्पोर्टेन्ट अर्गनाइजेसनले चाहिँ एकदमै ट्रान्सपेरेन्टली त्यसलाई चाहिँ लियोस् होइन, त्यो डिसिजनलाई चाहिँ इट सुड बी भेरी क्लियर. दिस अभोइड्स एनी बायसनेस. सिमिलरली अर्को भनेको चाहिँ भ्यालुइङ क्वालिफिकेसन, वर्क एबिलिटी रादर देन फेभरेटिजम. यो चाहिँ हाम्रो नेपालमा एकदम धेरै नै हुन्छ होइन. हामीले चाहिँ आफ्नो मान्छेहरूलाई राख्ने त्यो आफ्नोवादी चाहिँ धेरै नै हुन्छ. सो इट्स भेरी भेरी इम्पोर्टेन्ट द्याट दिस हेज टु बी रिमुभ नाउ. इट्स हाई टाइम. त्यसै गरी चाहिँ इन्क्लुजिभ कसरी बनाउने त होइन. सो इन्क्लुजिभ डाइभर्सिटी भनेको चाहिँ रुममा भइरहनु भएको विभिन्न मान्छेहरू हुनुभयो भने इन्क्लुजिभ भनेको हामीले ती मान्छेहरूलाई सुन्नु हो नि त, टु बी हर्ड. हाउ मेनी पिपल आर बिङ हर्ड. डाइभर्सिफाइड मात्रै भएर भएन कि वर्कफोर्स. इट्स भेरी भेरी इम्पोर्टेन्ट द्याट दे निड टु बी इन्क्लुडेड एज वेल. र यसको लागि चाहिँ हामीले इक्वल पार्टिसिपेसन गर्न चाहिँ एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट हुन्छ. हाम्रो टिम मेम्बर्समा प्र्याक्टिकली कुरा गर्नु पर्दाखेरि चाहिँ देयर आर सम भेरी साइलेन्ट वर्कर्स कि उहाँहरू चुप्प लागेर काम चाहिँ गर्नु छ, एकदम राम्रो गर्नु छ, बट दे आर साइलेन्ट होइन. सो इट्स भेरी इम्पोर्टेन्ट वी इन्करेज द साइलेन्ट स्पिकर्स कि मिटिङहरूमा पनि. सिमिलरली फ्लेक्सिबल वर्क प्लेस, वर्क स्पेस भन्ने पनि एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट हुन्छ किनभने आजको यो नयाँ युगको इम्प्लोइजलाई चाहिँ ह्युमन्सलाई चाहिँ अहिले एकदमै फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी चाहिएको छ होइन 8 घन्टा काम गर्नलाई उहाँहरूलाई अलिकति पहिलाको मेन्टालिटीमा काम गर्न उहाँहरूलाई अप्ठ्यारो छ सो दे वान्ट अ फ्लेक्सिबल वर्क स्पेस जुन चाहिँ अबको जेनेरेसनसँग काम गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ वी हेभ टु मेक द्याट अ प्रायोरिटी त्यसै गरी चाहिँ ग्रिभेन्स ह्यान्डलिङ मेकानिजम हामीले इन्क्लुजिभनेसको कुरा गर्नु पर्दाखेरि चाहिँ इट्स भेरी भेरी इम्पोर्टेन्ट हाम्रो अर्गनाइजेसनमा चाहिँ ग्रिभेन्स ह्यान्डलिङ मेकानिजम चाहिँ एकदम प्रपर हुनुपर्छ भनेर सो एभ्रिबडी सुड फिल फ्री सेफ टु कम एन्ड सेयर देयर ग्रिभेन्सेस विथ यु सिमिलरली नर्मलाइज स्पिकिङ अप पुट अप क्वेसन्स यो चाहिँ हाम्रो धेरै अर्गनाइजेसनमा देखिँदैन होइन वी डोन्ट नर्मलाइज स्पिकिङ अप कि कुनै मिटिङमा पनि होइन यु हेभ टु अप्रिसिएट अनेस्टी अनेस्ट भएर यदि कसैले केही पनि कुरा भन्छ भने यु हेभ टु अप्रिसिएट द्याट सो कुनै पनि गल्ती गर्छ भने पनि उसलाई चाहिँ गाली गर्नुको सट्टामा चाहिँ वी हेभ टु भनौँ न उसलाई चाहिँ डिफ्रेन्ट वेमा काउन्सल गरेर उसलाई चाहिँ इन्क्लुड गर्नुपर्छ उसको आइडियाजहरूलाई पनि लिनुपर्छ सो आई एम ह्यान्डिङ ओभर दिस टु माई फ्रेन्ड
टाइम एकदमै कम छ है 13 सेकेन्ड्स बाँकी रहेछ त्यही भएर मैले सर भनिहालेँ मिनिमाइजेसन अफ प्रोसिड्युर ह्यासल्स जस्तै यही अब रोल अफ टेक्नोलोजी इन वर्क प्लेस कल्चर होइन टाइम सकेको छ हस् थ्याङ्क यू एभ्री वान
I really want to put up some points. जुन points चाहिँ लेखेको छु त्यो मात्र भन्न चाहन्छु. I really apologize for that.
5, if you're ready, can we have you on stage?
Hello, hi everyone. I am Navina Upriti, working in a human resource department at Virtuous Way. And first of all, to be very honest, I am truly honored, ladies and gentlemen, among such dignitaries.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Kripa Shrestha. I'm representing Techspire Group. So, हाम्रो जुन क्वेसन थियो म्यामले त भनिहाल्नु भयो इट्स अबाउट थिङ्किङ डिफरेन्टली अनि सो वी मेड समथिङ हामीले वी ट्राइड डिफाइनिङ धेरैजना हुनुहुन्थ्यो हाम्रो ग्रुपमा देयर वेयर अ लट अफ आइडियाज हामीले डिफाइन गर्न खोज्यौँ रिक्रुटमेन्ट एन्ड सेलेक्सन ट्रेनिङ एन्ड डेभलपमेन्ट कम्पन्सेसन इङ्गेजमेन्ट वेलबिङ र एडिसनल पोइन्टहरूमा बट अनेस्टली म के भन्न चाहन्छु भन्दाखेरि प्लिज फुल गरिदिनु होला यो फर्स्टली फ्युचर रेडी स्किल र इम्प्लोएबिलिटीको लागि बुझ्नको लागि आई डोन्ट थिङ्क 20 minutes इट्स क्वाइट सफिसियन्ट टाइम टु रिसर्च अन दिस टपिक फ्युचर स्किल के हो र कसरी यसलाई डेभलप गर्न सकिन्छ बुझ्नको लागि फर्स्टमा त फ्युचरमा के चाहिन्छ भनेर हाम्रो एचआर टिमदेखि लिएर म्यानेजमेन्ट टिमले राम्रो रिसर्च गर्नु पर्यो वाट डु दे निड इन टर्म्स अफ स्किल्स वाट डु दे निड इन टर्म्स अफ म्यान पावर त्यो जब स्किल असेस हुन्छ त्यसपछि तपाईँहरूले आफ्नो कोर कम्पनीजहरूको डिफ्रेन्ट स्ट्रेन्थ अनुसार तपाईँहरूले आफ्नो स्ट्राटेजिजहरू त्यो अनुसारले डेभलप गर्दा हुन्छ बट वाट आई फिल इज जुन स्ट्राटेजी पनि डेभलप गर्नुहुन्छ अबको नेक्स्ट जेनेरेसन द्याट्स कमिङ अप निड्स भ्याल्यू they want to be heard, they want to be listened. So, जुन त्यो भ्यालु दिन सक्नुहुन्छ bring that to your company. May it be तपाईँले रिट्रिट लिएर जानु रिट्रिटमा उहाँहरूलाई ब्याच दिनुहोस् or give them something. But हामी दुईजना जेन्जीहरू आएको छौँ अनि we came up with a very good एउटा सानो आइडिया हरेकजना जो तपाईँहरूको अर्गनाइजेसनमा आउनु भएको छ दे हेभ अ भेरी स्ट्रङ एउटा स्ट्रेन्थहरू त्यो स्ट्रेन्थलाई डिफाइन गर्न सक्नुहोस् र तपाईँहरूको आफ्नै अर्गनाइजेसनमा एन्टरप्रेनरसिप वर्क मोडललाई अगाडि प्रमोट गर्नुहोस् ला एन्ड दिस इज हाउ आई थिङ्क फ्युचर रेडी वर्क फोर्स रेडी हुन्छ होला थ्याङ्क यू सो मच
के भन्न चाहन्छु भने म अनि हामीले हाम्रो ग्रुप पनि ठुलो थियो अनि ठुलो कम्पनी भनौँ शङ्कर ग्रुप आइएमई हामी सबैको कुरा सुन्यौँ त्यसमा चाहिँ भेरी ओल्ड टेक्नोलोजीको कुरा गरिरहनु भएको छ उहाँहरूले डु यु गाइज रियली थिङ्क 20 मिनटमा चाहिँ यो स्ट्राटेजी हामीले एक्सप्लेन गरेर त्यो अनुसारको रिटेन्सन गरेर हामीले गर्न सक्छौँ होला यसको लागि 5 years 10 years एक्सपिरियन्स भएको मान्छेहरूको कुरा सुन्दा पनि वी थिङ्क लाइक वी आर लिभिङ इन अ भेरी पहिलाको वाला त्यो जङ्गलीवाला आम नट सेइङ इन अ भेरी रुड वे तर पहिलाकै सोच भयो त्यो सो आई थिङ्क
So what you guys are doing really best. Next आउने generations-लाई त्यहीमा तपाईँहरूको स्ट्रेन्थलाई र त्यो ग्याप आइडेन्टिफाई गर्नु एन्ड फिल द्याट ग्याप
Last, what I want to say is a future-ready organization is one that say we grow with our people, we listen to them, and we add up together.
I hope अलिकति lively चाहिँ भयो है. Thank you so much everyone.
होइन म धेरै बेर बोल्दिनँ. हाम्रा जेनजी नै भन्नुभयो उहाँहरूले है, सायद 23 र 24 कोमा पार्टिसिपेट पनि हुनुहुन्थ्यो. आउनु न यतै आउनु म्याम. आउनु. यस्तो हो हाम्रो जुन क्वेसन थियो होइन, अब उहाँहरू जस्तै भर्खरको एउटा करियर प्लानिङमा भर्खर जाँदै गरेको हुनुहुन्छ उहाँहरू होइन, ठिक छ. उहाँहरूलाई अब त्यो लेभल अफ थिङ्किङ थट प्रोसेस उहाँहरूको र हाम्रो नमिल्नु स्वाभाविक कुरो हो. हामी वास्तवमा शङ्कर ग्रुपको पनि त्यही ग्रुपमा छौँ होइन. हाम्रो प्रश्न भनेको हाम्रो फ्युचरमा हुन सक्ने पिपुल क्राइसिस भएको बेलामा अहिलेदेखि हामीहरूले कुन स्ट्राटेजी अप्नाएर चाहिँ पछिको लागि वर्क फोर्स रेडी गर्ने भन्ने थियो. अब सायद हाम्रो टेक्निक्सहरू जुन हामीले सेयर गऱ्यौँ होइन, कतिपय उहाँहरूको कुरा र हाम्रो कुरामा दुविधा भयो होला. ठिक छ, हामीहरूले भनेको मलाई याद छ हाम्रो तर्फबाट दिएको पोइन्टहरू भनेको हामीहरूले मेनली फोकस भनेको एउटा सक्सेसन प्लानिङलाई दिएको थियो. सक्सेसन प्लानिङको थ्रुबाट अहिलेदेखि डेभलप गर्दै लग्यौँ भने फ्युचरमा गएर त्यो मान्छे चाहिँ त्यो प्लेसको लागि रेडी भएर राख्न सकिन्छ है. सायद अब यो सक्सेसन प्लानिङलाई उहाँहरूले मन परेन होला. हाम्रो चाहिँ प्रोसेस हामीहरूले एडप्ट गरेको शङ्कर ग्रुपमा यो छ है. दोस्रो भनेको हाम्रो चाहिँ जस्तै हामीहरूले अहिलेदेखि नै राम्रो रिटेन्सन पोलिसी गर्न सकिनौँ भने एट्रिसन रेट एकदम हाई हुन्छ. एट्रिसन रेट हाई भयो भने त हामीहरूले पछि चाहिने हामीलाई आवश्यक पर्ने खालको वर्क फोर्स रेडी गर्न सक्दैनौँ. त्यही भएर हामीले रिटेन्सन पोलिसीमा चाहिँ विशेष ध्यान दिनुपर्छ भन्ने पोइन्ट थियो. यति भन्दै म क्लोज गर्छु. थ्याङ्क यू.
Thank you so much, Group 5, and a big round of applause to the entire group who presented today. Thank you so much. Now over to our commentators and our moderator.
Thank you very much indeed to the entire group. We got lots of insights and prospect, and we have definitely different prospect from different generation. Some group definitely recognized and understood that we work with millennials, we work with Gen Zs, we work together. There may be differences, but yes, we work for a common goal. Now, I will request our panel member to highlight Ajay Kumar Mishra sir on the overall observations about your presentation and his suggestions based on his very enriched experience that he has. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon. Pankaj, can I first words them? म ओपन है, बडा energized भयो group 5 को presentation सुनेर. I'll start with group 5. Group 5 मा पनि अझ Gen Z तर्फ इंगित गरेँ. Yes, it's true. अहिलेको नयाँ जेनेरेसनले भ्यालु प्रिपोजिसन खोज्या. They want to be listened. They want to be heard. अहिले जति हामी नयाँ रिक्रुटमेन्टहरू गर्छौँ, म आफै पुरानो पुस्ताको परे बाइ द वे है, शङ्कर ग्रुप भन्दा पनि पुरानो पुस्ता परे होला म. So it's 37 years I'm in this field. एचआरकै मान्छे हो म. एचआर पढेँ, एचआर पढाउँछु, परिवारै एचआर हो मेरो. त मेरो छोरी पनि एचआर म्यानेजर हो. मेरो र मेरो छोरीको कुरा मिल्दैन. जेनेरेसन ग्याप त्यहाँ छ. काम गर्ने तरिका मिल्दैन. पढाएको मैले एकदम ठुलो डिफरेन्स. हामी जसरी हुर्क्यौँ, ग्रुम भयौँ, जुन भ्यालु प्रिपोजिसनमा अघि हामी आयौँ, ग्रुप 3 तिर फर्केँ, फाइनेन्सियल स्टेबिलिटीको लागि काम गऱ्यौँ, डराउँथ्यौँ. अहिले मनमा लागेको कुरा बोल्यो भने जागिर जाला कि सरकारी सेवाबाट सुरु गरेँ. अहिले च्यालेन्जै सबभन्दा ठुलो के हो भन्नुहुन्छ भने नयाँ जेनेरेसनले आफ्नो कुरा सुनियोस् भन्ने चाहन्छ. त्यति मात्रै प्रब्लम होइन, आफ्नो कुरा मानियोस् भन्नु चाहिँ प्रब्लम भइदियो. अहिले भर्खर देखियो नि, एउटै ग्रुपमा 2 थरी भर्सन हामीले कुरा गऱ्यौँ नि त. अब अर्गनाइजेसनको सबभन्दा ठुलो ढिलेमा आज कहाँ भयो भन्दाखेरि नयाँ पुस्ता र पुरानो पुस्ताको कर्मचारीको बीचको हार्मोनी त्यो चाहिँ कसरी मेन्टेन गर्छ. सुनिनु भने के हो त? त्यो नयाँ पुस्ताले भनेको या नयाँ आएको कर्मचारीले भनेका सबै चिज अर्गनाइजेसनको बेटरमेन्ट गर्छ कि गर्दैन त? समस्या त्यहाँनिर आयो. यस, भ्यालु हुनुपर्छ, आइडिया, क्रिएटिभिटी सबैको भ्यालु हुनुपर्छ, मान सम्मान बराबर हुनुपर्छ. त्यो अहिलेको च्यालेन्ज त्यो हो. किनकि हामी एउटै अर्गनाइजेसनमा, म अहिले नर्विक हस्पिटलको सिइओ, 34 years ओल्ड अर्गनाइजेसन, 34 वर्ष पुराना कर्मचारी पनि मसँग छन्. भर्खर 1 महिना अगाडि जोइन गरेका कर्मचारीहरू पनि छन्. पछि काम गर्ने तौर तरिका त फरक भयो नि त. एउटा इस्यु त्यहाँनिर तपाईँहरूले राइटली पोइन्ट आउट गर्नु. अघि एउटा कुरा निस्क्यो, लोकसेवा आयोगमा नयाँ जेनेरेसनले इच्छा देखाएन. थिम थियो एट्र्याक्ट इन्गेज रिटेन नयाँ पुस्तालाई एट्र्याक्ट गर्न टेक्नोलोजीको युज गर्न पर्यो नि त याद गर्नुहोस् त लोकसेवा आयोगले फेसबुकमा विज्ञापन गर्दैन टिकटकमा विज्ञापन गर्दैन इन्स्टाग्राममा विज्ञापन गर्दैन गोर्खापत्रमा गर्छ यो कोठामा बस्ने कतिजनाले गोर्खापत्र पढ्नुहुन्छ भयो क्या यङ जेनेरेसनसम्म रिच नै भएन 1 2 लोकसेवा आयोग सरकारी सिस्टम याद गर्नुहोस् मध्य पहाडी भेगका या दुर्गम भेगका नागरिकको लागि आज पनि पहिलो प्राथमिकता लोकसेवा आयोग हो शहरी संस्कारमा हुर्केका हामी जेनजीहरूको पहिलो प्राथमिकता प्राइभेट र कर्पोरेट सेक्टर हो या विदेश हो अन्तर त्यहाँनिर आयो नि दुःख गर्न स्टेबल हुन चाहेनौँ लोकसेवा आयोगमा स्टेबिलिटी छ म अहिले पनि म 26 वर्ष भयो सिओ भएर काम गर्न थाले मैले हायरिङ गर्दाखेरि अहिले पनि म शहरी क्षेत्रको उम्मेदवारलाई प्राथमिकतामा राख्दिन सुन्दाखेरि यो बायस सुनिएला किन रिटेन्सन रेट एकदम कम हुन्छ अपर्च्युनिटी खोजै गर्छन् बाहिर जाने अपर्च्युनिटी खोज्छन् र प्यासेन्स बडा कम छ चाँडै करियर ग्रोथ खोज्छन् त्यही अलिकति मध्य पहाडतिरको मान्छे हायर गर्नुभयो भने रिटेन्सन बडा लामो हुन्छ इट्स योर अर्गनाइजेसन पोलिसी कस्तो मान्छे खोजिया तपाईँ द्याट्स इम्पोर्टेन्ट मेन्टल हेल्थ बडा आवश्यक छ हेर्नुहोस् बडा राम्रो कुरा निकाल्नुभयो 3वटा ग्रुपले मेन्टल हेल्थ चाहिँ प्रायोरिटी हुनुपर्छ न्यू जेनेरेसन वर्कफोर्सको लागि एकदम आवश्यक हो मैले अघि नै भने प्यासेन्सको अभाव छ हतारो छ चाँडै भर्याङ चढ्नु पर्या छ डिप्रेसन आउँछ फ्रस्ट्रेसन आउँछ मेन्टल हेल्थ चाहिन्छ र सबभन्दा एउटा महत्त्वपूर्ण पाटो कहाँ छ भन्दाखेरि हामी टेक्नोलोजी इनेबल्ड वर्कफोर्सको कुरा गर्दैछौँ हेर्नुहोस् न कोभिड पछि कोभिडको पिरियडमा ठुल्ठुला कम्पनीहरू सबैले वर्क फ्रम होमको कन्सेप्ट ल्याए त्यो वर्क फ्रम होमबाट फर्चुन 500 कम्पनी सबैको हेर्नुहोस् बिजनेस बढ्या भेट्नुहुन्छ पर्फर्मेन्समा कहीँ कम्प्रोमाइज भएको छैन त्यही चाहिँ नेपालमा हेरौँ न घरबाट काम गर्ने भनेपछि के काम भयो यहाँ केही सिनियर मान्छेहरू पक्कै बसिया छौँ हेर्नुभयो भने त्यो रिजल्ट चित्त बुझ्दो भएन किन भएन भन्दाखेरि हामी जबसम्म कम्पेल हुँदैनौँ काम गर्नलाई जबसम्म हामी माथि एक किसिमको दबाव सिर्जना हुँदैन जबसम्म हामी माथि एक किसिमको सुपरभिजन र मोनिटरिङ हुँदैन हामी स्वस्फूर्त रूपमा पर्फर्म गर्दैनौँ चाहे त्यो जेनजी होस् या पुराना म जस्ता पुराना पुस्ता किन नहोस् पछि जबसम्म त्यो इथिकल कल्चर हामी बिल्डअप गर्दैनौँ तबसम्म हामी टेक्नोलोजी इनेबल इन रियल सेन्स जान सक्दैनौँ हो अधकचरो काम गरौँला जस्तै मौका आउनुभयो भने पर्फर्मेन्स म्यानेजमेन्ट सिस्टमदेखि लिएर रिक्रुटमेन्ट सिस्टम एभ्री सिस्टम तपाईँले डिजिटल भेट्नुहुन्छ त त्यो रियल सेन्समा टेक्नोलोजी इनेबल चाहिँ होइन है अधकल्चो काम सबै चिज छ 100% गरे सो मैले धेरै समय लिन्न 5वटै ग्रुपको प्रेजेन्टेसनबाट आएका चिजहरू बडा सान्दर्भिक छ आजको समयमा प्रत्येक अर्गनाइजेसनले त्यही लाइनमा सोच्न आवश्यक छ समस्या कहाँनिर छ भन्दाखेरि इन्टरनेपलेज इकोनोमीमा एउटा प्रब्लम त कम्पेन्सेसनको कुरा अघि गर्नु भएको थियो नेपालले आजसम्म त्यो कस्ट अफ लिभिङ एडजस्टमेन्टबाट कम्पेन्सेसन सिस्टम जोड्नै सकेका छैन सबभन्दा ठुलो समस्या त्यहाँनिर छ एमबिए गरेर आएको हुन्छ राम्ररी पढेर डिस्टिङसन ल्याएको होला जब मार्केटमा गयो 30,000 35,000 40,000 को जागिर पाइन्छ कसरी सर्भाइभ हुने बाध्यता हो चाँडै जागिर परिवर्तन गर्नु या बाहिर जान खोज्नु त जबसम्म हामी कस्ट अफ लिभिङ एडजस्टमेन्ट बेसिसमा हाम्रो कम्पेन्सेसन सिस्टमलाई लान सक्दैनौँ यो समस्या थावत रहन्छ समस्या त्यहाँनिर छ रिटेन्सनको इस्यु त्यहाँनिर ठोकिन्छ सो अफकोर्स नयाँ जेनेरेसनलाई भ्यालु चाहिएको छ दे वान्ट टु बी हर्ड दे वान्ट टु बी इन्गेज दे वान्ट टु पार्टिसिपेट इन डिसिजन मेकिङ अलिकति प्रमोट गरेर जानुपर्छ म यहाँहरू सबलाई त्यो 20 मिनटको छोटो समयमा जुन कि पर्याप्त थिएन मान्छु त्यसमा पनि त्यति राम्रो आइडिया त्यति राम्रो सोच ल्याउनु भएकोमा धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु र मैले फ्लोर हाम्रो प्यानलिस्टतिर
हेलो नमस्ते सबैलाई म चाहिँ बसेरै गर्छु कुरा गर्छु त्यहाँ देखिहाल्नुहुन्छ है ओके सो I think a lot of things have come where we've talked about winning the new age workforce हैन अजय सरले पनि उहाँको एक्सटेन्सिभ एक्सपिरियन्सले कतिवटा इन्ट्रेस्टिङ कुराहरू सेयर गर्नुभयो म चाहिँ what I would like to point out is winning the new age workforce को बारेमा हामीले 5 वटा पोइन्ट्समा कुरा गर्यौं मेरो माइन्डमा चाहिँ के रिफ्लेक्ट भइरहेको थियो नि winning the new age workforce by whom? Who needs to win them? And when you really think, it is definitely the leadership in the organization, right? It has to be the leadership. So, सबैजनाले भनेको पोइन्ट्समा चाहिँ मलाई चाहिँ एउटा एकदमै हाइलाइट गर्न मन लागेको चाहिँ people centered leadership को बारेमा हो हैन because we know that the new age workforce or the new styles of working is completely people centered. People are concerned about their own mental health, their well-being, mental awareness, whether it is the younger generation or the older generation, given the times we are in. So people centered leadership मा चाहिँ leadership shift चाहिँ हुनै पर्छ र हामीले देखि पनि रहेछौं कतिवटा संस्थाहरुमा एफर्ट पनि आइरहेछ हैन त्यसमा के भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ we definitely need to move from command and control to listening and supporting. And I think a lot of groups brought it up already over here, where we talked about from having an authority, having directives, to having empathy, and from managers shifting to coaches, where हामीले new generation अथवा new employees लाई चाहिँ हामीले potentials unlock गरेर उहाँहरुलाई चाहिँ हामीले कसरी leadership मा support गर्न सक्छौं. They are a generation who want to grow fast, who want to move fast. So we need to identify the skills and the potential that they have to help them move in that speed and that direction, I feel. And instead of hierarchy, I think the organizations have to really look at being collaborative, because the new employees definitely want to be consulted, want to be a part of conversations, want to be heard. Not only the new employees, अहिलेको environment नै त्यस्तै छ. It doesn't have to be a new or a newer generation or an older generation. Being able to voice yourself and being able to be heard is very important जस्तो लाग्छ. र म धेरै टाइम लिन्न अब. I just want to talk about future ready workforce strategies मा चाहिँ just highlight that investing in people and leadership is what the future looks like, which has been brought up by several of the groups here right now. And the culture of continuous learning was also brought up. र त्यो चाहिँ मलाई एकदमै हाइलाइट गर्नु मन लाग्यो. र टेक्नोलोजी चाहिँ वर्कमा हामीले कसरी युज गर्न सक्छौं. अजय सरले जुन चाहिँ हाम्रो लोक सेवाको बारेमा भन्नुभयो, टेक्नोलोजी, is it being used, is it not being used, what does the generation or the future workers want भन्ने कुरामा चाहिँ yeah, I'll end here with leaving you with those thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yudenji. Now I'll wrap up. Ajay सरको एक्सपिरियन्सले हामीले धेरै कुराहरू बुझ्यौं. Yudenji further added to it. So I'd like to conclude based on the presentations by 5 groups, and of course we heard from the panelists as well. First thing was from employment to experience. आजको जनरेसनले के खोजिरहेको छ भने they want to be valued, they want to be heard. धेरै जनाको आयो यो 2-3 जनाको ग्रुपको एउटा कमन कुरा के थियो भने we need to be valued, we need to be heard, we have the experience, we have ideas, we may be changes but we may have a better idea. अब अर्गनाइजेसनमा लिडर्सहरुले चाहिँ के गर्न सक्नु पर्यो भने they shouldn't confine themselves to the boss, I know everything हैन कि. It's an environment where ideas are welcomed, people are challenged हुन सक्छ, and the best ideas should be adopted. That may be given by a junior employee who have joined a day before or from anyone else, the senior most. अर्को कुरा के थियो भने technology, is it an enabler or a risk? It is not a risk. AI, whatever, machine learning and all these things is going to give us leverage. It's going to make us more effective. We have to adapt it. We have to learn various new skills, and we cannot take it as a threat. It's an opportunity. ला जब जान्छ हैन कि हामीले नयाँ स्किल्स, नयाँ जबहरु क्रिएट गर्छ भन्ने हुनु पर्यो. अर्को थियो leaders must evolve from authority to empathy. हैन, लिडर्सहरु भनेको चाहिँ सुन्नु पर्यो हामीलाई. लिडर्स भनेको बोस हुने हैन. लिडर्स भनेको लिडर हुनु पर्यो from whom you get inspired, who is open to you, who loves to hear from you, who gives an avenue to come up and talk with you. हैन. अर्को कुरा के थियो भने culture of real competitive advantage. Employee must feel safe. हैन. म बोले मेरो आइडियाज राखे, कुनै कुरालाई मैले डिफर गरे भने is my job in threat? त्यस्तो हुनु भएन. हैन. Inclusions should move beyond policy and daily practice को कुरा थियो. अर्को कुरा के थियो? Trust and fairness must be visible, not just stated. हैन. मेरोमा यो छ मात्र हैन कि you should feel that. अनि अर्को कुरा future ready मा चाहिँ I have something to say. Yes, we have 2 different opinion. Future ready workforce बनाउनको लागि we have to get ready ourselves. We have to definitely have succession planning. Sankar group को साथीले जे भन्नुभयो, because we need to know whom to succeed. कला अगाडि लाने हो policies-हरु चाहिँ हुनुपर्छ. That makes an organization ready for future challenges and opportunities. My final words are, after hearing in every one of us. Winning the new age workforce is not about policies, tools, or strategy alone. It is about the mindset. It requires think human first, act with purpose, lead with empathy, and continuously evolve.
Thank you so much to our moderator and commentators. And to our participants, I feel this was pretty fruitful. Would you agree? You all got an opportunity to interact, bring in your ideas, and present at the same time. So everybody had their say at the same time. We would like to honor our commentators and our moderators. So kindly be on stage for your valuable time. On behalf of Growth Sellers, I would like to invite Ms. Samjana ma'am to please do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause, please? Also, a photo opportunity together. Thank you to our commentators and moderator for bringing so much clarity to the subject matter and adding and fueling it to the topic that we discussed earlier. Thank you so much, Samjana ma'am. Now, as we settle the tables back to normal, so are you all ready? All right, my very first question is, if you know the answer, please make sure that you raise your hands and then we will pick you. Volunteer, please be ready with the mic so that there won't be any delays. My first question is, which company was the first to reach a $1 trillion market value? All right, you'll get only one chance.
Apple was the first one.
Okay, can we have you? I wouldn't have given you a chance, but then you've given the correct answer.
Thank you so much.
Please be on stage. A big round of applause, everybody. So you will be getting a gift hamper from Roto, which is one of our sponsor here today. What's your good name?
Khemraj Dahal.
खेमराजी धेरै धेरै बधाई छ यहाँलाई रोतोको तर्फबाट हामीले गिफ्ट ह्याम्पर दिँदैछौँ ताली बजाइदिउँ न है थ्याङ्क यू All right, now the second question here we have is, please make sure that you raise your hand, all right? Which country has the most islands in the world? Okay, I see this beautiful lady here raising her hand. Mic yata pass gardinu hola.
Indonesia.
That's not a correct answer.
Sweden.
Canada.
Sweden.
Mic ma josle Sweden भन्नु भएको थियो उहाँ आइदिनु होला.
I am the one.
First ma कसले भन्नु भएको थियो? Oh my god. Do we have three hampers? First ma भन्नु भएको थियो अब के गर्ने? Okay, can we have the mic? तपाईं तीनै जना आउनुहोस् त. यहाँ लाइनमा बस्दिनुहोस् त एकचोटि. I think I want to do something because I recognize the voice. Sweden भन्नुहोस् त तीनै जनाले एकचोटि माइकमा. हैन माइकमा. No, can we have the mic please? I'll try my best to recognize the voice.
Sweden.
Okay.
Sweden.
Okay, can we have the one with the yellow blazer? I'm so sorry, but I heard her voice clearly. I feel that would be fair enough. But thank you, ladies, and thank you for understanding at the same time. Ma'am, can we have you on the center stage? Because I remember hearing her. Thank you so much. Congratulations. We have a hamper from Tranquility Spa for you. A big round of applause. And thank you, Samjana ma'am, for doing the honors. That was fun, right? All right. With that, now let's move forward with our fifth session of the day. The topic for this session is what high-performing organizations do differently. Practitioner-led experience sharing and bringing real-world insight. Here we have a very phenomenal speaker himself, Head of Marketing F1 Soft International, Mr. Abhishek Maske. Mr. Maske is a marketing professional, educator, and public speaker with extensive experience in branding, communications, and digital marketing. In his current role, he leads marketing and communication initiatives, bringing impactful brand narratives and engaging audience in a digital-first environment. A big round of applause for Mr. Abhishek Maske, please.
Is this working? Hello? Hi. All right, guys, before we begin, when I was actually invited to this program, I wanted to tell you a story. So back in the days when I was doing my MBA, म चाहिँ marketingमा काम गरेको, it had already been a few years. And while I was supposed to choose my specialization, what I thought was instead of choosing marketing, I'd go for HR. And a lot of people didn't like it. You're not the HR kind of a guy. You're rude. You don't know how to talk. Probably you're good at creatives, but you're not the HR guy. But there was one firm belief that I always had, and I think it's time to prove it today. So back then, one of the things that I always believed in was HR is going to be the new marketing. And that was it. That was what I was thinking about. And as I was saying, I'm going to prove you why this is true. So since my topic is about a tech company, and tech companies must say, every tech company has to go through something which is kind of good, but very scary at the same time. And that's called growth. When tech company starts to grow, it just doesn't grow. It grows in full speed. And when a company starts to grow in full speed, one of the things that we can see is that you need to think, act, and grow really, really fast. And a lot of times, especially since we're in Kathmandu and the speed limit is 50 kilometers per hour, and if you go beyond that, it starts to get really, really scary. Speed is scary, and that's what we're going to talk about. Because as soon as we think about speed inside a company सानो हुँदासम्म चाहिँ culture भन्ने कुरा, it's so easy to spread. It spreads really, really naturally. If you think about it, there might be 10 people in the room or within your organization. You'll see everybody's faces every single day. You know their personal lives as well, and you literally know what they like and what they don't like. But as soon as the company starts to grow, it doesn't take much time for a tech company to grow from 10 people to 100. That's where the danger starts. Because this time, the company is going to grow, but the culture won't be spread automatically. I'll give you some time to think about it. Culture does not spread automatically. This is the time when one of the most important things needs to be done, that is, you need to design and communicate it. So back in the days, while I was working at F1 Soft, they created a strategy committee, and they started to look into how the company can scale up. It was already growing, but it needed a structure. So there was one strategy team that was completely working on how to grow the company properly. Probably one of the conversations was about revenue, another one was about optimization, another one was about HR, and probably the headcounts and all of these things. But this time, the whole conversation was about one little thing. That's where we got involved, and that was, what are the specific things that actually made the company successful? Who are the people who were doing things exceptionally good? Who were the high-performing teams? What were they doing something differently that actually helped to grow the company? So once that was thought of, they kind of listed down things, and when we got the paper, it was very interesting for us because it wasn't about skills anymore. They were talking about what is value, the value that every employee was bringing into the table. And that's the time when two very oddly unfamiliar departments were invited. And that was HR and marketing. Now, if you think about it, these guys cannot be friends. I'm sure all the HRs in the room, you can figure out, the biggest troublemakers inside an organization is always the marketing guys. They don't know how to dress up for the work. They're always late. They say stupid things to their clients as well as employees. You duita category साथी भन्नै सक्दैन. And when we try to look into it, like for me as a marketing guy, there are 4 P's in marketing: product, place, price, and promotion. Probably promotion भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ, it makes sense to you, and that's what I expect from you as well, असारमा. But यतापट्टि HR को साइडबाट हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अर्को 4 P's, which is very interesting at the same time. You're talking about performance, you're talking about policies, you're talking about the potential of employees that's there in the company. And then the other one is going to be, you're going to be talking about processes. Nothing in common. But one specific thing that binds both of them together is the love that they have for people. For us, it's customers. For you, it's the employees. As simple as that. People at the center of everything that we do. अब यही कुरालाई हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ HR लाई challenge चाहिँ कहाँ हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ communication मा हुन्छ क्या. Communication becomes one of the biggest challenges for HR. And I'll give you an example. HR लाई challenge किन हुन्छ communication भन्दा this is how they communicate के. Thank you for your concern. I'll get back to you later. Yours truly, HR. Now think about it, right? Overall organization, if you look into it, there are so many departments. Your department is the only department that has human written on it, human resource. And you are the ones who are talking like a robot. There's the problem. Ab yo kurale, if you look into it, everybody's talking about AI. Everybody is worried that AI is going to replace them. But at the same time, AI is actually probably worried that you are going to replace their job because you talk more robotic than them. If you want to click this picture, I'll wait. But again, if you think about it, the word that I used was challenged. I'm not saying you're bad at communication. You guys are great at communication. Because for you, if we put context of communication into the HR world, what happens is the job of HR, or in the world of HR, communication actually means talking in a comprehensive and in a very, very clear way. Agree? That's why the reason your documents are 20 pages long, you have a lot of filings to do, you have documented literally everything, and every email that you sent is probably 5 pages long. And that's important because that's what's required. For us, for marketing, communication becomes something completely different. Our job is just to make sure that the message is sent across. You give me a 20-page document, my job is to turn it into a 2-line statement. You talk about the company's growth plan, I'm going to make it a 3-word tagline. That's my job. That's how it works. So now, when these two teams were called together, our job was very clear. For HR, it was to make things clear. For marketing, it was to make things sticky. That was it. And that's how the whole exercise started. Because what we understood here was clear communication is an information pass garne bhayo. But at the same time, memorable communication is going to connect with people and transform behaviors. And that's when we got a document full of text. Right? The text was so much. These were the words that described how the people are valued here. So मान्छेहरुको core values के हुन्छ भनेर चाहिँ this was actually generated from the most top performing employees as well as the most हुन्छ नि त्यो सबभन्दा खतरा teamsहरुबाट निस्केको words. And when we looked into this, we started grouping it together. And what we saw was there were 5 words that actually made sense to us. Right? If we look at the 5 words here, it was empathy, grit, integrity, respect, and trust. If you look at this core value, this is a lovely core value to have something on the board and for everybody to remember. But marketing ko kaam ke ta? HR created this, but what's the job of marketing now? Our job is to shuffle it a little bit and give it a form. So we just changed the order a little bit, and what we figured out was there's something very, very interesting here. So these 5 words actually translate into something where we all know, a tiger. Suddenly, the employees at F1 Soft were tigers. And it was very easy for everyone to remember. Trust, integrity, empathy, and respect. Now, everybody can remember it very, very simply. हामीहरुको अफिसमा त इन्टर्नल जोक पनि भनेको थियो के कोही अफिस भित्र छिर्यो भने बागायो भन्ने हुन्छ नि. That's how the culture started to spread. That's how the conversation started to happen based on core value, which is usually just few words stuck at reception. अब यो कुरा हेर्दै जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ value भन्ने कुरा is good, core value भन्ने कुरा is very important, but if we put it in context of an organization, how do we spread it? Because bagलाई पनि, if it wants to grow, it needs to have an environment, and that environment is called culture. अब कल्चरको पनि एक्सरसाइजेस गर्न थाल्यौँ हामीले है अनि then we figured out 5 important words here as well. So one of the things that we figured out was अघि त्यो bias वाला कुरा गरिरहेको थियौँ नि. One of the most important things for us became fairness. We loved having fun while working. There was an environment of learning around. Innovation was at the core of everything we do. And again, one of the most important thing for us is collaboration. So यो 5 words देख्दाखेरि चाहिँ again, the job of marketing was very simple. Again, we need to shuffle it. Right? Then we shuffled it again. And then I would say you can probably know a pattern here. Our 5 words that we selected turned into our culture pillar, which was a cliff. So now tiger is on a cliff, and that was one of the exercises we did, which actually helped us create value, as a core value as well as culture pillar inside FI. If you look at this, this might look like a very simple exercise. What actually happened in the background was very interesting. Core value matra banaunu pareko, employees ko matra kura garnu pako bhae, HR would have done it in their own ways. But as soon as the collaboration happened between HR and marketing, this turned into a full-fledged 360-degree campaign. Now, everybody inside F1 Soft were seeing it. Now, कसरी भयो भन्दा firstly when we came up with this idea, tiger on a cliff, we thought we'll put the soft toys of tigers everywhere inside the office so people will start talking about it. And it's like, no, that's going to be too kiddish. Wanted to make this formal, strong, and people should remember it. So what we did was we created a 10-foot tall statue about this, and we put it somewhat like that at the entrance of the office. Now everybody's talking about what's that tiger, and people are proudly explaining it. Every employee suddenly turned into brand ambassadors. They started talking about this. When they posted this picture, everybody started to respond to it on social media as well. Besides that, to make it go even further, there were awards designed just to value people who were taking core value too seriously inside the office. So there was an award. There was an award called Tiger Award. I won that, by the way. Besides that, there's एउटा के भन्छ यो newsletter inside the office. That newsletter featured different articles about people who are living the value. We have a board inside the office where we stick pictures of the collaborative work that we do. So we started doing something called Year of Our Culture, and right now we're at the Year of Innovation. Your last year ko Year of Collaboration थियो. And then every little activity that we do was connected with either our core value or our culture pillar. So you sabai कुरा गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ now interestingly के भयो भन्दा people started talking about us. That was marketing, that was brand for us. It worked like magic, and we weren't spending anything outside. It was just employees talking about it all over social media, at dinner tables, at conferences, at like restaurants and having coffee, and that was going all organically through the employees. Now think about it. You don't need to hire a brand ambassador when you're actually having so many brand ambassadors inside your organization coming every day. All of this was only possible because we did one thing. We stopped working in silos. HR department भने HR department हो, marketing भने marketing हो, यो भने त्यो. There was no such के भन्छ त्यो blocks there. We worked into projects like how project management was done. Everybody had their role, everybody had their insights, everybody had their kids, but at the end, everybody came to one conclusive kura, and that just went forward. About why I kept saying HR is the new brand is because great brands always tell stories, right? These were the great brands that we figured out from the internet right now. Apple ko आफ्नै story छ, Coca-Cola ko आफ्नै story छ, Microsoft has their own stories, and we keep talking about these stories even though it was not advertised. It always traveled. And the best thing about stories is stories are actually culture ko घर. Cultures actually live inside story. And if you think about it, every festival that we celebrate right now is passed on to us because there is a story behind it. Holi ko आफ्नै story छ, Dasai has its own story. Probably 2 दिन अगाडि घोडे जात्रा थियो. Probably त्यसको पनि आफ्नै story छ. Everything, every culture is transferred from one generation to other through stories, and that's the reason why it's so sticky. Within an organization, what happens is the stories are almost there. It's about people helping each other out. It can be about people failing, learning, and winning. It can be about people challenging the status quo. So as a presentation, one of the things that I really want to say is besides the basic work that every HR does, the future is going to be slightly different because one more KPI is going to be added into your list, and that is you have to act like the architects, the culture of a company. And by that, what that means is you're the powerhouse of stories. Every employee is going to tell you their stories. You're the one who's collecting it. And there will be other departments who's going to help you spread it out even faster and better. And it's not just going to help us, the team. It's going to help the overall company in every different way possible. So, let's say you're at the tech company. One thing that I heard as soon as I joined F1 Soft was the true power of technology is in its invisibility. So technology has to be invisible. Great technologies are always invisible. The way we're paying without cash right now, that feels invisible right now. It's like an everyday habit. HR को केसमा चाहिँ, let's look into this in a very different way. HR को केसमा चाहिँ culture is the invisible environment that you're creating. And once that is done, I can actually proudly say that HR is the new marketing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abhishek, for such an insightful presentation. Like he said, great brands always tells stories. I love how Mr. Abhishek brought in the topic about how HR and marketing team can work together to promote their brands, their values, and their working culture. And yes, HR are the architects of any company, any workplace, and marketing and HR should definitely work hand in hand. And HR is the new marketing. A big round of applause for that. And may I have him on the center stage one more time, as we would like to give you a token of appreciation on behalf of Growth Sellers. And Samjana ma'am, let's have you on stage. Thank you so much, Mr. Abhishek. Thank you, Samshana ma'am. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the final session of day one. It's a panel discussion, and the topic for this session is Evolving Work, Evolving People Management. This panel explores how organizations can adapt management frameworks to evolving workforce dynamics, digital environment, and generational shifts. To moderate this particular session, I would like to invite founder and CEO of Team Ventures, Mr. Tenzing Sonam Gonsar. A big round of applause for him. Mr. Tenzing Sonam Gonsar is the founder and CEO of Team Ventures, where he leads efforts to institutionalize innovation in Nepal through strategic capital and global standard management practices. His expertise in organizational design was shaped at Columbia University and further redefined through his experience in Bridgewater Associates. A seasoned fund manager and entrepreneur, he oversees a diverse investment portfolio across sectors including renewable energy, technology, manufacturing, and hospitality. He's also a founding board member of the Nepal Private Equity Association and actively contributes to Nepal's entrepreneurial ecosystem through roles and with FNCCI and CNI Startup Committee. Thank you so much, sir, for being here today. Now, let me invite our panelists here today. We have a project-led and Chief Operating Officer of Tulo.com, Ms. Suraksha Adhikari, here with us. A big round of applause. Let's have her on the stage. An entrepreneur and ecosystem builder with over a decade of experience. She works on digital transformation and supports entrepreneurship development, particularly for small businesses and women-led enterprises. Thank you, ma'am, for being here today. And next, I would like to invite Mr. Divakar Oja, Senior Manager and Head of Operations, Himalayan Java Coffee. He is a senior operations professional. He leads the expansion and operational strategy of one of Nepal's leading hospitality brands, ensuring consistency in quality service and customer experience. Thank you, sir, for being here today. And last but not the least, may I have Mr. Sudeep Ghimire to join the panel. He is the National President of NYEF and Executive Director of SG Group, an active contributor to Nepal's entrepreneurial ecosystem. He promotes youth entrepreneurship, innovation, and private sector collaboration while leading initiatives that support emerging businesses. Now with that, over to our moderator.
Good afternoon, everyone. So afternoon sessions are a little challenging sometimes after lunch, so I hope we can engage you the same as the earlier sessions, which were very exciting and have set a pretty high precedence. So once again, my name is Tenzin, and I'll be moderating this session for you and hoping that you will be engaged and keep it as exciting and relevant as the previous sessions. So our session is titled Evolving Work, Evolving People Management, Aligning Management Frameworks with Generational and Digital Workplace Shifts. So once again, welcome. We find ourselves at a defining crossroads in 2026. We've moved past the era of digital transformation as a buzzword, and today we don't just use technology, we inhabit it. Our workflows are automated, our communication is instantaneous, and our data is predictive. Yet a paradox has emerged. The more tech-enabled our workplaces become, the more success hinges on being people-driven. Today, we aren't just managing tasks, we are managing the human experience across 4 different generations. We are redefining authority in a world of flat hierarchies and navigating the always-on pulse of digital culture. The question for this session isn't whether we should adopt these shifts, but how we align our management frameworks so that they support rather than stifle the human spirit. To help us move beyond the theoretical and look at how these frameworks are evolving on the ground, we have a very diverse and relevant panel that perfectly represents the digital, the entrepreneurial, and the service-driven heart of the Nepalese economy. So having said that, let me now introduce you to our pretty star-studded young all-star panel. I'll start with Ms. Suraksha Adhikari to my left. Suraksha ji is a dynamic entrepreneur, educator, and ecosystem leader with over 12 years of experience driving digital transformation and entrepreneurship development in Nepal and South Asia. As project lead and chief operating officer of Tulo.com, she has been instrumental in enabling businesses, especially women entrepreneurs, to embrace e-commerce and technology-driven growth. Known for her strong leadership, strategic vision, and project execution, she has led impactful initiatives that bridge business and technology for socio-economic advancement. Beyond her corporate role, she actively contributes to policy dialogue and ecosystem building. She serves as the South Asia community leader for UNCTAD E-Trade for Women, holds leadership positions at NYEF Kathmandu, CNI's Women Leadership Forum, and SAWDF, and is deeply committed to nurturing the next generation as a visiting faculty and mentor. She has been recognized as WOW Magazine Nepal's Woman to Watch, and Suraksha continues to shape the future of inclusive digital entrepreneurship in the region. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, round of applause for Suraksha ji. Next, I'll move to my far left, Sudeep ji. So Mr. Sudeep Gimere, he is a visionary entrepreneur and a business leader with over a decade of experience driving growth, innovation, and organizational excellence across many of Nepal's key industries. As Executive Director of SG Group, a diversified conglomerate with over 3,000 employees, he oversees operations spanning energy, agribusiness, manufacturing, finance, and infrastructure, while also leading Everest Gas Group, one of Nepal's largest LPG networks serving over 2 million people nationwide. And just as kind of small, just kidding aside, I was speaking with Sudeep ji right before this panel outside, and I said, you might be getting a lot of calls recently because there's a lot of market fear and turmoil around LPG gas. And he said, you know what, surprisingly, I'm not getting that many calls. So it seems that many people have adopted or evolved towards using the electric stoves. And so that's kind of interesting. He also holds strategic leadership roles across hydropower financial sectors, including being the MD of Bungal Hydro and director at Samriddhi Finance, demonstrating a strong track record in corporate governance, large-scale execution, and sustainable business development. He is widely recognized for his ability to mobilize resources, build high-impact partnerships, and lead transformative initiatives. He has played influential roles in Nepal's business ecosystem as president of the Nepalese Young Entrepreneurs Forum. He's a graduate of Purbanchal University with executive training from Stanford University. So welcome, Sudeep ji. And last but not least, Mr. Divarkar Oja, currently GM at one of Nepal's leading brands, Himalayan Java. Divarkar holds a master's degree in business administration and a bachelor's in hospitality and tourism management. He joined Himalayan Java in 2017 as an assistant manager and became part of the management team in 2019 and has been leading the operations as operation head since 2020. Under his leadership, the company has grown from 23 outlets to now over 82 branches, alongside 7 sister companies within the Himalayan Java supply chain, managing over 700 staff and serving more than 10,000 plus customers on a daily basis. He oversees operations, marketing, HR, franchise expansion, and supply chain systems, while also focusing on developing young talent through structured programs. So welcome to the panel. So we'll get right into it. First, we're going to start with Suraksha ji on the theme of digital literacy and human instinct. So in a tech-driven platform like Tulo.com, obviously you rely heavily on data. As a leader, how do you balance following the data versus trusting your gut when it comes to people-related decisions? Where does the algorithm end and where does empathy begin?
Namaste and very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for a very relevant question in recent times. Like Inauguration Sessions, we have heard a lot about AI, data, yo sabai haina. So in today's organizations, including mine, we talk about data a lot. We want data, we want to optimize it so that we can use it to the utmost level possible so that we can make informed decisions, and especially regarding our human resources. In my organization too, and also being a tech organization, definitely we use data. But what I feel is data, of course, gives patterns to us, but it doesn't give the context. By saying that, what I mean is, HR को कुरा गरौँ हैन, HR को कुरा गर्दाखेरि employees को data हेर्ने भनेको चाहिँ हामीले उनीहरुको performance हेर्न सकिन्छ, उनीहरुको regularity हेर्न सकिन्छ, उनीहरुको engagement in work हेर्न सकिन्छ, communication कस्तो छ हेर्न सकिन्छ, how are they communicating in time with the clients, etc. सबै हामीले performance track गर्न सकिन्छ through performance dashboards हरु, using CRMs, through different softwares that are available in the market today. This would definitely we can extract data, we can analyze it, but त्यो डेटामा चाहिँ त्यसको प्याटर्न चाहिँ हामीले एनालाइज गर्न सकिन्छ तर त्यो कन्टेक्स्ट बुझ्न सकिदैन. फर एन एक्जाम्पल, इफ समबडी इज परफर्मिङ रियली वेल एन्ड देन उनीहरूको उसको चाहिँ पर्फर्मेन्स एकदम स्काई रकेट भइरहेछ भने we do not know why that's happening, हैन? What is the motivation factor behind that? So what I believe is हामीले data त राख्छौँ तर सँगसँगै we also need to move forward and communicate with them every time whenever we do appraisals. जहाँ चाहिँ we talk to them, okay, एकदम राम्रो perform भयो भनेपछि what is the motivation factor, हैन? So that we can keep it stagnant. हामीले अझै त्यो motivation factor लाई चाहिँ अझै बढाउन सकिन्छ या at least त्यही level मा राख्न सकिन्छ कि. But again, on the other hand, if somebody is not performing well as per their potential, pattern हेर्दा फेरि पहिला राम्रो गरिरहेको थियो अहिले उसको अलिकति राम्रो देखिरहेको छैन भने डेटाले मात्रै हामीलाई केही भन्दैन. We also need to communicate with them and talk to them what are the problems they're facing. Is it a work burnout? Is it family issues? Is it something that's happening in the workplace that's burdening them, that's making them their work difficult? Or if somebody is very stagnant at their work, first देखि नै उसको राम्रै performance छ भने त्यसलाई maintain कसरी गर्ने त? त्यो सबै कुराको लागि चाहिँ नि हामीले त्यो context बुझ्नको लागि we also need to communicate. So that's what we do in our organization. र communication भन्दा भन्दै what I would also want to focus on is communicating with empathy. Emotional intelligence को पनि अघि कुरा आएको थियो हैन. So हामीले चाहिँ नि when we talk to our team हामीले कसरी चाहिँ उनीहरुको इमोशन्स बुझ्न सकिन्छ र कसरी चाहिँ नि overall कम्पनीको performance better गर्न सकिन्छ नि. So definitely dashboards हरुले हामीलाई डेटा दिन्छ तर context बुझ्नलाई चाहिँ हामीले के गर्छ भने we communicate with them, and while communicating we keep a layer of emotional intelligence as well. So that's how we balance the data and the gut feeling, the instinct that we have as managers and leaders in our company.
Thank you very much. So I'll move over to Sudeep ji on the theme of redefining authority. So traditional management relied on a more kind of structural, hierarchical, command and control kind of management. However, the younger generations, Gen Z and Alpha, expect a more coaching and collaborative model. How are you coaching the older managers in your organizations, in your group, to shift their style without necessarily losing professional discipline?
Good afternoon and namaste to everyone. Thank you for the question, Tanjinji. So in our organization, it's a pretty diverse organization in terms of geography, in terms of the size of the business, in terms of number of people that we employ. And there are people like who still I call uncle in our organization. Uncle, so there are quite a few of them who have worked with my father as well. So dealing with them has not been an easy job for me since I joined the business. But what happened during the process, how I tried to make them more into this collaboration or coaching model was like they love command, they love the authority and everything. So at first, I think I had to change at first my father. I need to I'll not say teach, but while I had to tell him time and again. So this change is inevitable at this point of time. So I'm really started. We brought him in such a way that he would be enjoying the mentoring and everything. So with that process, we slowly hired young people, especially when I came into the business, even after my brother joined. I mean, we started young mind, young people. So if we surrounded them with young people, young minds, and that helped a lot. Even head of department, Sharma Pani, we involved a few young peoples. So I think they mentored them. To know that when we introduced KPIs and OKRs in our organization, so that helped a lot as well. त्यसपछि बिस्तारै आफूले गर्न नसक्ने काम we hired third party. So third party ले भनेको त हामीले भन्दा directly भन्दाखेरि if they get offended, so त्यो point of time मा आएपछि a third party or the consultant helped a lot to adapt those models to so-called alikati older generation ko employees harulai.
Now shift over to Divarkar ji, and I'd like to start on the theme on performance in real time. So in hospitality, where you come from, feedback used to come in monthly reviews. Now in a kind of technology-driven world that we're living in, a single Google review can even change a team's morale within minutes. So how do you manage performance and accountability in this kind of real-time feedback loop?
Good afternoon, everyone. Namaste sabaijanalai. So I'm going to start with a little bit of structure that we have come up with. So Himalayan Java, right now we are operating 82 branches, and we got more than 700 staff working over here. And Hamroma, Gen Z is maximum populated, and very less is boomer generation. So main kura चाहिँ के छ भन्दाखेरि जस्तै हाम्रो type of industry मा जस्तै every day we are open, and every day we are going for the work, and every day we need to serve the customers in a very highest form of maintaining highest form of quality. अब हाम्रो चाहिँ कस्तो छ भने एउटा शेयर्ड भिजन जुन एउटा कम्पनीले बनाएको हुन्छ, जस्ट मेरो को-फाउन्डरहरूले बनाएको छ, त्यो शेयर्ड भिजन चाहिँ सबैजना इम्प्लोइजलाई चाहिँ we need to share very properly. That need to be very clarified. अनि त्यही हिसाबले जस्तै हाम्रो long term goals, short term goals, and what is happening on the current market, अब त्यो कुराहरूलाई ध्यानमा राखेर अनि हामीले चाहिँ जस्तै adapting technology, अब त्यसमा adapting technology को कुराहरू गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ जस्तै अब what helps our human resources to build more effectively, efficiently, उनीहरूले चाहिँ कसरी चाहिँ कस्टमरलाई राम्रो कस्टमर सर्भिस डेलिभर गर्न सक्छ, त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ जस्तै टेक्नोलोजीको चाहिँ युज चाहिँ लाइक ERP अनि त्यसपछिबाट गुगल रिभ्युजहरू जस्तै सोशल मिडिया कमेन्ट्सहरू, we make our staff to look at it very properly, अनि त्यसको चाहिँ immediate actionsहरू लिने, अनि त्यसको चाहिँ कमेन्ट्सहरूलाई कलेक्ट गरेर रिपोर्टिङ गर्ने, अनि त्यसपछिबाट भोलि चाहिँ अझ मोर बेटर कसरी सर्भ गर्न सकिन्छ त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ we take care of our employees. अनि त्यो शेयर्ड एउटा भिजन चाहिँ हामीले सबै हाम्रो इम्प्लोइजलाई चाहिँ हामीले दिन सक्यो भने चाहिँ त्यो पर्फर्मेन्स म्यानेजमेन्ट चाहिँ त्यति नै सजिलो हुन्छ. सो कसरी चाहिँ हाम्रो एचआरले प्रोटोकल्सहरू बनाइरहेछ, कसरी चाहिँ मार्केटिङले प्रोटोकल्सहरू बनाइरहेछ, कसरी चाहिँ अपरेसनले प्रोटोकल्सहरू बनाइरहेछ, त्यो शेयर्ड कम्युनिकेसन चाहिँ we shared each and every day through our SOPs, through our checklist, through our elements that we have featured in our operations. And same way, adapting technology has become one of the crucial factor for an organization like ours. Just let's say, the adaptability गर्न सकेन भने चाहिँ we might fall, we might lose our sales, we might lose our customers. So it's very crucial that we follow these trends, we follow the technology and internet, whatever the customers using on the current market.
Thank you so much. So we'll move back to Suraksha ji. And now the theme on asynchronous work. So digital workplaces often mean people are working at different time zones or even from different physical locations. So how have you adapted your management framework to ensure organizational coherence when you don't necessarily see your team face to face every day?
Yes, again, this is very relevant to me because I work very remotely, you know. Office bikes, I have other commitments to academic and other your professional associations or something. So, म आफै धेरै office physically चाहिँ गइरहेको हुँदिनँ, and then मेरो team members पनि कतिजना they work from home also, हैन. So this is a very, very common situation. I think हाम्रो IT companies are especially धेरै हुन्छ, especially post COVID, हैन. COVID को time देखि नै यो remote work को culture बढिरहेछ, worldwide नै बढेको छ, नेपालमा पनि देखिन्छ र it is very tricky, हैन. In a way चाहिँ employee को perspective बाट चाहिँ they really look for it, हैन. कुन company मा चाहिँ नि remote work गर्न मिल्छ, त्यसमा चाहिँ join गर्छु भन्ने मैले धेरै देख्छु र तर employer को part बाट चाहिँ it's quite challenging, हैन, यो manage गर्नलाई र challenging हुँदा हुँदै पनि अब definitely we need to do something about it, है. र मेरो organizationमा चाहिँ हामीले के गरेका छौँ भने few things we have made sure, हैन. Number one would be clarity of हाम्रो companyको mission vision. अघि पनि हाम्रो एउटा session पनि भयो where core values चाहिँ सबै employeesहरूलाई थाहा भयो र उनीहरूले चाहिँ आफ्नो everyday lifeमा चाहिँ inculcate गरिरहेछ भने त्यो एकदमै beneficial हुन्छ भने उहाँले जसरी भन्नुभएको थियो त्यही नै हामीले गर्न खोजिरहेछौँ. जस्तो हाम्रो mission vision चाहिँ each and every employee of our company has to understand properly and we try to make sure of it, हैन. र त्यो सँगसँगै त्यो clarity मात्र नभएर त्यो सँगसँगै what comes is उनीहरूको आफ्नो goals के हो त towards the organization, हैन. Goals like we split it into daily goals होला, weekly goals होला, monthly goals होला, quarterly goals होला. यसरी हामीले split गरेर goals बनाएको हुन्छ र त्यो goals deliverables के छ, timelines-हरु के हो, हैन. So हामीले चाहिँ clarity over supervision मा चाहिँ we believe in, हैन. So every day supervise गर्ने अब पहिला त हामीले गर्यौं त्यो पनि like CCTV camerasहरु अफिसमा राख्ने, कसले काम गरिरहेछ कि छैन, कसैले YouTube चलाइरहेछ कि त्यो पनि गरेको हो हैन initial days मा. But later on what we realized is यो झन् remote work सुरु भइसकेपछि त यसरी supervise गरेर त हुँदैन, micro manage गरेर त हुँदैन. So more of हामीले clarity चाहिँ लिएर आउनु पर्ने रहेछ, हैन, in their minds about the company and about their own goals towards the company, their deliverables, etc. So number one would be that र त्यो clarity पनि पुग्दैन. There should be a system in the organization, हैन. System पनि हुनुपर्छ भन्न खोजेको. There should be a software or a technology, something that binds everyone together, हैन, where they can together work. क्लाइन्ट्सहरूलाई पनि त्यहीँबाट सर्भ गर्न सक्यो, सबै कुरा HR को पार्टहरु अटेन्डेन्स देखि लिएर उनीहरुको के छ, पेरोलहरुको क्याल्कुलेशन्स देखि लिएर उनीहरुको टास्क्स, उनीहरुको क्लाइन्टसँग कम्युनिकेसन, उनीहरुको इन्टरनल टिममा कम्युनिकेसन, सबै कुरा चाहिँ अब ERP सिस्टम्सहरुले दिन्छ. सो त्यो पनि हामीले इन प्लेस राखेका छौं ERP सिस्टम. सो क्ल्यारिटी सिस्टम र साथसाथै एकदमै frequent communication within the team, हैन. So although I do not visit office every day, म physically हुन्न, मेरो अरु co-foundersहरु पनि हुनुहुन्न सधैँ, त्यो हुँदा हुँदै पनि we are always there. हाम्रो जुन system in place छ त्यहाँ भित्र हामीले internally communicate गर्दा within a few minutes we reply and then we talk to each other. त्यो छ. र at the end of the day हामीले के पनि गर्छौं भने एउटा चाहिँ simple very informal reporting, हैन, where we just expect the team members to send us share with everyone what they achieved today, what were the challenges that they faced and how did they overcome. यो चाहिँ एकदम everyday नै हामीले गर्छौं so that कुनै दिन त अब खासै के काम पनि गरेको हुँदैन, त्यो भए तापनि केही न केही challenges face गरेकै हुन्छ and it also helps them to internalize, हैन, these things like everyday के भइराछ भनेर. र यो सबै कुरा चाहिँ सिस्टम भएकोले डकुमेन्टेड पनि हुन्छ. So anytime we can go back and check के भइराछ, कस्तो भइराछ, हामीले त्यो दिन के कुरा गरेका थियो, कम्युनिकेसनको पार्टमा पनि हेर्न सकिन्छ. So सबै कुरा डकुमेन्ट गर्नु पनि एकदमै इम्पोर्टेन्ट छ when we are into रिमोट वर्किङ वर्क लाइफ भनौँ होइन र यो सबैलाई बाइन्ड गर्ने चाहिँ लास्टमा एउटा के छ भने कल्चर अफ ट्रस्टिङ यर टिम होइन र हामीले जब हाम्रो टिमलाई चाहिँ एज लिडर्स ट्रस्ट गर्छौँ होइन सिस्टम छ सबै छ तर त्यो साथ त्यो हुँदै पनि वेन वी सो देम द्याट वी ट्रस्ट देम इन टर्न दे फिल अकाउन्टेबल एन्ड देन दे फिल लाइक दे ओन देयर वर्क होइन ओनरसिप आउँछ वर्कमा सो यसरी चाहिँ आई थिङ्क ब्यालेन्स आउट हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ सो इट्स नट वान साइडेड होइन इम्प्लोयरले मात्र रिमोट वर्कमा चाहिँ कसरी इम्प्लोइलाई जहिले पनि हेरिरहने कसरी चाहिँ उसले काम गरिसकेको छैन हेरिरहने भन्दा पनि त्यसलाई एउटा सिस्टममा यसरी ब्यालेन्स गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ कि जसले गर्दा चाहिँ एट द एन्ड अफ इट दे अल्सो फिल भेरी मच अकाउन्टेबल भेरी मच रेस्पोन्सिबल होइन ओनरसिप चाहिँ उनीहरूले पनि फिल गर्छ सो अब डेफिनेटली वी हेभ नट रिच लाइक द हाइट्स अफ सक्सेस यो रिमोट वर्कमा वी आर ट्राइङ एभ्री डे तर यस्तो खालको सिस्टम चाहिँ हामीले इन प्लेस लिएर आउन खोजिरहेको हुन्छौँ होइन आवर एफर्ट्स आर टुवर्ड्स अल अफ दिज
Thank you very much. Shifting now to Sudeep ji, and this is a very, I think, thorny but relevant theme on the idea of retention through purpose. Over the years, when I've had the opportunity informally to speak with many corporate leaders, and you just ask them, what is the single biggest challenge in your organization? And then working in Nepal, people think you'll say bureaucracy, corruption. No, Nepalese entrepreneurs are highly agile. They've gone through all kinds of instability. We've not had a single stable government in the last 3 decades, right? So we can put up with that. But I think, when you speak genuinely with a lot of top corporate HR leaders and they identify that HR retention is probably arguably one of the top challenges within their organization. So in the modern workforce that is highly mobile, beyond a paycheck and compensation, what specific people-driven strategies have you seen at work to keep your young talent from leaving for the next big thing?
To be honest, I'm still figuring out how to retain the people, as you said. Well, यसमा दुईटा कुरा हुन्छ, I guess. So there would be a long-term strategy and the short-term strategy. At first, you need to make them realize they are not growing just financially, but also as a person, as a leader, they are growing. So you need to create that environment within your organization. Yes, it does work. So what we have done, a few practices that we have done is we are flexible with our office time working, even we allow the part-time and everything in our company. So just go come sit, you can just wrap up your thing and then go at a certain time. Even we allow working remotely, as Surakshi also mentioned, so that even we are like a conventional organization by Pani, we try to involve that kind of a strategies in our organization. त्यसै गरी certain सानो कुरा we need to give them a retreat for them or training them or even उनीहरूको mental well-being मा how can we contribute. So त्यस्तो कुराहरू गरेर we try to make people happy within our organization. So long term what we had practiced and we are still practicing भन्दाखेरि we just don't take care of their immediate needs. अलिकति long term अगर maybe we could finance with their house. अनि त्यसपछि त्यसै गरी even educating, supporting their children's education. त्यस्तो विभिन्न incentives-हरु create गरेर पनि we have had that kind of, but again the problem is, yes, you can do that to the senior management or mid-level management, so you can do that, but at certain point of time, retention has always been very challenging. And अहिले त अब hire गर्दाखेरि नै we do ask कति महिनालाई बस्छौ तिमी या चाहिँ के भन्छ कति वर्षलाई, what's your plan, कहिले बाहिर जाने के हो, that we ask. And so we are we are informed, okay, so your मान्छे is for this period of time, so we need to adjust or accordingly, or we need to give them roles and responsibilities. त्यही हिसाबले दिने भनेर we are practicing that.
Thank you. And just kind of reflecting from my kind of limited experience, having invested in Nepalese market for the last 10 or 11 odd years, and having some exposure to many different sectors in Nepal, I think in some ways even our laws and policies from a government perspective are very slowly evolving, but in a very kind of slow and gradual. Because prior to working here in Nepal, I used to work in the US and I used to work in the financial industry in hedge funds. And there was a pathway for young, smart 20-something-year-olds to make it to the partner level at a fund. And you're talking $160 billion, world's largest hedge fund. So when a young, smart, educated MBA graduate comes and says, I can work here, I can not just be paid my basic paycheck and meet my basic requirements, but there's a pathway towards longer-term growth, ownership in the firm where I'm spending on average, we used to work 12, 13 hours in a day, right? I think in Nepal, both from a policy perspective and even from the corporate kind of mindset, we need to very much evolve on that front, because I've had met very few corporate leaders where I say, these are my future leaders, and there's a pathway for them to become owners of the firm where they're working 10, 12 hours a day. So I think there needs to also be that paradigm shift in terms of mindset. Now, if you look from a policy perspective, Nepal company law, until very recently, there was hardly any proper provisions for sweat equity, right? And that's a given if you go to the US, Europe, India, like when you want good talent, you want to retain them for the long term, right? And it's not just going to be the current paycheck that's going to attract young, smart people. It's going to be kind of that long-term association in terms of ownership, equity, and so on, right? So I think we're getting there, but I think just frankly, we have a long way to go, and both from a policy perspective, but even from a corporate leadership kind of standpoint. Now shifting back, we will be on the idea of maintaining culture during an expansion phase, back to Diwakar ji. Himalayan Java's very quickly expanding. I'm personally a big fan. I probably drink almost your coffee on a daily basis. I'm so happy that a Nepalese brand is actually, I have no formal association, but actually operating at an international level, whether it is their quality, their service, just from an investment perspective, if you've seen the growth in Himalayan Java, this is Nepalese brand, Nepalese coffee 100%, Nepalese systems, Nepalese owners. Recently, congratulations, they've raised a big round of funding from NIBL Equity Partners. I understand a lot of that will be used towards your global expansion. So, really proud that a Nepalese brand actually has that vision to not just say, we're going to do so well for this industry within Nepal, but we have big ambitions beyond the boundaries of Nepal. So when you're expanding so quickly, as you scale, how do you ensure the human-centered culture doesn't get diluted by the systems and processes needed for growth? So we're saying both is important, right? You cannot really scale without systems or processes. So how do you keep this Java spirit alive in a very digital-first world?
So, actually, हामीले चाहिँ हाम्रो इम्प्लोइजहरूलाई चाहिँ कस्तो टाइपको डेफिनेसन्स दिइरहेछ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ जस्तै ह्युमन रिसोर्स भर्सेस लाइक नट ह्युमन रिसोर्स भर्सेस टेक्नोलोजी भन्दा पनि ह्युमन रिसोर्स विथ लाइक बेस्ट टेक्नोलोजी and it's the only way that we can go to the highest level. We can serve very precisely. We can get the accuracy. Human error त्यति नै कम हुन्छ. So एउटा चाहिँ हामीले कस्तो गरिरहेछौँ भने हाम्रो एउटा क्याम्पेन नै छ. So because like हिमालयन जावामा चाहिँ जब एनरोल हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ like lot of youngsters like after +2 and maybe after SLC or like उनीहरूको चाहिँ फर्स्ट जब नै हिमालयन जावा हुन्छ क्या. उनीहरूले चाहिँ फर्स्ट they will do the trainings अनि उनीहरू चाहिँ हाम्रोमा आउँदाखेरि चाहिँ अब उनीहरूले चाहिँ के एक्सपेक्टेसन राखेको हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि हिमालयन जावामा काम गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ मैले राम्रो मेसिनमा काम गर्न पाउँछु, मैले राम्रो इन्भाइरोमेन्टमा काम गर्न पाउँछु, मैले राम्रो स्यालेरी टाइममा पाउँछु र मैले चाहिँ बेस्ट टेक्नोलोजीमा बसेर चाहिँ काम गर्न पाउँछु. वी वान्ट टु इन्ट्रोड्युस हाम्रो ह्युमन रिसोर्सलाई चाहिँ your work will be like better if you follow the technology. Without technology, you'll be like kind of like slower or like त्यति धेरै राम्रोसँग प्रेजेन्ट गर्न पाउँदैन. सो टेक्नोलोजीलाई चाहिँ अहिले हामीले हाम्रो एसओपिसदेखि लिएर चेकलिस्टदेखि लिएर हाम्रो हायरिङदेखि लिएर हाम्रो रुल्स एन्ड रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटिज अब स्टाफलाई डिफाइन गर्ने कुराहरूमा चाहिँ वी मेक स्योर द टेक्नोलोजी द्याट जुन चाहिँ एउटा इन्डिभिजुअल स्टाफले चाहिँ फलो गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ अथवा उसले युज गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ. वी मेक स्योर दोज टेक्नोलोजी चाहिँ उनीहरूलाई चाहिँ बर्डन नहोस् उनीहरूको वर्कमा. त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो ओरिएन्टेसनदेखि लिएर ट्रेनिङ प्रोग्राम्सहरूदेखि लिएर सबै त्यो हामीले युज गर्ने टेक्नोलोजी द्याट इज लाइक काइन्ड अफ ERP, बिलिङ्स, सोसल मिडियाको कुराहरूदेखि लिएर विल मेक स्योर त्यो चाहिँ उनीहरू अन द जबमा गइसकेपछि उनीहरूलाई चाहिँ त्यो बर्नआउट नहोस् भनेर. सो अहिलेको फेजमा जब अब हामीले monthly like we are opening like 2-3 outlets. We hire more than like 20-30 people every month. So हाम्रो ongoing trainings that we got like learning and development programs जुन चाहिँ हाम्रो in-house program छ त्यसमा चाहिँ हामीले not only for like coffee making, we also make sure like how the billing is done, how the reports are like reported, how the communication will be like flow. So we'll all make sure that technology has been like taught to our staff very precisely. So यसरी नै like we like able to like perform we able to open like so many outlets. So without technology, even like it's not possible what we are doing, what we have become now. So first thing is like we make sure our staff ले चाहिँ त्यो positive feedbacks in terms of technology चाहिँ त्यो चाहिँ उनीहरूले आफ्नो goals मा चाहिँ राखोस् भन्ने कुराहरू छ.
Thank you very much. Now coming back to Suraksha ji, in terms of upskilling for 2026, with AI and automation handling more routine tasks, what is one human skill you now find most valuable in your team that perhaps wasn't a priority, say, 5 years ago?
I think I cannot just say one skill. I think I should talk about a few skills, 3-4 skills are एकदम important. One would be adaptability, किनभने everything is changing so fast, because of globalization, technological advancement ले गर्दा चाहिँ सबै कुरा change भइरहेछ. I might know something today, but that might not be relevant 6 months in a row, त्यो relevant नहुन सक्छ, मलाई useful नहुन पनि सक्छ, and I need to learn something more. त्यही job गर्दा गर्दै पनि. So नयाँ situation, नयाँ skills, नयाँ tasks, नयाँ environment मा चाहिँ adapt गर्न सक्नुपर्छ. किनभने world is changing faster than ever, र त्यो साथसाथै चाहिँ हामीले एडाप्ट गर्दा गर्दै पनि हामीले के राख्नुपर्छ भने एउटा लर्निङ एजिलिटी हुन्छ नि जुन चाहिँ you always need to be ready to learn, unlearn, relearn, and that goes on and on and on, for everybody. This is for everybody, including the CEOs, PhD holders होला या somebody who's just joined an organization as an intern, it's relevant for everyone that you need to keep learning. त्यो पनि एउटा स्किल नै हो. र अर्को very important skill would be having this cross functional learning ability. भन्न खोजेको चाहिँ कतिजना फाइनान्समा काम गर्नुहुन्छ होला, कतिजना एचआरमा काम गर्नुहुन्छ, तर अब चाहिँ नो मोर आफ्नो मात्र काम जानेर चाहिँ मिल्दैन, हुँदैन, You need to understand the overall business ecosystem. Company को business side के हो, companyले चाहिँ कसरी राम्रो गर्न सक्छ, म फाइनान्समा काम गरिरहेको छु, तर I need to understand the overall business ecosystem. त्यो भयो भने मात्रै चाहिँ अब चाहिँ you can sustain in this very competitive world. So एउटा भनौँ न entrepreneurial mindset भन्न पनि सकिन्छ यसलाई, You need to understand all the departments, all the functions of business. आफ्नो मात्रै नबुझेर सबै कुरा बुझ्नुपर्ने हुन्छ. So cross functional learning would be third. र अर्को भनेको I think अघि धेरै कुरा भइसक्यो, emotional intelligence पनि एकदम very important, And technology is taking over. The technology lacks human element. So त्यो emotional intelligence is always very important, especially हामी HR meetमै छौँ, हामीले human element is very important. So I think your adaptability, cross-functional learning, emotional intelligence is very, very important. I think your skills are super important and are relevant to all the fields also.
Yeah, I was just thinking in my own industry, which is investment, private equity, venture capital, for a lot of basic kind of routine tasks, whether it's industry analysis, I'm personally already using AI. I'll give you a real example. I think a couple of months ago, there was a business delegation, I think with the vice president of Vietnam and a big business delegation that had come to Nepal. I had the opportunity to meet a few of the delegation members. There was a company called Vina Milk, which is basically, in India, you've heard of Amul, right? India's biggest billion-dollar dairy company, very successful. So they are kind of like the Amul of Vietnam, huge billion-dollar company. And when I met their international head and he said, hey, Tenzin, what's the dairy industry in Nepal like? Can Vina Milk enter Nepal? What are the laws? What is the competitive landscape? Immediately, I didn't have a good answer because I have no exposure to
the dairy industry. From what I know, it's pretty difficult to get into. But I didn't have a strong opinion. And when I used AI to analyze it, I could have used one of my investment team members to look into company laws, entry of FDI into dairy sector in Nepal. That probably would have taken at least 20 to 25 odd hours for basic analysts, because you'd have to look at all the laws, competitive matrix. It's very hard to get detailed competitive data in business in Nepal. And AI came up with a very good detailed analysis, ChatGPT, for me, like a 6-page memo. Unfortunately, the conclusion was that it's not the right time to enter, but I felt it was very accurate. So for a lot of what I would call mundane, rudimentary, important, perhaps AI is already there. It's part of my industry, no doubt. But I think, like you said, I think there's some things that will be very challenging or almost impossible. AI cannot necessarily be empathetic. I don't see how it can, right? Because empathy is the core of what makes us human, right? Even one could argue that the difference between humans and animals is essentially empathy, right? So in that respect, you know, at this HR summit, you know, what is the core tenet of HR is basically it has to start from empathy. Before processes, tools, AI, automation, efficiency, you speak about all of that, modern management ideology, but I think at the core of human resource is empathy, because organizations are essentially made up of humans, right? And if you don't put humans at the center of the way you operate your culture, then I don't think you really have any real competitive advantage in your organization. So I think that's just kind of one reflection I had as you were speaking. We'll move on to Sudeep ji. In terms of the entrepreneurial employee, now this is very important. You know, in the last 10 years I've been here, very happy about many things. Private equity venture capital is now a more developed industry. When I started 10 years ago, there were maybe 2 funds, 3 funds. I think today there are like 30, 40 investment funds. So certain access to capital has been made easier for SMEs, for startups, which is good. But then sometimes, I was telling Sudeepji earlier, sometimes when things happen very fast in Nepal, I get scared. And sometimes, you know, if you look at the education sector, healthcare sector, you know, one thing happens and everyone jumps on it. And I'm not quite sure if it's a very kind of thoughtful process, if you will. So I'm kind of, in a way, a little fearful of myself. When this industry is growing so fast, I wonder, with all the people coming in, whether this is a very kind of justified entry, if you will. So, you know, so much is happening in entrepreneurship, in investments, and within your own conglomerate business, in the various businesses that you run, you've been advocating for entrepreneurship. I'm surprised, you know, sometimes I think you leave your own businesses aside and you're giving equal or more time to NYEF, mentoring younger generation entrepreneurs. So how can HR leaders create a management framework that allows employees to act like entrepreneurs within a structured corporate environment? And I think that's important because, look, if you ask me very honestly, is everyone built to be a startup founder? My honest answer is no. Is everyone built to be an entrepreneur? My honest answer is no. Is everyone built to be a leader? No. You have to start with the facts on the ground. However, within the organizations that you lead, right, you have young people joining you from the college level, master's level, to you have very seasoned managers in your businesses. How can you make them more what you call entrepreneurs, right? With entrepreneurial mindset, agile, willing to take risks, but within the organizations and frameworks that you are operating in?
So I think for this, at first, the leaders should have very open mind. That पहिलाको जस्तो जमाना म बस हो मैले जाने छ अरु तैले जाने छैन भन्ने कुरा I think that mindset should not be there at first. The other thing is communication, delegation, how you communicate with your team, how you delegate authorities to your team, how you develop SOPs within your organization so that they can like work independently. So what I have practiced so far, certain businesses ma chahi certain set of guidelines, SOPs banaera just I look after the core things, the main 1-2 things, because it's very difficult for us to look day-to-day affairs. It's much difficult for us. So together we have, I think that I think worked very well in our organization as well. So at first you need to identify people like, who are capable or who are eligible for that kind of role within the company. So to garda garda I found few models garda garda it evolved actually. So what we did, what we are still practicing is certain cheeseharuma भन्छ नि ठेक्का दिने जस्तो system. I'm like using a bit local word. Certain cheesema, certain businesses ma, so you reach this target or sales target or whatever revenue target je huna sakcha, you reach this or beyond that it's yours. Yeah, even at certain businesses what we have done is ulai ती अर्को साइडमा अर्को बिजनेस खोल्न दिने which supports to our business. Like if I am operating a gas station, त्यहाँनेरि चाहिँ coffee shop या grocery store चाहिँ त्यहाँको employees लाई खोल्न दिने, उनीहरुको team लाई चाहिँ they can operate. So that model also worked. Apart from that, like I'm not marketing, मैले HR को software राम्रो पाएन. Like back in a few years, I've been like looking for the proper HR software, and I decided to like, why don't I like invest or I go for the HR, so develop a software. भनेपछि I developed on my software, but with the team, जो मेरो in-house team थियो, I made them the co-founders. The तिमीहरु lead गर, you develop the HR software and you like market and sell it. मेरो benefit भनेको I'll be your first client भनेर I encourage them. A few other examples like I mean धेरै truck, bus, the fleet चाहिँ we run a decent number of like vehicles. So what we practice was त्यो गाडी पनि ल तिम्रै गाडी भयो, we will finance that. So I need this for this purpose. So you'll be getting this amount of money for helping me out or for working with me. Rest जति बचाउँछौ, जति खर्च तिमीले कम गर्न सक्छौ, it will be yours. The truck or the bus will be at certain point of time चाहिँ तिम्रो हुन्छ भनेर. So we have like practice those kind of things within our organization to develop entrepreneurs or even entrepreneurs actually.
Excellent. We'll now move on to Divarkar ji. So you come from the service sector. So on mental well-being within the hospitality and service sector, hospitality is both physically and emotionally demanding, right? In the context of our theme, how can we use tech and technology to actually reduce burnout rather than just adding more tracking and pressure on the staff?
So usually, so couple of years ago, what we are working on, we try to ease our work, ease our staff work, employees work, you know. Just we're trying to bring the like effective, efficient machines, highest level of performing machines, you know. And जति पनि टेक्नोलोजी हामीले युज गर्छौं त्यो चाहिँ लाइक फर्स्ट अफ अल त्यो अर्गनाइजेसनलाई भन्दा पनि अर्गनाइजेसनको मेन गोललाई भन्दा पनि रेगुलर डेको स्टाफको मोड्युल अफ वर्कलाई चाहिँ कसरी चाहिँ त्यसले फास्ट वेमा चाहिँ डेलिभर गर्न सक्छ, कसरी चाहिँ उनीहरूलाई इज गर्न सक्छ. मेबी लाइक 2-3 बटन्स एन्ड दे क्यान डेलिभर देयर मेबी बिलिङ्स or maybe डेलिभर देयर रिपोर्ट्स or like maybe whatever they need to deliver towards उनीहरूको सिनियर म्यानेजमेन्टहरूलाई. सो हाम्रो फिल्डमा चाहिँ के छ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ जस्तै कस्टमर्सको नै डिमान्ड चाहिँ एभ्री डे चाहिँ लाइक दे वान्ट्स टु हेभ अ भेरी क्विकर सर्भिस. सो इन अ सेम वे ब्याकवर्ड इन्टिग्रेसनमा जाँदाखेरि पनि वी निड टु हेल्प आवर स्टाफ, वी निड टु वर्क अन आवर स्टाफ लाइक म्याक्सिमम टाइम्सहरू चाहिँ जस्तै उनीहरूलाई चाहिँ कसरी हेल्प गर्ने त्यो टेक्नोलोजी त्यो सिस्टम त्यो ERP, त्यो machines, or maybe the bar or the counters area, maybe the kitchens, जहाँ उनीहरूले every day काम गर्छ त्यो सर्भिस डेलिभरी गर्नको लागि त्यसको लागि चाहिँ like we are very working भनौँ न. जस्तै टप लेभल म्यानेजमेन्टदेखि लिएर इभन लाइक आवर इन्भेस्टर्स लाइक कुन कुरामा हामीले इन्भेस्ट गर्नुपर्ने in terms of technology. So त्यो वेमा चाहिँ we make sure our staffs are like working very precisely. सो हामीले चाहिँ सिस्टमलाई पनि इन्ट्रोड्युस गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ स्टाफलाई चाहिँ सिस्टमले चाहिँ लाइक ट्याक्स थप्ने भन्दाखेरि पनि यसले चाहिँ लाइक यो तिम्रो आफ्नो वर्क इथिक्स के अरे वर्क इन्भाइरोमेन्टलाई चाहिँ अझ बेटर अपलिफ्ट गर्न हेल्प गर्छ भन्ने टाइपले चाहिँ हाम्रो टिचिङ मोडलदेखि लिएर ट्रेनिङ मोडल्सहरूदेखि लिएर चाहिँ हामीले त्यो हिसाबमा चाहिँ वी इन्ट्रोड्युस भनौँ न कि. अनि प्लस अब हामीले अब जे पनि इन्ट्रोड्युस गर्छ स्टाफले चाहिँ त्यसलाई चाहिँ पोजिटिभली कसरी लिन सकिन्छ, त्यसलाई एडुकेट टाइम चाहिन्छ होला, ट्रेनिङ फ्रेम्सको टाइम्सहरू चाहिन्छ होला, त्यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले आजको भोलि नै रिजल्ट नहेरिकन लाइक वी किप अन फलोइङ देम्स. सो युजली वाट एभर वी इन्ट्रोड्युस in terms of technology, in terms of investments, त्यो चाहिँ staffलाई we make sure that working model is like working very properly, and those tools are like helping them adequately.
Yeah. Where I previously used to work, which was in hedge fund, and people think, in people who work in hedge fund are basically a bunch of like finance nerds, which little bit that is there. But beyond that, our founder was known to be like very goofy, very geeky, and we used to, within staff and employees used to think, we actually think this guy follows Eastern philosophy. Our doubt was that he was a Buddhist at heart, but he would never say it, because he used to tell us that investment and hedge funds and investment management was all about seeking the truth. It was almost like reading some book about spirituality or about the Buddha, and he actually lived out those values, because he would say, the company would say, any employee that takes any kind of course, external, spirituality, meditation, well-being, the bill is on the company. You just bring a bill. You took a 6-month online course, whatever, no questions asked. He actually believed in it. He said, you send a bill back to the company. And I remember being brought up in the Buddhist family, but not really following rituals myself. The first kind of meditation, transcendental meditation courses, ironically, I took was actually in the US, So having been born and raised Nepal, I've lived in India also for many years. I went to school there. I've never actually done meditation or taken a single meditation course in my life. But where I actually got exposure to, ironically, was in the US-based hedge fund company that I used to work. So having said that, now we just have a couple of minutes, so we're going to wrap up with the last round of questions. So I'll move it back to Sudeep ji. If a management framework is perfectly aligned with generational shifts, does it risk becoming too soft? How do we keep the focus on productivity, which is part of any management focus, while also being people-driven?
Look, I think there are a few things that should never be compromised within the organization. The values that the organization and every employee should live, I think that should never be compromised. Apart from that, the end thing that matters is results. So process, you can be a little bit flexible, but the result or outcomes or deadlines, I think you should be rigid on that. So.
Great. And then I'll move over to Suraksha and Divarka. It's an interchangeable question for both of you. So your world, Suraksha, your world is a digital-first world, and Divarkar's is human, customer-first world. So what is one management practice from the e-commerce world that the coffee world should adopt or learn, and then vice versa too?
Ideally, I would say using an integrated system to manage all your business process, but like he said, Himalayan Java has already adopted it, and then they're using it very nicely. So. But for any other coffee chain or any other restaurant, I would suggest to use an integrated software, and then, very simple software, like he said, shouldn't be a burden to the staffs. Like, it shouldn't be like, it's adding to my work, the software, it's better to do it manually. So, if it is very easy to use, user-friendly, त्यस्तो खालको चाहिँ एउटा सिस्टमलाई चाहिँ नि इन्ट्रोड्युस गर्नुपर्छ. So that restaurants-हरुमा चाहिँ नि everything can be tracked, and then you can take a very informed decision in terms of how can you optimize your staffs, how can you check or analyze which is your best seller, etc. Anything, so your सबै decision lies, I think, a system, a very integrated system that has all the business processes. But for Himalayan Java, I don't think this would be a very new idea, because they've already done it. Yes, thank you.
So मेरो भ्यूमा चाहिँ, so usually हाम्रो चाहिँ industry is like very passion driven business हो क्या. अनि as म leader भएपछि चाहिँ like मैले चाहिँ मेरो स्टाफलाई चाहिँ अलिकति उनीहरुकोमा चाहिँ passion र एउटा interest क्रिएट गर्न सक्नुपर्छ क्या. अनि though we can like expand, though we अनि त्यसपछिबाट the passion चाहिँ कस्तो भन्दाखेरि to help people, to help customers, अब best quality of coffee serve गर्ने एउटा passion हुन सक्छ होला. अनि interest अब अरूलाई help गर्ने interest हुन सक्छ, त्यो त्यसले चाहिँ maybe good customer service delivered गर्न सक्छ. So as being the leader, अब जस्तै हामीले चाहिँ e-commerce लाई चाहिँ हामीले के एउटा reflection दिन सक्छ भन्दाखेरि work. So everything is like about passion र इन्ट्रेस्टले चाहिँ ड्राइभ गरेको हुन्छ र अब जति जुन जुन तरिकाको प्लेटफर्म हामीले e-commerceमा देख्छौँ त्यसमा अब कन्ज्युमरले खोजेको कुराहरू कसरी डेलिभर गर्ने मोर प्रिसाइजली इफेक्टिभली कसरी काम गर्ने त्यसमा चाहिँ those two that matters the most.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the timer as you speak. I think we're doing a pretty good job in terms of productivity and efficiency here. So as we wrap up our kind of this 1 hour session, a very clear picture has emerged. What we've learned today, that being tech-enabled is not about the software that we buy, but the agility we built into our culture. Basically, from Suraksha ji, we've seen that while data provides the map, empathy remains the compass. The algorithm can tell us what is happening, but only a human leader can understand the why. From Sudeep, we've been reminded that the new generation doesn't fear authority, and I think we've learned that very clear from our recent elections. They ignore it if it isn't coupled with purpose and coaching. And from Divakarji, we've seen that even in a high-tech world, the customer touch is the ultimate competitive advantage. You can't automate a culture, you have to live it. The 2026 workplace isn't a battle of human versus machine. That is often what we are kind of told in the media, that AI is here to take over all our lives. I don't think that's happening anytime very soon. It's really a partnership where technology manages the process so that people can focus on the purpose. I challenge each one of you, I think this room is vastly and majorly young HR leaders is my best guess. I challenge each one of you to take one idea from this stage and apply it, not necessarily to your systems, but to your next conversation with a team member, a real human conversation. And last but not least, so please join me in a warm round of applause for our excellent panelists, Suraksha, Sudeep, and Diwakar. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you can please put forward.
Hello. Mike Lee, but the question is, don't quote me on the numbers. तपाईहरुको आन्सर सुन्दाखेरि चाहिँ 30% of the time चाहिँ मैले यो गरे, मैले यो गरिसके भन्ने खालको आयो. 70% of the time चाहिँ यस्तो हुनुपर्छ, यस्तो गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने आयो. So on the dash is founder, CEO, GM, COO, executive director. तपाईहरुलाई चाहिँ यो गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ कसरी कसले रोक्छ? Why does that not happen?
Great question, by the way.
मैले अलिकति कसले रोक्छ भन्नुभयो गर्नको लागि? हजुर? परिबन्ध हुन्छ नि, परिबन्धले रोक्छ कहिलेकाहीँ र समय र परिबन्धको उसमा हामी कहीँ फसिएको बेलामा रोक्ने हो र आई थिंक रोकिएकै भन्न पनि मिल्दैन, त्यसलाई चाहिँ के भन्छ समय सापेक्ष या समय अनुसार नभएर या परिबन्ध नमिलेर परिस्थिति नमिलेर रोकिने हो, रोकिएको होइन, गर्ने क्रममै हो भनेर बुझ्नु हुँदाखेरि राम्रो होला.
I think from I can only speak about where I work, where I've founded or built companies, which is not big business groups, but I personally always preferred working with small, dynamic, cross-functional teams. So, Sakyo-sama, I try to practice what I preach. I typically don't live in a very idealistic world. So, as much as possible, I think the things we've spoken about today, I personally, I work with a very young team. My average age, I think, I have around 15 people working in our private equity firm. I think we have around 15 people roughly as of today, which is not huge. So we're not a big organization in that respect. The average age, if I'm not mistaken, is in the mid to late 20s. The kind of things that the analysts are working on, at least I can speak for my organizations, I can speak for everyone else. Obviously, we all run our own companies and we face our own challenges within the different domains and industries that we work in. So obviously I cannot speak for others, but my personal preference is always to work with younger, smaller, dynamic, cross-functional teams. And to some extent, that's for my own selfish reasons, because it's easier to live out a culture if you work with kind of more dynamic cross-functional teams. So basically, we are as flat as possible, right? Investment teams make their own independent decisions. Our boards and our committees don't tell us to do X, Y, Z. So in many ways, for me, I think it's easier to speak. Perhaps I'm naive because they run larger organizations with hundreds, and that's always a challenge. That's always a challenge. And I think the idea should always be, from a leadership standpoint, is to minimize that gap. So it's a very relevant question that you ask, and I don't think we can perfectly answer it, but I think genuine leaders should always try to lessen that gap between what you preach and what you actually practice. So that cannot be 100% perfect, right? We're all human beings. Sometimes we believe something idealistically. We don't always practice it. But I think, especially from younger generation, as much as possible, what they really expect from leaders, from the executives, is as much as possible, they expect their leaders to practice what they preach. And the lesser that gap is, I think you have a better and stronger culture, essentially. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Hello, everyone. I am Asma Adhikari, and I'm representing Nepal Administrative Staff College. So, मेरो एउटा क्वेसन छ, अघि सुदीप सरले भनेको कुरासँग पनि रिलेट गर्न मिल्छ त्यही कुरालाई. So, sir said that your organization does everything to make the young people happy भन्नुभयो सरले, हैन? अब त्यो कुरा चाहिँ ब्युरोक्रेसीसम्म हेर्ने हो रहेछ भन्यो भने अहिले मैले रिसेन्ट एक्जाम्पल दिन चाहन्छु. अहिलेको न्युली अपोइन्टेड क्लास 3 अफिसर्स नेपाल गभर्मेन्टको हेर्ने हो भने यङ्गेस्ट इम्प्लोइ भनेको 2003 को छ भने एट द सेम टाइम यही ब्याचमा रिक्रुटेड अर्को 1988 को पनि छ. सो यङ पिपल हामीले जेनेरेसन नै डिफ्रेन्ट, जेनजी र मिलेनियल्स भइसकेपछि हाउ क्यान वी मेक देम ह्याप्पी? स्ट्राटेजिकल्ली हामीले एउटै स्ट्राटेजिजहरू युज गरेर उहाँहरूलाई ह्याप्पी बनाउन सक्छौँ कि सक्दैनौँ? सो यो क्रस जेनेरेसनल ग्याप छ, त्यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले अब दुवै जेनेरेसनको कुराहरू बुझ्नु पर्दाखेरि चाहिँ कस्तो खालको स्ट्राटेजिजहरू युज गर्नुपर्छ हामीले त्यसलाई पनि याद गर्नुपर्छ होला. किनभने हामीले यो DEI को कुरा पनि गरेछौँ, डाइभर्सिटी, इक्विटी, इन्क्लुजनको कुरा गर्दाखेरि यङ पिपुलहरू मात्र पनि नआउन पनि सक्छ. त्यसले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ यो क्रस जेनेरेसनल ग्यापलाई चाहिँ हामीले कसरी स्ट्राटेजिजहरू के युज गर्न सक्छौँ होला? थ्याङ्क यू.
मैले आई थिङ्क अघि नै पनि यो विषयमा प्रकाश पार्न खोजेँ, स्पष्ट हुन सकिनँ कि जस्तो लाग्यो. अफकोर्स अब हामीले भनौँ न आफ्नै फ्यामिली, एउटा सानो फ्यामिलीमा त चाहिँ के भन्छ, डिफ्रेन्ट एज ग्रुपको मान्छे हुनुहुन्छ भने एउटै स्ट्र्याटेजी या एउटै तरिकाबाट हामीले उहाँहरूलाई खुसी बनाउन या चाहिँ उहाँहरूलाई सन्तुष्ट बनाउन सकिँदैन, होइन? झन् त्यत्रो बिजनेस, कुनै पनि बिजनेस अर्गनाइजेसनमा पिपल विथ डाइभर्स ब्याकग्राउन्ड, बिट इन एज, जेन्डर होला या थट प्रोसेस होला या एजुकेसनल ब्याकग्राउन्ड होला, त्यसरी डाइभर्स आएको मान्छेलाई एउटै स्ट्र्याटेजीबाट बन्न सकिन्छ भन्ने कुरो भएन. र यहाँ लगिनु भने जस्तो 2003 को जो जन्मिनु भएको छ त्यो मान्छेहरू पनि अब काममा लागिसक्नु भएको छ भनेपछि अब मैले अघि आई थिङ्क अघि नै थोरै गर्न खोजेँ, मैले आफैले प्र्याक्टिस गरिरहेको चाहिँ. सो यो अलिकति सिजन्ड या अलिकति एज हुनुभएको प्रोफेसनलको या इम्प्लोइजहरूको एउटा प्रकारको एक्सपेक्टेसन हुन्छ भने अब इभन द मिलेनियल्स, इभन द जेनजीको आफ्नै आफ्नै तरिकाको हुन्छ. आई सेड लाइक अब कति कम्फर्टेबल गराउने हो, कति के भन्छ उहाँहरूलाई उहाँहरूको चाहना अनुसार पहिला त भावना र चाहना बुझ्नु पऱ्यो, उहाँहरूको एक्सपेक्टेसन के हो भन्ने कुरोमा अलिकति बुझेर त्यो अनुसारको स्ट्र्याटेजी चाहिँ बनाउँदा उपयुक्त हुन्छ कि जस्तो लाग्छ. ठ्याक्कै यही गरेर यसै गर्दा चाहिँ ठ्याक्कै हुन्छ भन्ने कुरो भएन. बिकज आई थिङ्क HR, ह्युमन रिसोर्स म्यानेजमेन्ट इज द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट थिङ इन एनी अर्गनाइजेसन. किनभने ह्युमनसँग डिल गर्नु, ह्युमनलाई चाहिँ के भन्छ उहाँहरूको भावनालाई बुझेर एड्रेस गर्नु इज वान अफ द मोस्ट च्यालेन्जिङ जब द्याट आई हेभ आई हेभ बिन डिलिङ विथ. सो त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ एज ग्रुप अनुसार मैले किन डाइभर्सिटीलाई अलिकति विचार गरेर फर इक्जाम्पल मैले जे स्ट्राटेजी काठमाडौँ अफिसमा या चाहिँ काठमाडौँको इम्प्लोइजहरूलाई लगाउँछु त्यही चाहिँ मसँग बझाङमा प्रोजेक्ट गर्दैछु भने बझाङमा त्यो चिज नलाग्न सक्छ, या चाहिँ के भन्छ विराटनगरमा जानुभयो भने विराटनगरको इम्प्लोइजलाई त्यो एक्सपेक्टेसन नहुन सक्छ, त्यो चिजले सन्तुष्ट नबनाउन सक्छ. सो समय परिप्रेक्ष्य चाहिँ के भन्छ भावनालाई हेरेर चाहिँ स्ट्राटेजी डिभाइस गरिराखेको छु मैले चाहिँ त्यो अनुसारले चाहिँ गरिराखेको छु भन्न चाहन्छु.
Ismo, just my 1 minute contribution. You know, this question around happiness and how do you keep your employees, in particular young people, engaged and happy. I think that's probably the most critical question that HR will because HR is not about benefits and this and that. That's the transactional policies, labor law. I would say that's the transactional part. I think at the core is how do you help somebody fulfill their deepest desires in terms of mental well-being, satisfaction, happiness, and things like that. And one might say that's too abstract, HR cannot address it. Well, actually there have been plenty of scientific studies around the world actually quantifying and economically addressing that question. So I'll give you an example. In the United States and Western world, for example, people did big macro happiness studies, right? What makes average Americans happy? What is the average money compensation one family or an individual must make to get basic levels of happiness? And you know what? It's actually not millions of dollars, right? It's actually in the United States, it is just around the median income, which somewhere comes around, again, don't hold me to it, something around $40,000, $50,000 a year, right? Now, if you, in terms of purchasing power, if you translate that to Nepal, very, very rough math, I would imagine that an average entry-level person in Nepal should at least start from somewhere between 50,000 plus monthly salary in a month. Again, this is very rough, just my rough calculations, right? If you look at labor law as a guiding principle, now if you're an HR leader, it says, but actually Nepal government says the minimum is only, what is it, I don't know, 18, 20,000 roughly. A few years ago it was, when I moved back, it was 12,000. And I asked myself, how can you survive? I looked at young people. They're coming using public transportation to work. On average, it's 30 rupees, 40 rupees per ride. They need to go 2-3 times a day. They're spending 6,000 to 8,000 rupees. That's 25% of their monthly income just on transportation. So what about healthcare needs? What about family contributions? So that's not even a practical number to start with, very pragmatically speaking, right? So this idea of happiness, I think you have to start from a psychological standpoint. What do human beings actually require at the most basic level? Right, and psychologists have addressed that for you. You don't need to answer it. You don't need to be a guruji to answer it. You know, there's this psychology's Maslow's hierarchy of, I think, psychological needs, right? At the most basic level, before you get to the more advanced things, psychological fulfillments and this and that, right? You have to meet the basic needs of your employees before you get to the more, what would Maslow would call the more advanced needs. The need for growth, the need for leadership development. Again, those are extremely important. But you cannot get to that if you're not meeting the basic requirements of your people. So the way I think about it, right, just from a rule of thumb perspective is, what does a young 22-year-old, 24-year-old who comes to work at my firm, just example, right? What is the minimum requirement? What are the transportation costs? What are their lodging, fooding costs? You know, in the place like Kathmandu, you can do the rough math, right? So my frank perspective is very much like, in today's day and age, living in Kathmandu, anything below 50, 60,000 a month is not even sustainable income to be very, very realistic, right? So that's why I say I don't want to run an organization like yours with thousands of people, but it gets more complicated, right? It gets more complicated. I'm not sure we have the perfect answer, but that's a starting point of conversation for HR leaders like you, right? So you work on the things that all young people want. They want growth, they want development, right? They want interesting things, they want creativity, they want space to collaborate. No doubt, that is proven. All young people want that. But even before that want is their basic requirements that you have to keep them. But all kidding aside, so that's kind of just my high level. I know so many of you are much more well-versed. You are HR leaders in so many good Nepalese companies. So I think these are more things. This is not meant to be a prescriptive conversation. We are not your doctor to tell you, do A, do B, do C. You know, this is more of to get your brain juices flowing on what you might try new things within your own respective organizations. So thank you.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Mr. Tenzing Sonam Gonsar, for moderating the session so gracefully and bringing out the best of our panelists and summing up each of the speakers' inside so well. Likewise, thank you to our panelists as well for sharing your insight on how, being such young achievers, leaders, you're in a position where you can make an impactful changes and decisions to change the ecosystem of the organization. Thank you for sharing your challenges, your vision on how Nepalese workforce should look like in the days to come. A big round of applause for all of them. Also appreciate the work that you all are doing and breaking the barriers. Thank you so much, everyone. And Samjana ma'am, I request you to please be on stage to honor our panelist and moderator. Also a photo opportunity together. Thank you one more time, Mr. Tenzing, Ms. Raksha, Mr. Divakar, and Mr. Sudeep for being here today. All right, at the end, one more time, I would like to thank our sponsors. We have Wellness Partner, Tranquility Spa, Platinum Sponsor, Unilever Nepal Limited, Gold Sponsor, Rotho Mentholatum Nepal, Internet Partner, WordLink Limited, SMS Partner, Sparrow SMS, Education Partner, Education Partner, Techspire College, Event Partner, Vogue Events, Media Partner, Corporate Club, organized by Growth Sellers Private Limited. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, here ends the day one of HR Meet 2026. If you have any insights or if you want to share how you felt throughout the day, we also would like to give you an opportunity. We have a QR through which you can actually put your input, share your ideas about how we can make it even better in the days to come. Hopefully, day two, tomorrow, is going to be with full of energy, and I hope you all will come back with the same energy, carrying more purpose, because tomorrow as well we have dynamic speakers who will be connecting us from abroad as well, and their session will definitely bring a different light to what you all did learn today. We also covered some of the very important topics in terms of AI, bridging the gap, emphasizing in humanity, first technology and second, first humanity and second technology, inclusive HR, diversity, equity, and human emotions. HR is the new marketing, and no algorithm can replace empathy, trust, and the human essence that we have, which inspires us and makes us unique. With that, ladies and gentlemen, hope to see you all tomorrow, day 2, HR Meet 2026. Same place, same time. Thank you so much for your patience today. A big round of applause for everyone. We also have a high tea session and a networking session for all of you. You can stay back and enjoy the evening with us.